What's going on, everyone? Welcome to Fight Talk. This is Blazt The Speakerz. Tonight, we are going to be discussing Street Fighter 4, the series, all the different games and versions that came out. And with me tonight, I've got my right hand man and my other right hand man also in the background. I'm going to introduce them one by one. Starting off with the utility man. What's going on, brother?
You got two right hands?
I do.
I've heard of having two left feet, but who has two right hands?
I don't know. I got two right hands, man. That's what it is. I got two right hands. That's what it is. What's going on? You doing okay tonight?
I think that would be very awkward to get a handshake from you then. No, not that one. Your other right hand.
Maybe like.
I think you lied.
Well, I don't know. I got the guy in the background. He's gonna come out, prove you wrong in a minute.
Actually, lying is a good theme for this episode, considering we're talking about Street Fighter 4. Because Capcom lied will come up.
Well, we got a lot to cover for this one, I understand. So there's a lot. And Street Fighter 4 brought things back, so we'll see how that goes. But talking about another right hand man, or another right hand, if you will, I'd like to introduce our other right hand man, BloodTide. What's going
What's
on?
up?
How you doing?
I'm good, man.
BloodTide today, a little camera shy, but he's still with us.
I am here. Can you hear me?
You can hear him. So he'll come through later.
I don't think he's camera shy. You know why he's not on camera.
It's all good. We got that pretty face on the camera right now, but he's talking. That's what it is. It's what it is. So
we'll just stick it out with Rugal.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with Rugal.
No, though, if you want to bring out Darius Tides and show us him.
You can.
Yeah. I still need to Alice swap that picture.
Yes, you do. I'm looking at that too right now. It's okay. It's good. So, I think we should just dive right into it. I mean, we got a lot to cover, gentlemen.
Okay, Capcom lied. Oh, wait, we're not there yet. We're not there. We will be soon.
You constantly want to... Okay, well, you want to start off with that greasy stuff that you got cooking?
No. In time. Let's do things by order here.
Okay, since you go on in order, we'll start off with Street Fighter 4, the OG. Now, what I'd like to start off with saying is that I'm happy that Street Fighter 4 came out, and it's like a whole different generation if you think about it, because I think there was such a hiatus, if you will, between Street Fighter 3 and Street Fighter 4 that it just spawned a whole new generation, because we're talking a 10-year gap from Street Fighter 3 to Street Fighter 4. And feel free to jump in and correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Nah, I mean it's a little less, but it's pretty close.
Somewhere
10 years.
Somewhere around there, give or take. But it felt like 10 years or so that we were waiting for a next release, and it was just like, I think at one point Capcom said it was dead. They and maybe that's in reference to what you're saying, that they lied, but for a while Street Fighter 3 was going to be the last one, and then lots of people believed it. Even the FGC was starting to die down at one point, and I felt like that's why this game is a very significant game, because it brought a lot of life to the FGC as well, in my opinion, at least. So, I mean, that's just my take in general. And I have to give respect where it's due. The man that brought it back to life was Yoshirina Ono. For those of you that don't know,
Absolutely.
He was the producer of Street Fighter 4 and Street Fighter 5. He left the company later on, but he's the one that brought back Street Fighter 4, and a lot of people did not like it originally.
Yeah, quote unquote left.
Yeah. But
First out, left. Yeah.
oh yeah, we know what happened with that. But so for the most part, yeah, we owe a lot of gratitude to this man. I got a chance to meet him once, which was pretty cool. I held Blanc in my hand, bro. The little Blanc.
Dude, I if anything, I feel like they should have kept him around even as a mascot, because he was the face, right, of Street Fighter for many, many years. And it was cool.
Yeah.
People loved him.
Well, yeah, because come on, he was technically the savior, is what people would go around calling him. So respect to Yoshirina Ono, that man. Now, here we go. Here we go. I see the gears spinning. I see that gear spinning. Let's hear it.
I do need to interject there for a moment. Yes, it is thanks to him we have Street Fighter again. Not taking that away from him. But what I will say is where Street Fighter 3 had everything going against it, this game had everything going for it. Like, this was a logical step, because at the time of Street Fighter 3, everything seemed to be dying down, which we covered last week. The game couldn't get a console version until about the Dreamcast days. It just, everything was going wrong for that series. And then Street Fighter 4 had it easy, because at the time, yes, Capcom, they didn't want to do another Street Fighter. That was dead. Like, we moved on after EX and Capcom Fighting Jam. That was going to be no more. And then Hyper Street Fighter came out, and it blew up. It was doing amazingly well on consoles. Mainly the Xbox 360, if I recall. So that renewed interest in Street Fighter. So Ono had an easy path by that point. Like, he was given an easy path.
A lot of people actually did not like him in the beginning. Like, I had talks with, like, Vagrant, for example, and we talked about it, and he was like, yo, this guy came out with the crappiest games. I'm like, what do you mean? And he was like, he's the one that came out with, like, Capcom Fighting Jam and all that other stuff. And to be fair,
he doesn't have a great track history, actually.
He doesn't know, but that's
because he was also behind Street Fighter Cross Tekken, which
we'll
not part of this series.
It's not a part of our discussions, but yeah, I don't think Street Fighter Cross Tekken was bad either.
Oh no! It was the game itself wasn't bad, but it had issues.
No, it had its fair issues, but like you said, when it first came out, it was cool.
That's why I'm saying, like, Street Fighter 4, this was a golden opportunity for him. This was handed to him on a silver platter. Like, Capcom was hungry to bring Street Fighter back when he mentioned it. Okay. Like, again, all due respect to him, it is because of him we have Street Fighter 4. But obviously, his pitch would have never worked after Street Fighter 3. They would have immediately turned that down, and they did want to leave Street Fighter dead. Mm-hmm. So it was just a matter of timing, a matter of nostalgia, if you will, a matter of people wanting Street Fighter back, which was apparent with Hyper Street Fighter doing so well. So again, like, the groundwork was laid there for him. It could have been anybody that come in and said, hey, Street Fighter 4 at that moment, and they would have gone for it. It just happened to be him.
Yeah, I can see that. Now, the thing is, he did it, though. He brought it back to life.
He took the opportunity. So, again, can't take anything away from the man at all. He was there, opportunity knocked, he answered.
Oh, yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, he did his thing, bro. Like, he made it happen.
Yeah. And fans were a lot more receptive of this, because that whole 3D fighter thing had kind of died down. Fans were no longer dead set on having 3D games. Like, not saying Tekken wasn't still popular. It was. Soul Calibur, all that. They were still popular, but they were able to release this game as a 2D fighting engine because that was no longer something fans had to have anymore. We got 3D fighters, we got 3D backgrounds, but it's still on a 2D plane.
Yeah. Oh, I hear you. So, I remember the first time I saw that trailer for Street Fighter 4 when they announced it. It was like Ryu and Ken fighting in the dark over like where the moon was, whatever that scene.
It was all on like a canvas.
Yeah, that was sick. When I first saw it, there was so much speculation of how the game was going to be and what was going to happen, and everybody just went sick. The first time I actually saw it was like the next day. I mean, I loved it so much, and the theme song to it, which I know we're going to get to. I saw all those things. I loved it so much. I had uploaded it to my GPS. I had a GPS on my dash in the car, and I uploaded it like a video I could play whenever I wanted in that GPS program, man. That's how it was. Like, it was sick. I have some crazy memories. I have a lot of history of myself personally with Street Fighter 4. Things that CS Vagrant and I did too. We made some great combo video content and some great memories thanks just to that game alone.
We're definitely going to get to the theme song, and I specifically recorded a version with the theme song this time.
Why don't I play it without?
Can I make a comment that this is the first like real fighting game released after the X Team?
Yeah, I would say this was technically. So this was just like the official for Street Fighter 4 was the official for FightersEvolution, actually. That was when we were just doing videos officially.
Yeah, I guess I could say Street Fighter because there was a couple of KOFs because they were still doing the yearly thing. But yeah,
but it wasn't like
it's not like there were no fighting games released in that time span.
Yeah, this is pretty good. I'm gonna play the intro without music. So here we go. This is what you saw when. Now this is the updated one where they had Chun-Li and Viper. But the scenes in this with Ryu and Ken fighting were there. Oh, it also has Evo and it also has Guile, if I remember correctly. Yeah, this was a cool one. Thank you for uploading this, YouTube.
Yep.
Oh, so this one even has the
clear. Like I did get these off YouTube from official channels. Like I didn't turn on the game and upload these.
I really was into the one with Goku.
It would be impossible on some of them almost.
I thought that was pretty sick.
Is the camera off?
No. I'll turn it off so you can go ahead.
I need to get this.
Tell me when
it's just that beautiful painterly style that they were going with in this game.
Oh yeah,
like,
and
this would be something that they just continue going forward. I think they realize how much of a hit this was with fans.
The art style was awesome. I mean, I remember when I first saw the thing with just Ryu and Ken. Like I said, I was
the ink blot, like
the ink blot. I mean, I guess that's a good way to put it.
No, that's what it was. It was the ink blot. You're absolutely right.
Because the original one that was just Ryu and Ken, it was just after every swing they left like an ink blot behind them.
Man, I wish we could break him down. There was like the one you're playing right now, this trailer right here, it's got it all like put together. But like the one with just Akuma and Goken was just its own trailer. I have it. I could probably upload it and stuff.
Well, again, keep in mind, this is not the trailer. This is the intro that plays when you load the game.
Right.
You needed to find the actual like release trailer. Well, it wasn't even a release trailer. It was a like, hey, this is coming trailer, and it was just Ryu and Ken.
Yes. But it was sick, man. It was when they showed Goken and Akuma fighting, it was basically implying that it was years ago how they fought each other and how Akuma ended up performing the Raging Demon. He's doing it now as we're
Oh yeah,
discussing.
yeah. A lot of people have thought that. I was like,
I
oh, this is a prequel.
love
No, it wasn't. He's just not dead.
Yeah, they
love
decided not to do another prequel. I
But
mean,
that-
I guess
that scene was
technically
sick.
it is a prequel to 3, but you know.
Yeah, but that scene was so sick. I loved it. So yeah,
Oh yeah, like this game is just overwhelming with charm and style, and I loved this direction that they went in. Even though I will always miss sprites, I definitely love the look of this game.
no, it was great, man. It really was. I see. You got the game.
I don't think it's aged very well, but at the time it was amazing.
Well, I mean, no, the 3D models definitely have not aged that great, but the style of the game itself can still be appreciated.
How about we play it with the music next to give it that respect that it deserves? Because that track, I don't care if it gets flagged even. I just
So
Yeah, so I know I
That's
haven't uploaded the rest of the intros with music. I'm kind of biased for this one, so I had to do that. I don't know how loud it's going to come across, but everyone keep your volume normalized just in case it's too loud.
I hope it's not too loud. Let's go ahead and let me go ahead and get that started so that we can play that. Hold on one second. Let's see, with music. Let's go ahead and play it with the music.
Street Fighter 4.
Oh, I cut it off there. Okay. Well, I have to say, I love that song.
I do too.
Indestructible.
That's why I felt we had to play that.
I don't care if it gets flagged, bro. Let's leave it at that because that song is just too awesome.
Yeah, that brings me back every time. I remember getting this game.
Even the melody afterwards, the theme song after that comes after the Indestructible song is great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just the The soundtrack alone to Street Fighter 4 was amazing. We even used some of that for like Stride or Die and some other combo videos, where we used different character stages. I think we used like Abel, for example, like later on and stuff. It was a lot of great stuff.
I mean, that whole that's like iconic, you know, right?
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Very iconic.
It's all over the menus. It's just everywhere.
Oh yeah, you said it, bro. That one of the best, if not the best. I don't know. They never really topped it. You know, like shout out to my man Legs. Only one away. Street Fighter 4's intros got better. More Blanca.
I can't wait until we get to Blanca's story so I can make fun of him.
We'll get to Blanca. Don't worry. Well, you'll have your chance
I
to
look
talk about
forward
your
to making
favorite
fun of him.
character tonight. You will.
Yeah, we'll see everybody's least favorite character, even the lore.
You'll get a chance. You'll get a chance. But Street Fighter 4 was different. Coming from third strike, let's say, it was a whole different feel. You know, and there was a lot of things to discuss with regards to mechanics. Like one of the things was obviously the focus attack, and then there was also the focus attack dash cancel. And I want to just touch on it, and I'm pretty sure Utility Man, this is probably on the agenda for tonight. But
yeah, but I think you might want to mention what they brought back from 3. It's no surprise, obviously. They focus heavily on Super Turbo for this game because that's what was popular to begin with. But there were some holdovers from 3, obviously. You still had your usual throw commands, your taunts, your dashes, your quick stands. 2 characters, I believe, had the high jump, Crimson Viper and Buki. You still had EX specials, you had the super still. But yeah, everything after that, unless there's something I'm forgetting, was new.
Well, yeah, you had the introduction of the whole Ultra Meter. You had the introduction of the focus attack. And the reason why I bring up the focus attack, because like CS Vega and I, we did a video on day 1 combos, which happens to be the #1 top viewed video of this channel. Close to 1 million views, actually, which is pretty insane. And it is probably our worst video that we have made because we did not know what the hell we were doing. We just recorded us messing around in the game. And it was like, I came over his house one day just to hang out, and we recorded it, and then we just uploaded the clips, and that was it. And then all of a sudden, that thing blew up, went viral. We were like, whoa.
Opportunity knocked, and you were there.
It's pretty cool. That's all I have to say.
It really was kind of a right place, right time, right?
It was.
But
not as much as, well, go ahead.
But the funny thing is, we had absolutely no idea what the hell we were doing. We didn't know about focus dash cancels. We didn't know anything until later on. So we have a whole series of this with Combo Expo for Street Fighter 4. So you have Combo Expo 1, you have Combo Expo 2, and then the Combo Expo 3. And I think Combo Expo 3 was Super Street Fighter 4, if I recall, but we never continued after that. But yeah, we didn't know about the focus attack and about the FADC, focus attack dash cancel, until later on, and then we made a video. Like Combo Expo 2 had a lot of that. So sorry, my bad. I'm reminiscing.
No, that's fine. Now, as great as focus attacks are, they did come at the cost of parry. Was that a good choice?
You could do that. I thought it was pretty cool. You know?
I mean, personally, I really did like the parry mechanic, but I'm not sad to see that they changed it. Because focus attacks add a lot more strategy to the thing, because it's no longer about hitting forward at the right second when you know somebody's going to attack you. Now it's about preparing for an attack and launching a counter. For those that don't know, focus attack essentially is a charge attack that gives you a little bit of super armor, basically.
Yeah, it's done by pressing the 2 mediums.
And you have 3 levels of it too.
And then to cancel out of the focus attack, you would press forward. So like the beautiful thing was that you'd be able to cancel out of moves utilizing it. So you can do like a Shoryuken, for example. You do a Dragon Punch, a DP, right? And then you could hit the 2 mediums, medium punch, medium kick, to activate the focus attack, to cancel the animation of the DP, and then to cancel out of the focus attack, you would press forward. So essentially, you'd do something cool like Dragon Punch, focus dash cancel.
FADC.
It's a mouthful. It's a mouthful.
Yes, it is. Try to say that fast, right?
Now, keep in mind, it's not just forward. You can also go back.
Yes, you can. You're absolutely right. You can go back. But you would do that DP, FADC into like Super Fireball or Ultra Fireball, for example, with like Ryu. Or Ken, you could actually go into his Super or his Ultra as well, if you time it right, depending on how you do it. So yeah, there was a lot of cool things that you could do with that, with FADC, and a lot of players started to utilize that afterwards and whatnot. Like that was a thing.
Well, I mean, the focus attack basically changed the landscape of how Street Fighter was played. Again, 3 levels of focus attack. Just level 1, no charge. Just hit the buttons, and it absorbs 1 non-armor breaking hit. Any non-armor breaking hit it will absorb, not accounting throws, because throws trump everything clearly.
Now there is the fact that every character in the game had a move that auto broke focus attack.
Yeah, so you do have to be careful. You cannot just throw this out expecting to eat anything your opponent does. But that brings us into the next thing. If you counter them with a focus attack, that brings your opponent into what they call a crumple state, which, if anybody has seen, kind of like how they did in Street Fighter 3, if you kill somebody with a chip, your opponent slowly falls to the ground. That's basically a crumple, and it allows you to follow up with a combo.
That was actually how I was able to figure out something that we did for the Akuma combo video. I'm sorry if I'm derailing anything with that.
No, I'll get back to it if you want.
Appreciate that. When we worked on the Akuma combo video, that was one of the coolest things with the crumble, that since you brought it up. I, for the longest time, wanted to find a combo or a way to link the demon. So I figured out a way, and you can ask CS Vagrant. I was the one that figured out how to actually do a combo into the Raging Demon, and it was with the crumble. But the timing was so hard. It was difficult to do it.
Okay. So there was different stages of focus attack, right?
Yeah,
there was just tapping it, which is just one. Then there's like I don't remember if it's 3. I don't remember if it's 3 or 4 stages. There's full charge, and then there's somewhere in the middle, and somewhere in the middle still puts them in crumple state. But the timing to land on just that and link from a button into the medium version of a crumple is really hard. It's
you still in my thunder, bro. That's exactly
you'll know that it's the level 2 focus attack because your character will flash white for level 2 and then yellow for a level 3, depending on how long you charge it.
So it was more of a level 2 but you have to have it so that it crumples the character. So I did it twice, or we did it. Let me see. I did it on console. I did it on PC. Like we ended up recording everything on console first, and then we decided to redo a lot of the combos and everything on PC. That's why the project took a little longer, because the PC graphics were just so much better. Like, because we're just taking the feed, from PC. It's already there. With getting it from the console, they didn't have an HDMI out at that time. It was like composite or whatever it was that we were doing. It was so, back in the day. But yeah, I ended up doing that combo more than once, and I have it recorded. If you guys watch the Kumo combo video, I did it on Seth, where I'm jumping in real simple, jumping in with a heavy kick, medium punch, into the focus dash, cancel to crumble, into the demon. It links. It actually takes about a half of your opponent's life. It's pretty good. So I just wanted to throw it out, let you guys know that it's doable and it's
Well, a lot of the reason why it was so difficult is because Street Fighter 4 introduced something that hasn't been there since then and probably will never come back, and that's the one-frame link. One-frame links are the epitome of Street Fighter 4. It separates the okay from the pros. It's ridiculous. You know, the combo structure in that game is almost limitless. There's infinites in that game, but if you have to be able to do these one-frame links over and over. And if anybody listening does not know what a one-frame link is, understand that these, the majority of fighting games that are worth their salt run at 60 FPS. Okay, everything runs off of frame data, and it's all these different things that can be done within a second, 60 seconds, right? So you press a button, it takes 5 frames to come out. Might be able to link that into another button that takes 4 frames to come out, but you have a window of 1 out of 60 frames to press that button to get it to link. There's tricks around it. There's plinking. Like if you want there's a priority system of, like, if you press 2 buttons at once, like if you press light and medium, right? Medium's going to come out. Okay. But you can plink like from light to medium, which is just tapping really quickly. It's hard to explain. And it'll increase that 1 frame to like 2 or 3. And that's how people kind of trick the system. But no, like, if you really want to get good at that game, you better get really good at timing.
Yeah, I never got good enough to do infinites in that game. So
I was
certainly no pro.
That was also my advantage too, I'll be honest. Like, going from a pad back to keyboard, on keyboard I'm a lot faster, and you guys know that.
Well, yeah.
Well, I mean, just by design.
That's why I prefer it, but that's the whole thing. So.
Oh, it's not because of your macros that you prefer it.
Hackers, no hacking. I do everything manual in there.
No hacking.
Oh, you do manual, or you manually push your macro buttons.
Wow. You manually push your macro buttons. No, I'm dead serious. Like, I ended up doing that stuff manually. Even on keyboard, it wasn't that easy. Like, just to pull that stuff off, And I did not do any macros. We even wrote that in the video. It's true. Like, everything was performed by hand, and so on and so forth. No cheats or hacks or anything like that. So I'm very proud to say that.
To get back on topic, another interesting thing about the focus attacks. Now, the level 3, the full charge focus attack, becomes unblockable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, it does.
So, I mean, for a comparison, anybody that's played like Super Gym Fighter, you have a third button that uses, all kinds of weapons or whatnot. You can't block that. So if you let somebody full charge, you're taking the hit, essentially.
It depends on the timing. I remember I did something once where it's like I was able to knock somebody out, and then as the animation falls, I'm charging, so that this way when he's rising back up, a full level 3's coming at him. He can't block. He can't do anything because, he tries to DP, tries to hit me, whatever. He won't be able to if it's a full level 3.
Okay, so, but I mean, like, you can't sit there and block it. Now, there is actually a slight window of opportunity to hit them as the focus attack comes out. Now, while they're charging it, it auto guards the hits. But they can be canceled out of it mid-animation.
Mid-animation, yes, but full. Yeah. Once it's reached its full charge, there's no stopping it.
No, you cannot block that.
Yeah.
So that actually brings into another mechanic that this game added. I mean, you've probably seen this kind of thing in other games, mainly like the Marvel vs. games. You'll have like a yellow meter and a red meter. Well, essentially, this game has what they call provisional damage. It's damage that can be healed over time. However, if you take another hit, you automatically lose that. It will no longer heal. And a lot of that damage comes from either chip damage or focus attacks. So the interesting thing about provisional damage, twofold. One, it can kill you, but two, it cannot take a perfect away from you. I don't know, I thought that was interesting.
So white damage is still considered full life.
Yes. However, if you get hit before that white damage refills, you lose it.
Yeah, right.
I don't know. I thought that was more interesting than we're making it out to be here.
No, well, it was the first time it was introduced, but I guess the Marvel series kind of did that because of the tag mechanic.
Right.
But I think that was the first time it was really kind of introduced into a single player or like a single character one-on-one style game, and it's graduated throughout the rest of the series since then. So it was kind of its inaugural showing was Street Fighter 4.
Yeah, I think that about covers focus attacks, at least until we get to Ultra.
Yeah. Now, do you want to cover each game? Or do you want to talk about...
Yeah. I thought we would cover each game. But we still have two more things. Like, we haven't really mentioned this game added a revenge gauge, which is...
It did. That was
a comeback mechanic.
Ultra. Yeah. That's what it's considered the Ultra. So it's like as you're taking damage, you're growing the revenge gauge, if you will.
Yeah, it works on hits taken, chip damage, provisional damage. That revenge meter builds up more and more. Now, you have to have it 50% full to use an Ultra, but once you hit that 50% line, the more you have it filled, the more your Ultra does. Now, we didn't exactly say what an Ultra combo was. It's kind of like another version of the super combo, but
it's an anime super.
Yeah, essentially. It was their way of finishing a battle, although you don't have to use it to win the round.
So, the other thing was there was an animated movie for Street Fighter 4 that ties that bond, if you will. I don't know who's familiar with that. And talking about the revenge meter, the Ultra, I thought that was awesome. I thought how they came up with the whole story, if you will, with Seth beating up on Ryu and then Ryu essentially using that revenge meter and building up his Ultra and then being able to do the Ultra Super Fireball, whatever you want to call it. Defeating Seth in the end. I thought that tied in really nicely. I thought that was pretty cool the way they put that together for the anime.
The way they portray it is really good, but I don't like the revenge meter.
Overall,
I'm not a fan of comeback mechanics in fighting games.
People complained about it then. They complained about the V system in 5. Like nobody really likes it. Like it seems like an overall thing that people just don't like. These comeback mechanics that they started sticking in these games.
I mean, especially what they did with Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3.
We won't even talk about
we're
X
not
Factor.
We're not doing a series on Marvel, brother. We're sticking with just Street Fighter.
No, X Factor. We're talking about revenge mechanics, though.
Yeah.
And freaking X Factor was like the epitome of them all.
Yeah, no,
yeah. I don't feel like you should be rewarded for losing badly 90% of the match. I've never liked that.
To be fair, I felt like they were trying to even it out, balance things, if you will, because you have players that are obviously better than other players, and as a result, this was kind of like to give them something to use.
That's exactly what it is.
That's what their thought process was with the development team.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm being Captain Obvious here, but you know what I mean.
I absolutely hate that. And I mean, I'm not trying to say that, if you're a really
I'm just
good
giving
player,
reasons.
you don't keep kicking a new player when they're down. I understand you want them to feel like they have a chance and they don't give up on the game. I understand the intent behind it, but I don't like it. Like
I
if
don't disagree with you guys.
this was Mario Kart, you're in last place, it gives you a blue shell or a star, I understand. That's Mario Kart. That's not meant to be a serious game, although people can play it that way. This is Street Fighter 4. If you're getting destroyed for 90% of the match, you shouldn't just all of a sudden be able to come back with one move. Like, come on now.
He's turning around and saying, "It's a me, Mario.
Seriously,
It's a me, Mario."
I'm not one to pick on lesser skilled players because I have plenty of games where I'm not that great at. But
Sure.
don't just give me a handicap.
Sure.
I don't like it. I just don't like it.
Okay. What else you got before we move on?
I think we covered all the mechanics of vanilla Street Fighter 4.
And the fact that we didn't touch on the fact that the game was broken as crap.
Oh yeah, it's definitely.
They didn't expect people to actually figure this game out and get good at it, and it ended up becoming the most broken version of Street Fighter, one of the most broken versions of Street Fighter to ever be released. Hence why the next one was inevitable.
Super. Which is bringing it back to come on, we went from Street Fighter 2 to Super Street Fighter 2. I felt like they were bringing it back to the OGs on this. I'll be honest with you.
Well, do you want to play the intro before we get into this one?
Why don't we do that? We can play the intro to this.
I will apologize to everyone. I don't have sound for the rest of these intros. Vanilla was just kind of special to me, so I threw it in there.
Vanilla was special with the music. I totally agree. But the music was good moving
Oh, yeah.
forward, too.
The music is definitely good in this one. I just didn't include it, I guess. I mean, if you really want, I can give it to you real quickly.
No, I think it's fine. Because we can talk while we play it. It's just, we were silent during the song because we wanted people to be able to hear the song.
And because you had our mics muted during it.
Yeah, I wanted to respect it.
Yeah, you make it sound like we chose not to say anything during it. We couldn't.
Okay. I'm playing the new one. Well, I like this too. I thought this art style was pretty cool. I was very more into the ink style, the first one, but this is pretty cool too.
I mean, this didn't completely get rid of the painterly ink splot style.
It looks more like a sketch than the ink, right?
Yeah,
but it was all computer generated.
It's not focused on the ink there, but you still see it in some instances.
Yeah. It was still pretty cool.
Yeah, but to be honest, as great as this intro was, I don't think it could have ever outdone Vanilla because of how hungry people were for a new Street Fighter at the time.
That's true. But it was to basically kind of give it a continuation or a different focus of the original match between Ryu and Ken. So it was like a different take, adding on to what we already saw.
I wonder if Ken won again.
There we got a Buki.
Buki.
But yes, Happy, the sketch style really does give it a lot of character. I will agree with that.
And then they gave it's not just a sketch style. They gave it like a vintage, like that yellow overtone a little bit.
Well, in this, yes.
Yes, lead guy holding the bag.
I like
And
when they.
right there, a ton of people just cheered at the moment Cody appeared.
Yep, they were like, "Oh, he came."
Oh,
back."
not just Cody, fucking Ibuki too.
Well, yeah, but like I especially remember the uproar when Cody was shown. A lot of people were excited for his return.
Well,
And people were like, "Who's this chick?"
Yeah,
I
now
like
everybody
the
likes
scene with Chun-Li fighting Jury, and then when Cammy comes along, and then you've got Cammy and Chun-Li standing together in a fight pose. I thought that was pretty sick.
Well, obviously we will get into that story wise, but you do realize Jury would beat both of them, right?
Yeah, Jury was just a lot stronger, and we know why. We'll get to that, like you said. But it's just pretty cool to see overall.
Like I love Cammy and Chun-Li, but they're not going to beat this version of Jury.
But this is pretty epic when the two of them stood like that.
It's also the hardest version of Jersey to use too.
Well, she is one of your mains. You'd know better than us.
That was her original.
Yeah, they've changed her completely since this game. She's never played the way she does in this game and any other game ever again.
True.
Well,
that's her
I mean,
OG.
if you think about it from a lore perspective, that actually does make sense. But I don't know that that's why they did it.
No, they did it because it was a pain in the ass to use.
Can't believe it. It's like 2010. Man, 13 years ago. Feels like yesterday that these games were released. I don't know. Time just flew by for me. It really feels like yesterday.
Gosh. Yeah, was this really like 13 years ago?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Good stuff, man.
So now we're to the part where I've been waiting for. Capcom lied.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So what'd they lie about, Tom?
So if
Tell
you
us.
Let's
recall,
hear about it.
they came out and they're like, Super Street Fighter 4 is going to be the definitive version of this game. We've learned from our mistakes with Street Fighter 2. There will never be another version of
I
Street
recall
Fighter
this.
4. This is the one to get. We have changed. We're no longer the scummy milking company we used to be.
I
We
recall
turned
this.
over a new leaf, and then guess what? There was like 4 more versions of this game.
Or so you thought.
Capcom lied. They lied.
Is
I
that
said that for this game too, huh?
Yeah,
It's
game,
not the only time they did that. So
yeah, this game started it all. Because again, not to get off topic, but when you had Marvel vs. Capcom 3 come out, what was on everybody's mind? Okay, when Super Mario vs. Capcom 3? We know it's coming. We know it's. Oh no!
no, we're not doing that. It was like 8 months, dude. It was
Yeah.
literally everybody was mad as hell.
Learned nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Well, it was probably a marketing move. That's really what it was.
Yeah, but like you don't straight up lie to your fan base like that. Like that left a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths. Now, when they did that with Street Fighter 2, it was apparent they're just like, okay, we're gonna keep updating this game due to fan demand. Then Street Fighter 3 comes along, and we have to keep updating this game because it's selling poorly. This game felt like they were just milking us. That's really what it felt like. And as much as I like this game, I never got Arcade Edition, and I never got Ultra Street Fighter 4 after they lied to us. I guess Blast had to step away.
Just for a sec, I'm here. I heard what you were saying. So yeah, no, I hear Capcom lied.
Now, of course, like I hear what you're saying there, Happy. I hear what you're saying. And it's not necessarily that I bought into it at the time. I didn't buy Super Street Fighter 4 just because I thought this was going to be the last one. I bought it because it was the new thing, like most of us did. But
Hey,
it doesn't mean I'm okay
South
with what they
Dakota?
did.
Hey,
It
Happy,
doesn't mean I'm okay with it.
Can I get with you later? Maybe you could tell me, about that property that you got that you want to sell. I'm intrigued. I'd like to know more about it. Okay, moving on.
What? Wait, what?
Now you woke up.
I don't know what the hell's going on. I just something about property in South Dakota. I thought you was serious for a second, then I seen you grinning, and I'm like, oh, all right, what's going on?
Yeah, Happy landed on the space in Monopoly and bought the property there. He's trying to sell it to Blazt.
He even said absolutely. Oh, wow, I couldn't believe that. All right. So we're moving on to the next version that came out.
Whoa. No, we're going to talk about what Super Street Fighter 4 brought to the table. Why did people want this version?
We got a lot to cover.
Characters
Mainly, yes. There were a few more touch-ups, though. Like, we finally got Team Battle, which you might think isn't that big of a deal, but look what it did for Mortal Kombat.
Okay.
Like, the ability to pick up to 4-person teams and do a 4 versus 4 with other people, it might not seem like a lot, but actually it was a pretty popular mode. We got Endless Battle, which nobody really cares for, to my knowledge. That's just like survival mode.
Yeah.
It's one of those
casuals that like to just play the computer don't like that shit.
It's one of those things like, I think I'm getting better because I lasted longer in survival mode, but it's really not teaching you anything but turtling.
True.
We got, one of the greatest things ever, the replay channel. You can upload your replays for other people online to see. A feature I never used and never will use.
Yeah.
Like, YouTube was established by then, wasn't it? Did we really need a replay channel? I guess it was an easier way.
Don't use the M word.
Of course, because I said Mortal Kombat. Yes.
You see what happened? You see what happened? You woke up a god. He came out.
True. The 4
after destroying Welcome to Die, he
mode
came
in
out.
Mortal Kombat was popular, so why shouldn't Street Fighter have that?
Yeah, well, I think they do copy off of one another. I think that it got to a point where they copied one another with a lot of the stuff that they did, obviously, over the years. That's one of those things.
Okay, so outside of that, something actually important to this game.
Okay.
All characters now have at least 2 ultra combos.
Yes, that's true. Super introduced more than one ultra combo.
That's true too.
Yeah, and as we know, going from alpha to 3, that makes a big difference.
Just say it 3 times.
That's a fanboy. Say it 3 times. He appears. Ukraine strong, my brother. No, but I remember when we were doing.
Somebody just ping him and say Mortal Kombat was mentioned.
The man's got this playing in the background.
This dude was driving in his car and it was like, I sense a disturbance in the force.
Oh my God.
I can see that happening.
Well, this wasn't a disturbance.
That happened yesterday with WebHead. We said we were giving away a free comic book. The man pulled over, was like,
that is true. That did happen.
It's like, did I hear a comic book?
I know. Oh my gosh.
Sorry.
So, one more addition this game did add a little bit more story aspect. At the end of Street Fighter 4, like right before you fight Seth, you fight a rival character. In this game, you have a choice between 2 rivals, which adds a little more personality to it.
Okay.
And now the downside. This is also the game where they started milking the crap out of DLC.
Well, like I said, marketing all about making money. That's what it is.
How would you like 4,000 DLC skins for $3 a
Oh,
piece?
that's right. Yeah. Then they had like the animal deal. Well, they might have. I don't think that came to Ultra, but yeah. But still,
my
like
God.
they had themed DLC skins and stuff.
This started it all, and I hate it.
It was whatever they could to make a buck.
They had a lot of good skins, they did, but it just felt so nickel and dimey. Like, didn't you get enough money out of us already? We bought Street Fighter 4, then we bought Super Street Fighter 4. We're going to buy the next couple of versions. Do you really need to milk us for every cent we have? Yeah, I guess they do.
Yeah. It was to make their pockets full and ours empty.
So those of you that don't know, I don't like outfitting in video games either. I'm not a fan of buying skins.
You like?
I'm not saying I haven't done it, but I'm not a fan of it.
He likes to see Blanca naked. That's what he said. Come on, I'm just speaking the truth.
Why is Blanca naked the first thing on your mind?
Yeah, I mean, that's a little sus, man.
All the skins you could mention, and the first thing that comes to your mind is naked Blanca. I think you have the problem, sir.
No.
I mean, who's the one here that actually plays the character? I'm just saying.
Okay.
Bass does.
Listen, you know
That
how
guy.
much man loves his Blanca. Okay, so don't even. I'll go with Cammy. You know I use Cammy. So anyway, moving on.
Moving on real quick. Like,
so arcade edition. Are we there yet?
We between Super Street Fighter 4 and Arcade Edition, somewhere in there, we did have the 3DS port, which I feel like we should at least give a mention to it.
Oh, that was during. Oh yeah, that's right. So it wasn't between. It was before Ultra. You're right, actually, because it was Super Street Fighter, but I don't remember if it was Super Street Fighter Arcade Edition 3D.
No, the 3DS version. The 3DS version was a launch title for the 3DS, so it was just Super. The only two things I feel like is noteworthy for this game: one, the game was 30 frames a second. So
yeah,
what
that's
was
rough.
talking about with the 1-frame links, good luck.
That's due to the
Impossible.
So hold up. That's due to the limitation on the hardware of the 3DS. I actually have a 3DS, and I have Super Street Fighter on the 3DS. I'd have to go locate it and find it, but yeah, I had it. I played it. I actually enjoyed it back then.
Okay, I'm not saying people didn't enjoy the game. I'm just saying that that's kind of rough for 30 frames per second for a fighting game.
For a 3D fighter that's normally played for 60 frames, I agree. And you can definitely see and feel the significance of
Yeah, it's not a bad port, but that definitely makes a difference. The only thing else really noteworthy about it that I can remember is the 3D battle mode.
Well, the 3D battle mode was cool, actually.
Was it? I don't know anyone that liked that.
I thought it was a unique thing. I thought it was a different take on it. That was kind of cool.
When you think 3D battle mode, you think like a first-person perspective, and it's not that.
It's not from what I remember, but it was still kind of cool.
No, actually, I uploaded an image over there for it.
Why don't we put it on screen?
So this is where the camera is the whole time.
Yeah, it's
Why would you want to play like that?
It's to give it a unique style. Now that I thought, okay, I got it mixed up with something that I did on the Nintendo Switch.
Yeah, you're thinking of the Ultra Street Fighter 2, I believe.
Yes, I am. You're right.
Which that is actually first person. This is not.
This I did not like. I remember
No.
this. I actually did not like this. So
No,
who's Bobby and who's Sterling?
I don't know. Like,
Why is Bobby Sterling?
I don't know. Like, I went
Who
online.
is Bobby Sterling?
I
Right?
Googled images for this, and there's actually not a lot of images out there about this. I had to actually go look up a video for this.
It's probably a video. We could play a video if you wanted to, but that's fine.
Do you really need to play a video of this? I mean, that kind of says it all there. That's a terrible perspective for a fighting game.
Oh, Legs was saying he was interested in Naked Blanca. Anyways, yeah, I'm not too into this, into that either. But I did actually play the 3DS version of it, and that was something that I played. I think Legs said he wants to see the video, bro. We should have uploaded it.
If you want to see some of the video, here, I will link Blazt to it.
Okay. I have to share my screen. Okay.
There you go.
Okay, hold up. Let me pull this bad boy out. It's got advertisements playing, and I'm also going to mute the volume so that we do not have to worry about things. So give me a second. I will pull it on screen. Oh my god, dude, how long is that thing?
Oh wait, I don't want to get us flagged for that.
No, you should not. Here we go. So Legs, this is per your request. This is the 3DS example. So like you would hold the console, like this is where I remember I had like my controls and stuff. And this is what you would see. Like it was a while ago.
It's got buttons for moves, right?
Yeah, it had buttons.
You might want to skip the character intro.
All right, I'm skipping the character intro. Here we go. This is the menu, from what I recall, which is pretty cool too. So happy you had that on the ready, Utility Man. That was pretty good.
Yeah. So I should at least give credit to the channel since we're showing their video. This is a video done by Nintendo Life.
This man has a bat for his icon and Emo Brooder for his tag.
Oh, so that's who Bobby is. He's an emo brooder. All right. Here we go. Shout out to Bobby from Nintendo Life.
Yes. Thank you for
stealing your
suffering
content
through this 3D mode for us. I would never want to play this.
All right, let's fast forward a little bit more. All right, here's what was that? Why did it?
What did you do?
I don't know. Oh, because I think you got. All right, here you go. So this is what it was like.
Oh gosh, that's awful.
And you could tell, like they tried.
That's rough.
They tried to give like a different angle, but it's just.
That's really all it is taking the camera and putting it angled behind the character.
Yeah.
I can't imagine why anybody would prefer to play that way.
Shout out to my man Red Six. He's texting me.
Isn't it awful? Yeah.
This is terrible. Okay, can we turn this monstrosity off?
Please.
I mean, yeah, I think he
It's a pretty cool Chun-Li skin, though.
That is.
Oh yeah, the skin's nice, despite the fact that I don't like that they did the stuff with skins. I don't like all the nickel and diming, but I'm not going to say some of the skins don't look good.
Right, but this is this version. Don't they have the regular one? Oh, so look, even if you did, let's see, he does the demon here. So here's the demon. At least the demon comes off normally, but you can tell the graphics are downscaled somewhat in this too. So They did that on the 3DS version because, like, you could tell his eyes are not. They're barely red. Like, you could barely see any red in those eyes.
Yeah, like I'm not knocking it for the hardware limitations. I understand that the 30 frames per second was because of the hardware. Like the 3DS is a great system. I love my 3DS.
This is how I played it. This is how I remember it. And this to me was okay when I played it on the 3DS.
It is rough going to 30 frames per second, but it's playable.
Yeah, no, this was okay. This was pretty all right from what I recall. Like what you're watching right now. That was not too bad.
Are you sure this isn't like footage of Mike playing?
Oh, because you got Blanca in that, dude. All right, that's it.
Well, that isn't a Honda CPU.
I am shutting this off. Enough. Enough is enough. That's it. I am shutting it off. That's it. We don't need to go through that again. We had enough suffering. I'm good with that. That's it. That's it. It's over. It is over. Okay. Anything else for Super before we move on to Super Arcade Edition?
No, go right ahead to Super Arcade.
Oh, we could skip right over that. There's a whole lot there.
There's really not. Like if you played the intro to Super Arcade Edition, which is what I assume you're going to do, there is as many changes in the intro as there are non-balanced changes in the game. So almost none.
So even Legs agreed that 3DS was just terrible. Yeah, he's like, why did people even sign off on that? All right, let's move on.
Because it was something new that sold. That's all.
I mean, it was a launch title for the 3DS, which, funny enough, the 3DS didn't do that great to begin with, but it's doing great now.
All right, let me do this.
Arcade Edition.
Here we go with Arcade Edition.
So, while this intro plays, I will detail you the stuff that they changed in this game. Balance changes, 4 characters, 3 of which we'd already seen before, and the title says Arcade Edition. There you go. That's it.
The intro seems very similar to the previous intro.
It's pretty much the same.
Starts off with Ryu and Ken facing off.
Yeah, I was wondering if I should even bother uploading this intro because it, like, other than it saying Arcade Edition afterwards and showing a different CPU fight, I don't know of one difference with this intro.
So why are we playing it?
Because I thought we might need 3 minutes to talk about the differences with this game, and it actually took less than 3 minutes.
Okay.
Like this was just their attempt to say, okay, we gave you an arcade version like fans have really wanted. Now we're going to take that arcade version and sell it to you again on console. That's pretty much it. Like it was a DLC update to Super.
Yeah, I could see that. Well, I guess we're waiting for this to finish, or should I just prematurely kill it? I mean,
Man, it really is identical.
yeah,
It really is.
That's kind of where I'm at with this. Like, okay, you got the raccoon.
Like this should have been a free update. It should have been a free update.
It didn't take long for them to give it away on what do you call it? The PlayStation Plus stuff. It was a giveaway title on PS Plus really shortly after it came out.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. So, what were the changes to this?
Again, balance changes, 4 new characters, 3 of which we've already seen, and it says Arcade Edition. That's it.
Who were the four new characters?
Okay, so it brought back Yun and Yang,
Ah.
It brought back Evil Ryu,
Oh, this is where it introduced you. Okay.
and this was the game that made Oni Akuma playable.
Mm. Yeah, Oni is like the evolution of Akuma, from what I recall. Okay. For some reason, I don't know why, I had thought those 4 characters were Ultra for some reason.
No. Ultra was like Hugo, Poison,
Wait,
Elena.
Lorenzo, yes. But I had also thought. Yeah, let's go into Ultra.
I do have one more thing to say before you do Ultra. So
Wait. Here comes the title. See, now it says Arcade Edition.
Oh, now it's different.
There we go.
This
is what the difference is. I see it. Okay. Well, why does that still say? Look at that. It still says Super Street Fighter 4. They got lazy with it. They couldn't put Arcade Edition in that.
Do you think they got lazy? Do you think?
That's funny. They only have it in the title screen, but not in the screen where they're actually having the demo. Wow. That's just poor. Oh my God. Wow. Yeah. Legs is pretty happy about Ibuki. He likes Ibuki. So,
I did have one more thing to mention. So, this will be relevant later, so I guess I should say it now. Arcade Edition did have a 2012 patch to it, which was another balance patch, and it had a 2014 patch, which was another balance patch. Okay. But like no new characters were added, no new gameplay elements were added, basically just balance patches. And that does it until Ultra.
So
yeah, that's all it was balance. Yeah. But this game, that's all this, a lot of this game was balance. The initial release of the game was just a balance patch plus some new characters.
Yeah, essentially. And to say Arcade Edition on the title screen. We can't forget how important that was. Like, we can't say it during the CPU battle demo, but, the title screen has to say it.
That's just somebody forgot to put it there. they pushed out the door so fast. They was like, oh, wait. Hey, did you guys change the title in that? No? Oh, well, hell with it.
That's just terrible, bro. I can't believe they did that.
Yeah, I mean, let's reinforce that point. So you had a Street Fighter 4. Then you have Super Street Fighter 4, which is the last Street Fighter 4. There will never be another. And then you come out with an arcade version for the arcades. But, that doesn't count because that's in the arcades. That doesn't count. And then you're going to take the arcade edition, release that on console, which Super was supposed to be the last one, and now Ultra Street Fighter 4, which we're about to get to. You lied, Capcom. You lied, and it wouldn't be the last time.
That's the track record that we know. Okay. So, moving on, let's go to Ultra Street Fighter 4. The final edition, right? Or so we think. Look at what they did with Ultra Street Fighter 2.
I'll tell you right off the bat, as you show the intro for this is such a lazy intro.
Oh, I'm going to play the intro, but I just want to give a shout out to my man War444 who's out there. What's going on, my man? He says it, I hate to say it, but Mr. Tom's Capcom always lies. He's saying Capcom always lies. That's what he's saying.
They do have a track record of it, a long, long history of it.
Oh, yeah. It's okay. We know.
In fact, I think the only time they ever told the truth in this series is during Street Fighter 1, when they told Ryu there were guys like him all over the world. That part was true.
Oh, that reminds me of Street Fighter History Episode 1.
Oh, you don't have that clip to play.
Don't you do it.
I don't have the clip to play. I really want. I should keep that thing there just so that it's ready. because
You put that shit on a trigger, just
all over the world. We should have that. Okay, I am going to play Ultra Street Fighter 4.
Okay, so this game was actually worth getting, but the intro is basically the last 3 games with stuff removed. Like, look at this. Like, we saw that before. We saw that before. We saw that before. Like, really?
How much can you recycle? Well, they're known
As much as they can, I guess. And like, to put this into perspective, outside of the new characters, I think everything is recycled in this.
Well, just the new characters. There we go. What you're seeing right now. Oh, this is recycled.
yeah, they literally just cut bits and pieces and slap new shit in it.
Yes,
You could probably notice the resolution difference in it, to be honest with you, because of the year span.
That's what it is.
Yeah, this intro was also much shorter than the others as well.
Oh, they were like, okay, let's get to the point.
Yeah, let's get to the point. Oh, yeah, so that thing that we lied about, yeah, here it is. But at the very least, unlike Arcade Edition, this game's actually worth picking up.
Wow. So War 444, we're not at Street Fighter 5 yet. We'll do that next week. Where you could say and cover what your opinion on Street Fighter 5 is too, bro. We'll be happy to discuss it. He said he picked up Street Fighter 5 for $5 and he wants his money back.
Excuse
Bro.
me. That's still a good game.
I like Street Fighter 5. I agree with BloodTide, but I never knew War 444 became Meatloaf. Like, I want my money back.
I bought Street Fighter 5 release week for full price. You think you want your money back?
And this
I
is the
can tell
guy.
you stories.
He bought it for Blanca. We all know. Okay,
Why
so
is your mind? It always goes to Blanca. Why are you constantly thinking about Blanca? This better not be another bathtub incident.
listen, I know you went over, you gave him the polish, you cleared up, you gave him the wax, you gave him a mani, you gave him a petty. He's happy.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the utility man service. You know, your deal, your special, where you come over their house. You know, he's like one of your top customers.
You know, if using Capcom music doesn't get us flagged, that will.
No, I'm dead serious. Like, we know about that.
Get your fantasies out of our stream.
Wait, hold up. We are not talking about fantasies, okay? This is a reality, okay? We know that you have this business that you run, utility man, okay? There is no running from your business, okay? We know what you do on your side hustle, okay? It's okay. It's okay.
Look at the look of just disdain in his face. It's amazing.
Okay, I'm done.
Are you? We're done? We can go?
We're killing it. That's it.
He'll have another Blanca joke in 5 minutes, I'm sure.
Oh no. This right here, this is all I needed. This is all I needed.
All you need is Blanca in the bathtub. You heard it, everyone.
Oh no. That's just proof of the pudding.
You heard it, everyone.
He was sticking out his foot. You would go in there to give him a manicure and pedicure and all, and the wax steel special.
Oh, that is not a representation of me, no matter how much you try to spin it.
Dude, it even looks like you. Hold up. Look at the face. Look at the resemblance. It even looks like you a little bit.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. That's your wife. She'll agree, I'm sure.
I can assure you that any version of me my wife has ever drawn does not look that bad.
Well, this is the Super Mario version of you, I suppose. Okay, I'm done. I'm going to leave it alone.
So
I'm going to leave it alone.
Who did you pay to draw that?
Even Leg said the level of troll right now is
Who
glorious.
did you pay to draw that?
I'm leaving it alone.
How much money did you spend on that?
We're not doing this. We should focus on the show, okay? Not derail this.
Why you're being yelled at in the background?
No. Nope. We're good. We are good. So,
okay, now that blemish is over with.
Ultra Street Fighter 4.
Ultra Street Fighter 4.
Which Blanca was a part of.
Yeah. When we get to this,
we broke him.
Nobody wants them.
We broke him.
I was trying to hold it together. I can't. Okay, I'm fine. I'm really fine. Hold on, I'm blank on the camera. And mute myself.
Let me file this under Blanca Joke 743. We're really getting unique now.
Okay. Things got a little too silent. We're good.
You know, I just want to say, after displaying Blanca in a bathtub, the last thing you should be doing is shutting your cam off for an extended period of time.
Listen, you're the one with the thought process, not me. Anyways.
You're the one bringing up naked Blanca and then shutting your cam off.
The man's not naked. We don't know.
Actions speak louder than words.
We don't know what's going on in there. You're the one that would know. You went to deal with the situation. You should tell us.
You see, everyone, he's the one constantly bringing Blanca up. Who's really obsessed with the character? It's not me.
Okay. If we keep staying here, we are not moving forward. We need to move forward. I even got my wife in the background saying,
Of course, because she's mad at you for the money you spent having that drawn.
Oh, no. That was all me. For you. That was all me.
That was a personal gift.
The way he said it, too. Okay, I'm done. We gotta move on.
So for anyone who is listening to this and not able to watch it, I apologize for the last 15 minutes we wasted.
Yeah,
if you ever listen back to it again, skip those 15 minutes.
You'll have to tune into the show to actually see it. We were posting a picture of Utility Man taking care of Blanca.
No, what we were posting there is a bad visual representation of not me, which you think is me, walking towards your dream date of Blanca in the bathtub, which you can't stop bringing up.
He gets a little sensitive about his personal time with Blanca. We know.
Who wouldn't be irate seeing Blanca in a bathtub other than you? You keep posting it. You must like seeing it.
Listen. Even War 444 says, never come close to a naked Blanca in the shower house.
How many people?
How you survived?
Like, look at this thing that I hate. I'm going to post it 40 more times to show my dissatisfaction. Nobody does that.
It's okay. All right, can we move forward now?
I've been trying to move forward.
All right, we're starting off with a... Bro, you got your service going on the side?
No. So
still taking care of Blanca out there
in the bathtub. Then you turn off your cam. Now you're busting out the tools. You're going to get us flagged.
Listen. How about we start off with a bell? Okay. We'll
We
get
didn't
to back.
even discuss what was different.
We'll
about
get
Ultra Street
back
Fighter
to your
4.
Blanca. We'll
No,
get back
we
to
didn't
your
even
Blanca.
talk about the game.
Oh, you want? Oh, bro, what you got
Tell
going
your
on over there?
wife you're still streaming to hold on for another 2 hours.
Another 2? I don't think it's enough. I think we need another 4.
I'll see you guys later. Hell with this. I didn't sign up for this.
All right, what are we doing now? Oh, we're back to. Okay, we're back to. No, not that. This. Okay, this. Okay. All right, let's get back to it, guys. Let's go back to Ultra Street Fighter 4.
You know, there were some things added to Ultra Street Fighter 4. Okay, I think we're done.
Okay, what are those things?
You know, there actually were some important changes added to this game.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. There you go. We're done. Like, you wanted to move on to Abel. You clearly don't care about Ultra Street Fighter 4. You want to hurry along with this talk show so that you can get back to your naked Blanca and your unmentionable tools while nobody's watching.
There.
Oh, yeah, one time for the road.
Yeah, did I just hear another rear in the background there, Blast?
Oh.
Mm.
Listen, this is what stays in the bathhouse with you and Blanca stays in the bathhouse with you and Blanca.
Then why does
It's a Honda
what
foul.
is in your house with Blanca stay there? Why do you have to share it with everyone?
Oh no! Those are just pre-recorded sessions by
Those
the
were
door.
pre-recorded power tools being used.
That's what you ended up
So
using when
you
were
had
trading
those
off
set
aces.
up for when you were going to show off Blanca.
Okay, we could stop now. We could stop.
No, now you want to stop. No, go
because
ahead.
this will
Go ahead.
continue.
Blanca joke 743. Go for it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
What's next? Some oil? Some gel? What do you prefer? Never mind. I don't want to know.
Listen, whatever worked with you and Blanca is not something I want to know about.
You know,
including that
a
sound.
talk show here. This is supposed to be about Street Fighter 4, not your fantasies.
Blanca Street Fighter 4.
BloodTide, you might as well tell people what this game added.
Characters?
Well, yes, it added characters. That's not
Well,
what
I mean,
meant.
but there was some. Wow, to be honest, I don't really remember what else was added to this game, besides the 4 characters, and some of them ended up becoming more mainstay now. Well,
Well,
except
it
for
added red focus attacks.
oh right, the red focus. Yeah, that was kind of a big deal.
It was just kind of a big deal.
Yeah,
For
that
those of you
crumple.
wondering what Blast is doing with his camera off, yes, it is exactly what you think. I'm sorry.
Giggling like a schoolgirl.
No. So red focus attacks.
Worked very much the same as a regular focus attack, only had like infinite armor, and it can crumple on like just you don't have to charge it. It can just crumple on like instantly hitting it. But it costed 3 meters, I believe, like because your super bar was divided up into 4 meters. So
You know,
and
I
it
was thinking
costed 3
was
sections.
2,
Maybe it is 2. For
but
some reason I was thinking it was
you
3.
remember better than me.
Because it's pretty damn strong.
Oh yeah, it's definitely strong. So in addition to that, you were able to also have both of your ultra combos at the cost of them doing less damage.
Oh, that's true. There was the duo. Yeah, I forgot what they called it actually. It wasn't duo, but there was a
I thought it was just ultra combo double.
double. Maybe that's what it is. Yeah. Which that there was only a couple people that really could utilize that. Rose was definitely one of them, because her supers or her ultras were kind of utility to begin with. So,
Utility. Okay, yeah. Yeah, thanks.
did you say thanks?
Okay. Yeah, you mentioned me. Thank you.
Oh, well, no. Sorry, man.
I guarantee you right now, Blast is getting grilled for the money he spent on that drawing. 100%. And
I mean, that
deserving
could very
every
well
second
be.
of it. Deserves every second of it. So this game also added a very good defensive tactic that I think was long since needed. As just a simple thing, delayed standing. You could delay your wake
Oh,
up.
I didn't know that came in this game. That's wild.
Yeah, for anybody that is just like waiting there to counter you as you get up, you can get up slower if you want. Completely throws off the rhythm.
Well,
And
actually,
this
it's
was
just a
so
regular
needed.
get up. I think they just added like quick get up, essentially.
I thought we already had quick standing from the earlier versions of Street Fighter 4.
Well, maybe. I
Hmm.
thought they all came together, but you might be right.
Well, I know this game also added elimination mode, which was basically team battle in King of Fighters style, which was really cool.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Something not very many people played with, unless they're sitting at home on a couch on a console, which was probably a thing.
That's true. Trying to think what else was added. The game did add an online training mode if you want to go online.
Yes, it did. It
with your
was
friends.
like, and it's still sought after to this day, and some games just refuse to put it in.
His avatar is Rugal. So if you recognize Rugal, that's why you know what it is. And one last thing before I get on to the big change, this game actually added a network simulator mode where you could force lag on your offline game to practice playing what it would be like with online lag.
Which essentially just gave you like a few frames of delay depending on what you set it at on button presses and motions.
Like in theory, that sounds like a really cool addition, but does that really help? Because you're not going to know what the lag is like online. It's going to be constantly changing.
Yeah, well, that's true too. But like, there are some games that force a delay depending on the connection, right? Like Tekken.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So whenever they put that in there, it was actually really appreciated. But you're right. The way the delay net code works in Ultra 4, like you're not really going to know exactly. So,
And one last training mode thing that they added, which again was needed for so long, they added save states in training mode.
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember that actually. Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember using that.
If you want a certain sequence to be repeated, you could just hit a button and the computer would automate it.
Okay.
So you can see what can link in that situation, which is actually really
how
helpful.
to punish,
That's really cool if they did that. Yeah.
And now the last big update that they added to this game, which in my opinion makes this game so worth it, they gave this game essentially what Hyper Street Fighter 2 has, where you can pick any Street Fighter 4 version of any character.
Oh, they did. They did do that.
Yeah, they've done that with the
are we going to talk about the elephant in the room
room
whenever it comes to that?
Well, we can certainly do that now if you want.
Omega Mode was
Omega Mode.
Capcom kind of releasing certain ways that characters played that you can find hints of in Street Fighter 5. It was pretty interesting.
Can you imagine if they do that with Street Fighter 4? Like have another version or edition, because you know they did that with Street Fighter 2. They came out with Ultra Street Fighter 2, and that was a thing. Imagine if they came back and said, okay, we have a definitive version of Street Fighter 4, where we're adding another 2 characters, and we have this fix or this mode or whatever. Can you imagine that?
I don't
Like,
think
they
they'll
did-
ever do that. I don't think they'll ever do that with any of the other ones. I'm pretty
No,
sure,
not in this day and age. They're always
No.
looking to the future.
Yeah, but as far as Omega mode goes, for those that don't know, basically
I remember.
your attacks did extra damage, and a lot of characters actually gained new attacks.
No, they just completely changed the way all characters worked.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is such a heavy modding of the characters. We cannot even go over a list of it. Like, it would
Yeah,
take
no,
us an
they're-
hour alone to go to all the changes.
Speaking of modding, do you guys remember how many mods there were once it was on PC? How
Yeah,
there were so
tons
many
of-
skin mods and there were so
Yeah.
many game changes. They would take one character's skin and they would take one character and they would give them the whole move set of another character and things like that on the PC. And you would get like
There's just
some
a model
weird-
swap. Yeah.
Yeah,
You-
or
like-
for
like you
the
said,
people
model
that
swap.
don't want to buy the skins, here they are for free.
Yeah,
Oh, they did that.
that was
They
a
did
big
that.
thing too. But
They did that.
it's only client side. People aren't going to be able to see it. It's just for your own
Yeah.
preference.
Well, I mean, that's usually all you care for anyway. The only time you really care if your opponent sees the skin, if it's like some super rare limited edition skin that nobody else can get, you just want to rub it in their face. Other than that, it's just for your viewing pleasure. And I think that is the last real change to Ultra. I mean, but again, I think that makes it worth getting because I'd love to.
I mean,
go
it was the
with what-
definitive edition. It was really fun.
It was.
Yeah,
That was
because I mean,
definitive.
you can pick vanilla Street Fighter 4 if any character was in that game, Super, and the 2012 arcade edition, or the Ultra version, or the Omega version. Like that really added
was
a lot
there
to
a
it.
birthday skin?
A what?
Birthday skin.
I mean, I'm sure there was.
I don't remember. To be honest with you.
I don't
So-
know specifically what he's referring to, but I'm sure there was.
There was so many, especially on PC. There was even like custom mods and things like that. And I remember I messed with some of that, which was pretty cool. Like I installed some of those things, and I thought that was pretty awesome.
Okay, so I know you want to get on to the characters now, since we've kind of covered the game mechanics.
Well, we only spent an hour and 40 minutes going over the games themselves. I suspect another 3 hours for the
No,
characters.
no. We spent an hour and 20 minutes going over the games and 20 minutes on your fantasy.
Oh! You mean your job? I got you.
No,
Like
I
what?
mean the tools in your background being.
You mean the
played
tools?
and
The
your camera
tools
going
of your
off.
utility belt. I understand utility, man. It's all.
I
Oh,
will
here
go
we go
back
again.
and clip that on the screen.
He brought it up.
You literally have toys going off in the background after looking at
He
Blanca.
brought it up. He wanted to know. So,
I
Bro,
was correcting you, something that
Bro,
I am a professional.
I let it go. But if you want to talk about your business and promote, that's cool with me, man.
Oh,
I
yeah,
know you're
you
trying
let
to
it
have
go.
that wax-
for the 10
That
minutes
wax
your cam
special
was
with
shut
the
off.
Manny
You let
Petty,
it
I
go.
got you. I got you. Like he's in the bathtub. He's
Move
ready
on to
for
the
you.
characters. Move
It's
on
all
to the
go.
characters.
Okay. Okay. Let's go. So we're gonna start off with Abel.
Yawn.
Boring.
Really?
Move
You
on.
guys found him
Next.
boring?
Next,
Hold up.
yeah. Now everybody
Really?
found him boring. He's
Oh, I
playing
found
Jim
him boring.
McGee.
Okay. I did think he was pretty dull.
His play style was really cool, but as a character design, he is the most boring looking thing that ever
You
come
said
out
it.
of.
But you said it. His play style was pretty cool, and that's what I want to focus on because his play
Because
style.
he's like
was
that
awesome.
weird like shoot fighter wrestling
Yes.
striker.
Yes.
I'd rather play Alex. Like what? Like I know Alex wasn't in this
Okay,
game.
I
But
can see
why
that.
wouldn't I rather play Alex instead? So, like, lore-wise, if I recall,
Easy working. I love you, man. That's hilarious.
He has amnesia. He doesn't remember anything, so you don't really know a whole lot about him.
he was found by Charlie, who saved his life at the time. Yeah, he has amnesia, which is the main reason he joins this tournament, to discover himself.
He has that connection with Kyle, yeah.
I
I don't remember nothing, but I know how to fight. I do remember how to fight. Okay.
Yeah, spoilers, but I guess people are here for the lore anyway. He ends up being an imperfect replacement body for M. Bison.
Yes, that's right. Yep.
That's all he is. Like, you're a failure. No wonder you're so boring.
No, I mean, yeah, he's got some. The character, like I said, was a little dull, but at the same time, I felt like he's moveset.
Well,
The things you can
like,
do with him were pretty cool. And the soundtrack, his theme was awesome. Like the melody to that theme was just on point. One of the best Street Fighter 4 melodies. We got to give him that.
well,
I'm sure
considering I never played him and I never had anyone else pick him, I don't even remember his theme.
His theme was pretty cool. It was so good that Vagrant and we decided to use his theme in Stride or Die.
Okay,
we
so
made
that's which one you used.
That's one of them that we used.
Okay,
yeah.
one of them.
Like,
No,
I really like that theme. I thought that
like the character's entire reason for being there is, hey, this is one of the next big characters we want to push. It failed miserably. Nobody cared about it. No, let me take that back. He has some fans. He has some fans, but the majority of people don't care about this character.
I can see those guys lining up outside your door, bro. So watch yourself. That's all I gotta say.
No, like I'm not like saying he's a bad character or anything. He's just boring.
So shout out to my man EJ. He said off topic, which is off topic, but Chun-Li's pre-order for Jada Toys figure is out tomorrow by Big Boy Toys. I did get that email. I thought that was awesome, by the way. So sorry to derail things. I know you tell me you were going on.
No, that's okay.
But I wanted to give my man.
Trust me, what he is talking about is far more exciting than this character.
Oh, okay. And with that, folks, we're moving on because we have a huge roster. And we're going to go to my man, Akuma. You know, Akuma and Vanilla, like, they didn't have him in Vanilla, right?
Well,
and then he is, but they originally did not have him. That he was like a boss character, somebody that you have to unlock. I don't have that the drawing of the animation when you would fight him. I liked what they did with that, and they had that cool stage, you know. And I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys have saw the scene, or if you haven't, check out on FightersEvo's channel the Akuma combo video and whatnot. I'll be right back home one second.
So Akuma is essentially just here again to be cool. Like with Street Fighter 2, he doesn't join the tournament. He doesn't really need to. It's just, oh, I sense a strong presence. I'm going to go assert my dominance. That's what he does.
Yeah, no, that's all he does. Yeah. He's like, oh, there's people fighting. Let me get in on this. That's all he does.
So, lore-wise for these games, what I recall, before the
He's
tournament,
the wedding crasher.
Well, yeah. He tracks down Ryu because of Ryu's growing Sasui no Hado, and he's actually beating Ryu pretty easily, which is why I assume Blazt disappeared for this part, because he doesn't like hearing Ryu get beat. And Akuma only leaves once Ken arrives. You know, the actual hero of this series.
You mean Go Ken, not Ken.
No. Akuma is clearly easily beating Ryu, and then Ken comes and Akuma leaves. This is lore. That's
I don't know what you read, buddy, but okay.
That's how it happened.
That's how it happens in your dreams with Blanca too, by the way. But we don't talk about such things.
Oh,
No,
wait, I thought you were bringing that up again.
I'm not. So
You
listen,
see, he's obsessed. He can't stand hearing Ryu
I'm
be defeated.
trying to
He
help.
eats away at him.
I'm trying to help you promote your business, but
Yeah, your
during our
massive
streams,
fanboyism for
brother,
Ryu.
this is not how it goes down. Listen,
It's like, why don't you just
if you-
realize the
if
man
you
took
played the
another
game-
loss? Like, he's
Let me
lost to
finish.
Ken and
Let
lost
me
to Ken
finish.
again, and now he's losing
me
to Akuma. The
finish.
man only loses.
finish. I was gonna save it for when we get to Goken, but what happens is, okay, hold up. I'll even turn my camera on for this one. What happens is that yes, he does beat up Ryu. You're right,
Yes, he does.
but it's not Ken that shows up. It's Goken, because Goken and Akuma face off. Then that's what happened. They face off, and you see the whole blue color and the red color, facing off with each other, like the two brothers going at it. That's what you see in Ryu on the ground. That's what I recall in Street Fighter 4. And correct me if I'm wrong, everyone, but this is the ending for it. And I want to give a shout out to Assassin's Fist, the movie, because they took some of the elements from the games where they had Akuma and Goken face off. And I felt like that was awesome. So I just want to leave it at that. Sorry. Okay, proceed now. Now, I don't recall. Yeah, that is true. They had him as Shin Akuma in this. He had a double fireball when you faced him the first time, if I remember correctly.
Now I'm wondering if the article I read just typoed and accidentally said Ken instead of Goken.
That's probably it, bro. I remember that.
Oh, that could be.
I played the game. I played the game and I remember it very well. I could probably find you that ending if you want to see it.
No, I won't doubt you on that. I won't doubt you. Very well, could have been a typo.
As I play the hell out of a Street Fighter 4, and I know, like, I'm very into the lore for the Shotos, especially Ryu, Ken, Kuma, and Goken, and all those guys.
But despite that typo, that doesn't really change Ryu's win-loss record.
My man Easy with me.
Like, Ken did win Street Fighter 2, and Ken did beat Ryu in Street Fighter Alpha, and now here's Akuma beating Ryu. Like, those all happened. I'm not wrong about those.
No, you're not wrong about those. Ken did beat him in Alpha, we know. That's when he gave him the headband, we know. And in the anime, too, he gave him the headband. So, and I totally agree with EZ. Ken couldn't beat Akuma. There is a scene.
No, I didn't think Ken could beat Akuma. I wouldn't say that. I despite the fact that might have been a typo, I never said Ken would beat Akuma. I just said Akuma left afterwards.
There is an anime short which I would loved and I thought was awesome, where they had Ryu laying on the ground, Akuma fighting with Ryu. It looked like he beat him up, and he was beating him up and saying, "You're hiding your power within. Why don't you let out the Dark Hado and all of that?" And he tosses him to the ground. And then Ryu is like dreaming of his past with Goken when he was a little boy and stuff like that. And then he gets up, fights Akuma, and they're two facing off, and it's a great battle. And then as they're charging one another, like Ryu's charging this ultra fireball from what I recall, and Akuma's charging at him. And then all of a sudden, Ken appears doing his rising dragon. And then he falls to the ground and he's like, you were about to finish him off without me? I don't like that. So it's implied that the two fight off against Akuma in that. And then the whole thing cuts scene, and then you see a waterfall, and that's when they introduce Goken. Like, I heavily was into the advertising to Street Fighter 4, and that scene, that whole trailer gave me goosebumps. Like, even right now, I'm talking about it, I'm getting goosebumps right now, bro. Like, I loved what they did with that. I thought that was... And that was a Japanese trailer, from what I recall. I don't know if any of you guys remember that.
No, I don't think I've ever seen it.
Bro,
What if you can pull it up?
I
Can you find it?
I could probably find it. Let me go look it up. I would want to actually upload it with the sound and everything because that thing was just so.
How long was it?
It was short. It was like maybe 2-3 minutes, but it was cool. There it is.
So
I found it. It's a 5-minute. It's a 5-minute video, and they had it on GameTrailers.com back in the day. So let me convert this video. Hold up. So that this way I could play it. But this thing was sick. It was great. It was really
okay.
good.
Well, I linked you to the thing that I had found.
Oh, you DM me. Okay. I was looking at something else that we got.
And you can see that it clearly says what I said happens. I don't know where they got that from, so I can't verify that, but that is what they say happens.
Sometime before the Third World War tournament, that part.
Yes.
Yeah, that's actually, so that's referencing, I think that's referencing, yes, that's referencing that trailer that I'm talking about. It's very close.
But
So
it does say Ken
let
shows
me,
up, not Goken.
yeah, no, Ken does show up for the animation. What I was talking about was the ending, what's actually in the game. This was different.
You know I wasn't talking about the ending because I said before the tournament.
Before the Street Fighter 4 tournament?
Yes, before the tournament, Akuma beats Ryu down, and Ken shows up, and Akuma leaves.
Yes, no, that is actually true.
See, okay,
Well,
there.
Wait.
Now, I'm not
Akuma does
saying
not
Ken
leave.
beats Akuma. I'm not
No.
saying that. I never said that.
You were saying that.
Okay, so see there, he had to validate what I said. Okay, I was right.
No, you were right with regards to what. No, not you're right. They're right with that article. Akuma doesn't leave though. It's implied that the three of them face off. Let me upload this so you can see what I'm talking about.
Okay.
And then if I have to, I will show you the ending in Street Fighter 4 where it was Goken and Akuma facing off.
No, I know Akuma and Goken face off, but that happens later.
Yes, that's it during the tournament.
That happens later, yes. I know that happens, but that happens after this.
Hold on a second.
So Ryu takes another L. It's canon.
Why is this?
Yeah, he's good at that.
Yeah. Sorry, easy market, but
He's
Ryu
kind of
takes another loss.
He's kind of the patsy of the Shotokans, you know.
Well, to be fair, Ryu gets up and you'll see Ryu actually fights off Akuma in this. I'm uploading this trailer. You need to give it more kudos and respect. Like, no.
Yeah, you better. You need to. Do it.
Yeah,
Do it.
He needs to redeem Ryu over here.
No, I'm about to. You'll see. What Easy say? Akuma does what he wants. Ken ain't gonna make him leave if he's left because he wanted to or because Ken wasn't worthy of a fight yet.
No, that's not why. Akuma was there because of Ryu's Satsui no Hado, which Ken helps him suppress.
All right,
Akuma had no reason to be there anymore.
It's a 5-minute. It's a 5-minute video. I'm gonna mute you guys. Okay. I'm gonna silence you for a minute. Just for a minute. Okay. And while I do that, I want to show
just for a minute, just for 5 minutes.
Okay. And now I'm done.
My gosh. He's still obsessed. He is still obsessed with it.
All right. I'm playing the trailer. I'm throwing us back. Hold on. Here we go.
捧げ果てた者よ、なぜ力を恐れ、なぜ意のままにしようとせん、このふぬけが。うぬがしと同じ道を行くか、弱き者の道、地獄への道をな。
違うのだ。所詮我ら修羅道に生きるより他に術なし。
気に入らねえな。この俺を抜きにケリをつけようってところがよ、どうにも気に食わねえ。そうだろう。
So there you have it.
So I have one thing to say to that. That can't possibly be canon.
So that actually was the advertisement in Japan for Street Fighter 4. And when people started seeing it and getting word of it, it easily became available in the United States, and they converted it like you saw on game trailers. When I saw it, I saw the Japanese version, and I was like, "What are they saying? I want to know. I want to know what they mean. I was so attached to it. What I loved about it, and everybody was speculating things like Akuma, for example, when he did that air fireball, bro, that's like from the Versus series. So when I saw that, I was like, oh my god, is it going to be like in the Versus series? He's having, the multiple air fireball like that. You know what I mean? Like there were certain things that
No,
we
he was
saw
just
it.
having a Dragon Ball moment. That's all.
Oh, but aside from having that, I loved how they put it together. Like Ryu runs up and goes, "Sure, you can," with the music playing and everything. Man, I'm telling you, it was pretty.
That's great and all, but it's not canon.
Again, to me, it's canon because it's
To
played.
you, it's canon because Ryu looks good.
No, this is produced by Street Fighter. It was on the
Canon
official.
lore
It was on the
specifically
official Street Fighter
says
website in
Akuma
Japan.
Rex Ryu.
Again, this was on the Street Fighter 4 website.
Yes,
This is
they use
official.
that is advertising.
Whatever it is, man, it's produced. It exists. Here
I
you go.
will go more based on what the game says than a trailer for the game.
So the actual thing with if you're gonna go by the game, it's like I said, they have Akuma facing off with Goku. If we're gonna go with that.
Yes, but that happens later, though. Again, like I'm not saying that doesn't happen. That happens later. This happens before the tournament.
Well, this is before the tournament.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, it couldn't have happened like that.
Well,
I would like to point out we're still in the A's.
You're a good
Okay.
pointing out.
Okay, then fine. I'll tell you right now, it could not have happened like that because Ryu did not have the
It's
meter
gonna be a long
built to
night.
do all of that. So clearly, that has to be fake.
Oh, I'm probably gonna call out sick or something tomorrow.
Yeah, good enough for you.
Okay, all
Okay,
right.
you can move
Okay.
on. Like, yes, we get it. Akuma is amazing. He beats Ryu. We get it. That's the important part.
All right, moving on.
Yeah.
Balrog.
Yeah, like
Oh,
he just.
you're right. I'll let you take that.
I love to play as Balrog.
He gets a son.
Sort of, kind of.
He
Like,
gets a student.
he's still just a hired hand for Bison, though. Like there's this Bison just taxes him with the responsibility of guarding his replacement bodies. Like it's not even like an important job. Bison has so many replacement bodies. Is like, yeah, I just need somebody to stand here and look imposing. And Balrog can't even do that.
Yeah, he does look kind of goofy.
Again, I love playing Balrog, but
I mean, as much as
he's a
as much
joke.
as Mike likes the Street Fighter the animated movie, like he was kind of a joke character in that.
Yeah. So Balrog's only real contribution is that he goes looking for a get-rich-quick scheme. He finds a boy with a Shadowloo mark on his hand that turns out to be Ed later in the series. And Balrog kind of raises him in a way, although not really treating him like a son, more treating him like
He trained him.
what can I use him for?
Yeah, he was a
Like,
tool.
Yeah, pretty much. Like all that's on Balrog's mind is making money. The boy was just a way of him possibly doing that.
If we're gonna talk about lore, I think you're right, but I don't know. Like, I thought he was pretty cool in this, and I like that they brought him back. Honestly,
Well,
I
I mean, I
thought he
do
was
too,
pretty-
because I like playing as him. So of course I would want him in the game. But the only important thing that he does is make somebody else important. He himself is not really.
well, he's a henchman. At the end of the day,
I
he's
know.
one of Bison's four
Yeah,
main.
but
Like out
so
of the
is
four.
Vega, and Vega still accomplishes something important.
You're trying to say that there's more character depth to Vega than Balrog, for example.
No, I'm just trying to say that Vega actually does something important, whereas Balrog is like, let me introduce you to somebody else who's important, but I am not.
In this game, or
In the-
are you
No,
talking
in
about
this
the character
particular, in this game, Street Fighter 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
He finds Ed, he rescues Ed, only because he thinks he can make money off the kid. Like, come on.
I mean, if you're gonna go that route, yeah. But if you, I mean, he's part of the Shadow clique.
He's
Leave it at
like
that.
almost the lowest rung of Bison's henchmen, essentially.
He's the lowest of the totem pole of the main four, yeah. But we all knew that
Well,
already.
Technically, this game only has a main three. The god is no longer with Shadowloo.
Oh, that's true. He went on a different path. But we'll
Who's no? Wait, what? He's no longer with Shadow Luz.
God
He's
is no
talking
longer
about
with
Sagat.
Shadowloo in this. Yeah.
Wait, in 4 he's not?
In 4, he's not.
Huh. I didn't realize that.
He wanted to redeem himself, if I remember correctly. Like he wanted to follow the true path of the war.
Well, yeah. But they didn't really. I don't remember them actually going into that in 4. They went all in on it in 5.
They did.
Oh yeah, it starts in 4.
We'd have to. Why don't we get to Sagat?
Yeah, we'll get to Sagat.
But
That's really all I have to say
sometime
about
tomorrow.
Balrog, though.
Well, Balrog was the whole thing, like, my fight money.
Pretty much, like he incentivized the whole DLC system with fight money.
I mean, he's really like a right-hand jobber. That's all. Man, that sounded
Basically.
terrible.
Again, I love playing the
But he
character,
is.
but I gotta be honest, he's a jobber.
Wow. Okay. I guess we're moving on if that's the case.
Yeah, we're just gonna leave him at right-hand jobber and leave that to everybody's best. Like, whatever.
Left hand jabber and
Okay,
right hand
okay.
jobber.
He's also an ear biter. What else?
No, you got the wrong
Oh
ice.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah. He headbutts. He doesn't ear bite.
That's right. I forgot about that. Okay. You got me there. Oh man, I don't.
Oh, here we go. We know who's next.
I'm gonna let Utility Man talk.
He's Unga Bunga. I mean, a play style. This is when people started to hate him. It really is. And 4 is when
It's not
people.
when people started to hate him.
No.
When it became
When
widespread.
actual players started to hate this character because he's just Unga Bunga. He's just.
No, they hated him in CVS too. And
I mean, he was just top
hated
tier in
him.
CVS too.
And that's
so.
why people hated
Yeah,
him.
but that's why. But like, he wasn't top tier in this game. He was just like, oh, this guy is so random and crazy, and like just the way his frames work, the moves that he had and stuff, that it just made him like he was kind of noob happy.
I mean,
you know,
it's kind of
we're
funny.
friendly.
Of course, given his lore, he joins the tournament because everybody looks at him funny and nobody likes him. You know, it's kind of like in real life.
I mean, that sounds very familiar.
Yeah, I know. It's almost like nobody likes this character. Even in his own game, nobody likes him.
This isn't called Blanca Fighter. All right, it's not his own game.
No, but like he joins the tournament trying to gain respect, fails, and returns home with his mommy. Oh,
You poor little Blanca baby.
Wow. Okay.
and then, you know, because Capcom felt so bad for this horrible character, they wrote in this fictional happy ending for him where the townsfolk show up at his door excited to see him, which did not happen. Still to this day, nobody likes him.
Listen. I know how you prefer. Okay. I know about the
Enough.
side business.
Let's go move on.
advertise it once.
Next character.
Oh my gosh.
Next
I'll
character.
advertise it once. So yes, Utility Man has a business. We understand. He takes care of Blanca, all his needs. We get it. So anybody that's looking for, a mani petty, my man's got it. That's all I gotta say. Okay.
Oh, is it Tuesday yet?
For him, it was Tuesday. Okay. So You guys done with Blanca?
Yes.
We know
There's
we
really
know
not
his-
much to talk about.
Yeah, we know his play style. His lore is just nobody liked him. There you go.
I don't think there was anything wrong with him. Okay, I'm moving up. Sea Viper. I thought the character was pretty cool.
I don't like that.
Well, first release, right?
Right. I thought the design and the concept was cool.
She's very much a fan favorite that people liked and are wanting her return.
Well, she's obviously a fan favorite. She made it into Marvel vs. Capcom 3.
Well,
Yeah, that's true.
She did. She did.
I don't care about this character. I just don't.
I've
liked
never really played her, to be honest with you. I know she's got some really hard, like her combo structure is extremely difficult.
So,
but you know, you didn't really see her a whole lot outside of like the actual pros playing her, and then a lot of them did really good with her. She had some crazy
they
setups
definitely
and stuff, but
yeah,
like
she's got some
gameplay wise,
cool
she's a
setups.
great character. I just don't like her as a character in general.
Well,
but isn't she like a mom? Like,
Yes. Let me get to that. It's implied in you actually find that out if you watch the Ties That Bond anime. So she's a secret agent, but what's really happening is that she's implied as a bad guy in Street Fighter 4 because she works for Seth. However, what's actually happening and the reason why is because she's doing all this because of her daughter. And that's what is implied if you watch the anime.
You don't have to watch the anime. One of her endings shows her daughter.
Does it really? I forgot.
Mhm.
It's been a
Yeah.
while. So, okay.
Her name
That's
was
good stuff.
Lauren, I think.
Okay.
I don't remember her name, but I do remember seeing her daughter.
Yeah. So essentially, she's a CIA agent, which you just
Yes.
said secret agent, but it's CIA. She's in charge of what they call Battle Suit Project, which is what she's wearing there. She uses a prototype of it to fight with, and that's what she joined the tournament for, essentially to show it off.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's okay. That sounds pretty boring, honestly.
I mean, the suit itself is not boring, but I don't find the character all that interesting. Yeah, she does infiltrate Sen. She's trying to find data about what they call the Blazt Project.
Yeah, that's starting
She
to come back.
gets pissed off at Cammy for being a better character than she is.
I like how she's
I
a better
don't disagree
character.
with that, though.
Screw her.
I don't disagree with that. I hate to say it, but I don't disagree with that. I like Cammy a lot. So
Yeah, see, I never really used her in the games though. Like, it's definitely entertaining to see what pros do with her, but her move style just doesn't fit me. And
She's
again,
awkward. She's
very
awkward.
awkward.
If you were to
Not-
pick her up and not know what the hell she does, she's awkward.
Well, not to go off topic, but she was the Captain Commando replacement in Marvel 3, and that also kind of made me dislike her all the more.
well, they have different edits or whatever mods, if you will. I wouldn't say she was replacing.
Okay, I think we got like what 41 more characters, 40 more characters, something like that.
How about we go with a fan favorite and familiar? Chun-Li.
You know, I feel bad for Chun-Li because she doesn't really have much of a role in the story. She's
No, shoot. I mean, it's just more Bison stuff.
it's like
Yeah,
Shadow
Bison,
Lu.
my father,
I will
let me
revenge on
go after
Bison.
him. Yeah. That's really what it is. I totally agree.
Yeah, she
Lore-wise,
basically
it's the
joins the
same-
tournament for Intel.
Lore-wise, it's the same thing over and over.
Yeah, except she does discover at the end of it that she mentions she thought she was trying to seek revenge for her father, but she was really doing it for herself all along. Which, I mean, that's a great take to the character, and a lot of people can relate to that kind of thing. But overall, she doesn't really do a lot. She's another fan favorite, so she retains pretty much all of her arsenal from Street Fighter 2.
And then some.
I'm glad she doesn't play like she does in Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. Like, that would have been frustrating.
Because she has like the little target combos now that go into launcher, and she got that's for her big bread and butter. The problem was, like, she would have been like really top tier in this game if it wasn't for the fact that, you know, Chun-Li's just by design, her buttons, she's a great poker. That's what she's always been good at, and the focus attack system just shuts that down. And therefore, like, by design, she's just not nearly as good as she should be. She's not a bad character in the game, but she's definitely not what she could be.
No, like, we saw what she could be with Third Strike, and that is annoying to fight. I'm glad they did not redo that. And the guy that changes the portrait stepped away again.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, I'm here. No, I'm here. I just needed to block things up for a minute. That's all.
Yeah, I'd love to talk more about Chun-Li, but her part in this game series is just really small.
Well, again, in the animes, it's like she's leading the investigations and things like that. You know, like, she's part of the Interpol. Like, it's the same thing, just being cycled over and continued.
Yeah, she's essentially an important character that just is kind of there for most of it. Like, she misses out on fighting Vega at one point. She has to get rescued by Abel from the base blowing up at Sen. But she doesn't really do a lot. Yes, she does get beat by Jury, which we will get to when we get to Jury. But overall, it's like they didn't know what to do with her. Kind of the same thing with Guile. Their stories are essentially just the same as they've always been.
It's why change it? They're just working together, trying to get by.
Pretty much. They're fan favorite characters. We know they have to be in this game because people want them in the game, but we don't really have anything new to do with them.
I like what they did with her in the future. We'll get to that later on.
Oh yeah, like she will be very important later, but for 4, not so much.
And it's interesting how, you know, you think Street Fighter 4, but Street Fighter 3 takes place after Street Fighter 4, just in lore, so that anybody that's watching and listening to this.
It's like, yeah, she's not broken yet, but she will get there in Street Fighter 3 Third Strike.
Yeah. She'll get there. Or was there? Or we.
Huh?
Okay. Anyways.
Moving on.
Yep. Dalzine. Oh.
To be honest, I've never been sure of this character's storyline ever outside of, like, Agni's the man. Praise Agni.
He's a pacifist that doesn't act like a pacifist, really.
Wow.
That's kind of the thing. He has what I would call T-Hawk syndrome. He has no good reason for being here, but he's here. From what I recall, the only real story element to this character in Street Fighter 4 is he joins the tournament because Sen is messing with the water supply in his village. That's it.
Keep your hands out of that dirty water. We don't want that.
That, like, I don't think they really gave him much else to do.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Like, he has conversations with a couple other characters, but lore-wise, I think that's about it. Now, gameplay-wise, I can talk all day about this character. He's one of my favorites, and they haven't changed him like they did with him in Street Fighter V yet. He still plays like the tried and true Dalzium that I love playing.
He still plays like he does in 5. You just the game design is a little different than what you're used to.
He's so different in 5. Come on. Like, I've played Dalzium for what feels like a dozen games now. He's very different in 5.
No, he's different.
Of course he's different, but like even his buttons are pretty much the same. They just
his normals are different too.
But that's you're taking a character that already has things established, and you're taking him into different iterations of series of games. He's gonna have the same moves that he's always had.
No, Street Fighter V
Come on.
really changed him. It is the biggest change for the character, in my opinion.
I'm looking forward to what they're gonna do in 6. We'll talk about that when we get there.
Okay. But
I'm looking forward
yeah,
to that.
like I said, lore-wise, T-Hawk syndrome. I need a reason to be here. Thanks, Capcom. You've given me a menial reason to be here. I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else you guys want to add on for Dalzine?
No, I don't know enough about this character. This is Tom's category.
I know this is Tom's category. I agree. This is up his alley.
Yeah, I mean it's much the same as Balrog. I love playing the character, but he doesn't really do much lore-wise.
Okay.
Yeah, this game kind of doesn't do much lore, except for very select characters.
Yeah, it really plays favorites with certain characters.
Okay. I hear you on that. Next one up on the Price is Right. I mean, down the list that we go, Honda. Mr. Time.
So,
I mean, lore-wise, I don't know nothing about him. I really don't. He's just, hey, check out Sumo. It's cool.
Well, he was a big time sumo wrestler.
I'm going to take this character and I'm going to file him under the same thing that I do with Chun-Li and Guile. He is here to do the same thing he's always done.
Yeah.
Like,
He's just a
sumo wrestling
bully.
is supreme. I'm here to show that it's supreme. And that's it. Like, the only unique thing about him lore-wise in this game is that he has a rivalry with Hakan. That is it.
Which is kind of cool because
Oh yeah,
we'll
that's
get,
definitely cool.
which he might be next.
No, he's not next.
He's not. Oh.
No. But from what I recall, I don't think they really changed his playstyle all that much. Like, he has the new mechanics with the focus attacks and all of that, but his overall playstyle from what he had in Super Turbo is kind of the same, I think.
So I just read about some of the lore on the web. I could just read this out. I'm going to take footnotes out of the Street Fighter Wiki. Honda is not back in Japan for long. He soon joins another international fighting tournament. However, his goals have not changed much at all, as he is once again fighting to prove his strength of the sumo to the world. During the tournament, he meets up with his old comrade Hakan, but loses his match against him. They later agree to meet in Japan, but Honda warns him not to expect victory. He also encounters El Fuerte and helps the aspiring chef by telling him about Japanese cuisine.
Okay, well,
More
the El
wrestlers.
Forte and Hakan parts I was actually saving for when it was their turn.
Okay, well,
Because that's more to do with them and less to
It
do with
is. It is, but this is Honda's ending, so I might as well add it in.
Okay.
After the tournament, he explains that, look out, Olympics, here I come. However, while on a plane, he comes to the conclusion that in order to get sumo into the Olympics, he will have to join the IOC, International Olympic Committee himself.
You might as well have just played his ending.
I said I read the whole thing from the
You might as well have just played it on stream. Yeah, he's here for the same thing that he's always been here for.
Proving to the world sumo has a place.
Yes.
Okay, so we did talk a little bit about El Fuerte. El Fuerte is next on the list.
Okay, so now you can mention the whole culinary thing. El Fuerte is not only a luchador, he is a culinary cook. A very bad culinary cook,
Yeah.
I might add.
Yep. And
So,
my man says, I remember El Fuerte is from Mexico. He's right. He's Mexican. He's definitely Mexican.
I don't know why, but I never tried this character. And
I tried them, but I couldn't play.
I mean, I'm a very big wrestling fan. I especially like the cruiserweight, lightweight stuff that they used to do. So I like the style, but I never tried the character.
Okay.
He's such a weird style, though. Like I'm expecting Hurricane Ranas and Frankensteiners and whatnot.
He kind of does a lot of that weird stuff, though.
He does. Which is why I'm saying he's all the stranger that I never played him. He seems like he would fit me perfectly. But I said the same thing about Rainbow Mika, and I never learned her either.
Okay.
Lore-wise, yeah, he joins the tournament to improve his culinary skill, which he does not, because the advice he gets from E Honda just makes him a worse cook. The only other thing, he has a rivalry with Zangief over whose wrestling style is better. Which I'm just gonna say straight up, like you're free to like one better than the other, but if those two fight, Zangief is gonna destroy this man. He will eat him.
I mean, yeah, possibly. Because the thing is like he's built to fight people his own size. He's not going to be throwing Zangief around like he would somebody else.
No.
He'd latch on to Zangief, and Zangief wouldn't move and would just look him in the eye and then bite his head off.
Yeah, I see we have a bit of a disagreement in the chat there.
Okay, I see. Am I saying it right?
Like, you got to keep in mind this is not sports entertainment where the little 100-pound guy can beat the 550-pound guy by
he has speed.
Him all over the ring. Like that doesn't happen.
Zangief is slow. This one has speed. He has somewhat of an advantage with the speed, but Zangief has the reach and Zangief has the damage. So.
However, unless this man is throwing punches like the Flash, they're just going to bounce off Zangief.
No, he does a lot of quick in and out run-ins, from what I recall.
Yeah, but he does a lot of grappling, which he's not going to be able to really do against Zangief.
Yeah, Zangief's a pretty big boy.
Yeah, and that's not a knock on the character. Like, I'm fine with the character, but if they fight, Zangief's going to win because they're going to have a wrestling match. Keep in mind, this is not going to be, oh, I'll bring a knife to this fight. No, they're going to have a wrestling match. Zangief's going to destroy him.
You're going to have to cut Zangief in half with that knife. So fucking I'm just saying.
Okay, yes.
Real fast with that knife.
Even with a knife, like, I mean, he could probably bring a steel chair and it would bounce off Zangief.
I could already picture Zangief turning around and being like, you want to know how I got these scars? You know? All right. You guys have anything else for it?
Come here, comrade. Let me show you.
Oh, one more interesting tidbit about El Fuerte. I don't know if this is official canon or not, but I've heard this, so I will mention it. Apparently, he was trained by the same guy that trains El Stingray from Saturday Night Slam Masters.
Oh, that's cool.
I don't know if
that's a bit of like canon. Cool little, yeah.
But I have heard that is the case. And we know that Slam Masters takes place in the Street Fighter universe. So it very much could be the case.
Okay.
What?
So let's move on to the next character. Go, kid.
Okay. Go ahead. You know, I'm sure you've been waiting to talk about this character, so go for it.
Oh, so when you're talking about gameplay-wise, he is...
Shoto, not Shoto?
Yeah, if you want to go for that, like that's really, he's backwards. He's the best way I could explain it is that he's ass backwards. Like, what do I mean by ass backwards? Like, you're gonna do his fireballs instead of like, it's like Akuma has the air fireballs going diagonally down. Well, this guy, he's shooting fireballs diagonally going up. Like I keep talking about combo videos and stuff that I've done in the past with Vagrant, but it was one cool thing that we did in the Akuma video where we took Goken, paired him up against Akuma, and you had Goken doing his fireball and you have Akuma doing his, where the two would meet mid-screen coming down on each other, which was really cool. But he is ultimately the opposite of Akuma, if you really think about it.
Oh, no, very much he is, yes.
Yeah, his moveset is all backwards. He doesn't really have an SRK, no Dragon Punch, unless you're doing his critical arts and stuff. If you're doing his Ultra or his Super, then you have it. If you try to do a DP, he's charging in with his what was it, his elbow or his palm? It's been a while. Like, he charges in, and then if you do it again, he pops you up in the air and kind of, you have room for that. Like, his Tatsu's also different. Rather than going,
it's vertical.
Exactly, yeah. Like, it's really, you're playing a character that's like an opposite of a Shoto. That's the best way I could put it. And I could see why they went with that, because it's like, all right, fine, you got Akuma, you got this, you got that. Like, what would be the opposite of Akuma? And there you have it. Like, I could see how that was done, mechanically. Lore-wise and story-wise, I mean, come on, this is Ryu and Ken's master.
Well, they're opposite in lore-wise, too.
Right. With Akuma,
Akuma's constantly looking for worthy people to kill. Meanwhile, Goken's like, by the way, I'm not dead. Hi.
I don't want to fight. I don't stop trying to fight. I'm all right. Fuck it. I'm gonna fight you.
Oh wow. No, but the thing with
but it's true. It's like he's supposed to be like the power of nothingness, right? He's supposed to be the master. So
yeah, well, this is actually how he survives the raging demon, by using the power of nothingness.
He did,
which essentially empties his soul. Therefore, there's no soul for the raging demon to kill.
Yes, but even it's so strong that it put him in a coma, which he survived. Ryu and Ken thought he was dead. That's the story.
So, he can come back and be like, oh, by the way, I'm not dead. Hi. Yeah.
But I have to give another shout out to like Assassin's Fist and stuff. They did a great job. Akira, who was the actor who portrayed Goken in that, I really liked him. I liked his role. I like what he did. Friends with the guy on Facebook too. Really cool guy in real life, the actor. So shout out to him, Akira, who played him. Great job. But story-wise, Goken did survive, and he ends up fighting Akuma in the end. But we don't see Goken anywhere else except for Street Fighter 4. We do see Akuma later on. So I always looked at it as, did Goken end up losing? Like, what really happened? You know what I mean? Like, that's what I like to know.
I actually believe Goken won. And I'll tell you why I believe Goken won. Because
no, easy market. No.
Well,
no.
So the whole reason for Akuma and Goken were fighting was basically over Ryu and the Satsui no Hado. Well, we know that in later installments of the game, Ryu's not evil, so Akuma couldn't have won.
I don't know.
I mean, that's kind of true.
Yeah, if Akuma beat Goken, he would have gotten Ryu.
True. So we really don't know what happened.
Well, no, we assume Akuma we win.
Yeah, right.
We assume Akuma won because Akuma's in Street Fighter 3, which takes place after Street Fighter 4.
Goken doesn't want to fight. Why would he be in? Like, he legit doesn't want to fight.
But they have the two facing off in Street Fighter 4.
Yes, but they face off over Ryu, which if Akuma won that fight, Ryu would be evil Ryu instead of just Ryu. Therefore, Akuma couldn't have won.
In the later versions, Ryu does not have an evil form.
So Goken must have won.
Okay, so the entire concept of evil Ryu period is just a what if character. It's just that's established.
Yeah, but they've added on a little bit more of it. Like it's his. If you also read the comics and all that,
That's why Kage exists.
Right, Kage is. Well, we'll get to Street Fighter V. I felt like Kage was something that came out of Ryu.
It is. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah,
it was the manifestation of the Satsuki no Hado within Ryu.
Perfect word, manifestation. That's exactly what it was. I totally agree.
Goken puts what is supposed to be a seal on the Satsuki no Hado with the power of nothingness, which ends up not lasting forever.
That's funny. Art of fighting without fighting. I mean, technically, yeah, I see how that goes.
But yeah, officially, I don't think they've ever said who won their fight. But
and it's one of those things that they're going to never probably tell you.
No, you basically just have to look at what the after effects of it was, and the way I look at it is Goken must have won. I guess you can interpret that differently if you want.
Well, I think so. I think Goken did.
Didn't you just say earlier you thought Akuma won?
Well, that's the confusing part. So it's like, why is Akuma? Akuma is the Street Fighter 3. So my assumption is that if Goken won, he let Akuma live.
But Akuma still wants to fight. Goken doesn't.
True.
Yeah, but that just falls on their training and their beliefs.
Not to mention
easy market with the super chat. Just gotta say, I love the series, love the lore, bro. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the love.
We love having you here too.
Yes.
No tomatoes this time.
And
tomatoes. Wait, what?
Easy. I will keep my promises. I have been with those IOUs, bro. I will definitely play.
Yeah, the tomatoes thing's just a long running gag I have with these.
Thank you, brother. We really appreciate it. This is going towards funding for the future tournaments and stuff, just so you know. So we're gonna do more things.
So the only other thing that I would mention about Goken is the whole thing with Shenlong.
Oh well, yeah. I mean,
we already kind of covered that in the Street Fighter 1.
But I just want to mention it real quick before we move on from it.
Since they did bring it up, since you were talking about it, yes, I think the whole appearance of him came from that Game Informer. He looked just like Shenlong. Come on. The white beard with the brown gi, all that stuff. You know, I totally agree with you on that, Utility Man. That was his appearance. I definitely can see that.
Yeah.
You know? But overall, I think what they did with the character in 4, I thought he was cool. We played that trailer, back earlier. The Japanese one that was converted to, I really, when I saw that waterfall and I saw Goken standing there, I got goosebumps, man. I'm telling you, the first time I ever saw it, I was like, whoa, that's cool. They're going to actually bring out Goken. I was excited for it.
Oh, yeah, that's that Shenlong dude that I saw 15 years ago, right?
I mean, yeah, it's clearly the Shenlong thing, but still, it was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was.
It's true. Well, we did cover it. So I've got some people in the chat going, I thought that was the only one that knew that Great Call Utility Man.
Great Call Utility Man. I like the sound of that.
What did you do, Hikari? What did you do? Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't egg this man on. Do not egg this man on. Don't do it. No, but I gotta give him kudos to it. It's a good call. But we did cover it before in the series, and I'm pretty sure you tuned into some of that before. So if you looked at the previous episodes, specifically Street Fighter 2, that was the one that brought out the whole thing with it, because that's where it happened. with the Game Informer and everything, you know, like, and that's also what I think created Akuma in a sense. We talked about that before. It's like this boss that comes out and beats Bison that you fight, you know, that's why they brought him into Super Street Fighter 2. So
Yeah, Akuma's still doing that to this day.
he still does. He still does. But I think Goken's pretty cool. I think on point, awesome character overall.
Okay.
Especially lore-wise and story-wise. I mean, come on, he's Ryu and Ken's master. So he's like the daddy of them, if you will.
Yeah, I especially love where Ryu and Ken are trying to follow him after this, and he's basically telling them, "You two are grown men. Live your own life."
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's true. He was not unlockable. Yeah. All right. So moving on, we got Flat Top. We got Guile. Guile.
Ew.
He's
Ew.
he's there.
Ew.
He has one of the most iconic theme songs ever, but as far as lore goes, he's there. Like he's like
Yeah,
Chun-Li.
look, I'm
I
Mr.
hate
Air
Shadow Lu,
Force.
and I
I will
hate
defeat.
Bison.
I will defend the honor of my friend that Mr. Babyson killed.
I mean, that's
Surely.
pretty it.
He taught me everything I knew, man. Charlie taught me everything, and now I need to go avenge him. But I don't know what happened to my friend. Oh,
Like,
screw my family.
like,
I don't want to be home. I don't want to be a family man.
BloodTide, I actually like Guile, but he has no real purpose being here other than people want to play the character. He doesn't really
He's
do much.
patriotic, bro.
He's the American representation of the front on Shadowloo.
Well, that's the best way to put it with regards to the exact lore.
Yeah,
I mean, lore-wise, that's all he is.
But
yeah,
when
that's his
people
story.
see
Like,
that,
I will avenge.
But as far as,
Charlie.
like-
That's it.
Yeah.
he's the America fuck yeah. Like, let's leave it at that.
Ugh.
That's what people see when they see Guile, and that's really what it is. I mean, so many Guile players. I forgot the dude that did it, but there's a dude out there that was playing Street Fighter 2, really good Street Fighter 2 player with Guile, made some sick combo video, and we're talking like really sick combos in Street Fighter 2. And then he made a Street Fighter 4 combo video, but he also did like some flashbacks to Street Fighter 2 in it. I forgot the dude's name, I forgot the combo video, but it was great. And at the time when, like I was telling you guys earlier about the Street Fighter 4 video that Vagrant and I did, like we got to 1 mil. This video was like either ahead of ours or right behind it, but it was like you went into the search bar, typed in Street Fighter 4, it was like our video and this dude video that would come up. Like that's how it was. But that was some sick stuff he was doing with Guile, like crazy combos, like 30, 40 hit combos, stuff like that. Like in Street Fighter.
Keep in mind, we did go over how broken vanilla Street Fighter 4 was.
We did, but you know one thing we didn't talk about was the damage scaling. When you did combos, when you did things, they started to do that in this series where they actually did the damage scaling.
The damage scaling has been there since
that was
long time ago.
but more so in this game. Come on, like we would do.
Oh, but more damage scaling.
No, it was.
Dude, you play MVC. You made all those combos, and you know how much like diminishing returns there are on damage in that game. Don't give me that this is the game that they definitively did that. Get out of here.
Blast just wanted to seem intelligent. That's really what it was.
No,
he was hoping we wouldn't call him on that.
No, it wasn't that. I would say I felt like I put in so much work with those combos in Street Fighter 4, and it was like, damn, it wasn't worth it. That's really how I felt. That's why I said it's just not.
It got you 1 million views, and you're saying it wasn't worth it,
bro. The 1 million views was the game that I was like, that was the video where we just messed around, where we both didn't know what the hell we were doing. It just happened to be we were like one of the first ones that got our hands.
How
on Street Fighter.
ironic! You could still make those kind of videos now.
You know, I could do certain things, but I'll tell you right now, without Vagrant, I feel empty. I need my man.
Well, yeah, because he eventually learned what he was doing, and you didn't.
Oh, wow. Okay. Wow. Okay, the level of disrespect is real. Listen. Just because we're not promoting your business here, okay?
You can't help yourself, can you?
No, but if we're going to come back to that, we'll come back to that.
You know we're still on the vanilla characters, right?
I know. Hold up. Let me get back to where were we? We were at Guile. Where's Guile?
Well, we're pretty much finished with Guile. Like, he doesn't
Yeah,
really
for the love of
play-
God.
He doesn't play
God.
drastically different. His story's not really different. You can like the character, you can hate the character. He's about the same.
Oh no, that's not Blanca Chang versus Mario Brothers, bro. That's Utility Man's business for manicures and pedicures and waxes for Blanca, and they're his fan base and players.
Fantasy that he commissioned somebody to draw, and then when his wife found out, she scolded him about it just earlier in the stream, to where he had to turn his cam off.
We can make a whole video, probably about bro, Utility Man. You know what I'm gonna do for you? I will make you a promo video for your business, promoting what you can do for Blanca, bro.
I hope you know that if you want to start this, I'm married to somebody that actually can draw. What have you got?
You underestimate my power. Anyways, moving on. Let's talk about a character that I think you're gonna like, Ken.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead.
Actual protagonist of this series. Thank you.
Player 2, color 2,
No,
number
no,
2,
no,
second best.
no.
Let's leave it at that.
Second best, I think not. How many victories he got over your boy?
Listen, what's he doing to you in the background? Like, he's literally behind you. I'm just saying, like, he's right behind you, bro.
Yeah, imagine that. I went and looked for a Street Fighter 4 banner, and it had Ken on it. Not Ryu, Ken.
You got a good point.
But Ken is always in your shadow.
But my Ryu. But.
Funny. I'm gonna wake up the wife now. Touche, Mr. Man, Mr. Utility Man. Okay. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and proceed about how much you guys.
His lore is basically the same as Ryu's if Ryu didn't have the Satsui no Hado. Like, hey, there's going to be a tournament. I'm going to join this. And then Ryu's like, hey, I bet Ken's going to join this. I'll join so I can lose to him again. And there's his lore.
Listen, he won him in the Alpha Series, okay?
Ken
I give you that.
Ken won Street Fighter 2.
Oh, this is definitely a late one, Steps. This is definitely a late one. Oh, boy. We're going into 6 a.m. That's what we're working on.
No, you better fucking start moving.
I already told the wife I may take the day off tomorrow. She's like, don't you freaking dare. Anyways.
So is this the game where flowchart Ken became a thing? Because I think it is.
Whoa.
Yeah, the idea, the laughs and, you know, the memes, I guess, is definitely from this game.
No matter what your situation, sure you can. Don't bother with kicks, just sure you can.
He's Mr. DP. That's the best way to put it.
Essentially, yeah. Like a 3-hit combo, massive damage, beats almost anything. Just fling it out raw.
Any of them. They got iframes. Just do it. Just do it. Right? Like that whole.
So we don't end this stream because we're trying to promote Utility Man's business. That's really what we're doing. That's really what we're doing. He's got his business. We're trying to promote it. You know, that's really what's going on.
You know, when we're still here at 6 a.m. and BloodTide is really mad about it, he's gonna know who to blame. And
BloodTide won't be here at 6 in the morning. I'll tell you that right now.
It's not gonna be me.
It's not gonna be me.
So
Not gonna be me.
I guess the only thing that really happens lore-wise with Ken, other than what we've already addressed, is that he has a child pretty much right after the tournament.
He did.
He
did have a child.
I think that's the only thing with him we haven't addressed so far.
That was pretty cool, actually, that they made him adult. Like, well, obviously it was before the events of Street Fighter 3. He had his son Mel, all that, so it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, Ken's gonna see a pretty hard downward spiral soon, but he's still doing good now.
We'll get to that in the future series of these. I'm hoping that you'll join us for the Street Fighter 6 one. But let's go down this path of Ken. Mechanics wise and gameplay wise, you're gonna like what I'm about to say. So we spent a lot of time working with Ryu and Ken combo wise. Certainly Ken is flashier, and I will admit when I was working on the combo videos between the two of them, I did enjoy playing with Ken a lot more than I did with Ryu.
Ken also has something Ryu doesn't: personality.
The thing I like about Ryu, and why I love Ryu so much, aside from him being the main protagonist, is that
thanks for getting it.
His whole, yes, everything is all around him, everything is all about whatever, but he's always about the warrior's journey. He's all about, and we'll get to Ryu, of course, but why he's my favorite in that sense, and why a lot of people appeal
Ken
to
is always about the warrior's journey, always beating Ryu, who considers himself the world warrior, even though he didn't win the world warrior tournament.
I don't think Ryu considers himself anything. I think Ryu is just about the fight. Like most of us, we play these games for the game and just to have fun, and we're all about the game. It's just with Ryu, it's just all about the fight. Simple as that when it comes to Ryu. With Ken, it's about the flash. It's about, ooh, can I do this combo? Ooh, can I do this?
I think it's about, hey, this character is like Ryu, but he looks cool. I'm going to play him instead.
Well, that's kind of what I was getting at, was that he does have a lot of cool things. And of course, it's just about the flash and whatnot. But I like how, we're going from like Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter 1, Street Fighter 2 we discussed on previous episodes, and you could see how Ryu and Ken have really evolved, if you will.
They're very different by this point.
Like Street Fighter 2, Ken and Ryu both are pretty the same, and then they keep changing up Ken more and more so as you go deeper into the series. I love what they do with Ken. I actually think every single Street Fighter game, there's always something different with Ken, which is really cool. Even with Street Fighter 5, he was like a completely different Shoto the way he played. He did not resemble anything with regards to the way Ryu played. There was a lot more differences as you go to each series. And we'll get to 5, we'll get to 6, and whatnot. So it's just really cool, So yeah, there's a lot I would say that they did with Ken and stuff. And I think it's pretty cool, and we're gonna get to other characters just like Sagat and whatnot as well.
Yeah, and for those of you out there that have been wondering about this little skirmish between Ryu and Ken, ask this man who he plays in Street Fighter V. Ask him who he played in the Street Fighter 6 beta. It wasn't Ryu.
No, it wasn't. It was Ken. I like Ken,
Hmm.
and I'm telling you right now, I like.
He likes the play style of Ken. He likes the lore of Ryu. How hard is that?
Yeah.
Thank
The
you.
lore of Ryu.
That's
I got
why
to
I
it
can-
again.
I can explain it. The best way I can explain it. Yeah, Street Fighter 4 is a good one, man. Like, there's a lot. There's a lot in it. No, we have not spoken about Sagat. We're getting down the list of different characters. We'll get to
Yeah,
Sagat.
Sagat won't be too much further down the list.
So anything you guys want to add on for Ken? Because I'm gonna just one other thing I would add on. Both when Vega and I were doing combo videos and stuff for Ken, there was one dude that was also doing combo videos, and I would say he was a step ahead. And I don't know who's familiar with all these things, because I'm a big person who, like, I love to follow like combo videos and stuff like that. So it was a dude. His name is DJB13. I don't know who's ever heard of him, or if you guys check it out, Google DJB13. That man has made so many combo videos and so much great content. He has his own channel and all that. But he did some discoveries with Ken that he shared, that we ended up actually like picking up those things, because the stuff that he found with Ken was just awesome. Like the stuff with like multiple DPs and doing the FADC cancel into the actual animation and all this other stuff, because a lot of times when you would do the FADC and you would just hit off the Ultra, for example, you would get the animation where he's just spiraling up without the full animation where he does the kicks and then he spirals them upwards. So it was pretty cool to see certain things like that. And it's just really about timing with a lot of these things, with regards to the combos and stuff. So just stuff to really think about if you're really like into that, or if you want to check that stuff out. So I just want to give respect where it's due, really, with those things.
If you want something else to think about, I believe it was BloodTide that mentioned last episode, Ken is not really blonde.
Oh yeah,
right.
That's true. That's true. Look at his eyebrows. You could tell.
Think about that.
Yeah, you could see that, actually. You're absolutely right.
No, that's really all I had to say about Ken.
So we got a lot to cover. How about we move on to the next character?
Yes.
Vice.
Yeah.
There's always the ultimate big bad in these series. Like, you know.
Street Fighter 4 comes in. Bison's not the boss of it anymore. He makes it to the guy that is the boss. And
But
he's
is
like,
he?
"You're a terrible boss. I'm now the boss again," and just tosses him out like the trash. You know, that's basically what happened.
Good.
What Akuma normally does to M. Bison did to Seth.
Yeah, he was like, "Oh, you thought you were the boss? No, you're just a puppet. You're just doing my things. I've been behind this whole thing all the time. Even Jury was in on it."
Well, Jury was part of the what do they call what is Seth's organization?
SYN Sin.
Sin, that's right.
Yes.
Like she was that's where she came from, was Sin. Like she kind of like worked for him in a sense.
Oh yeah, that's what it was. I thought that was pretty cool though. The whole thing with
Well, having two evil organizations in one video game is kind of in a fighting game. That
So
but it's all part of the same thing essentially, if you really think.
we all know that M. Bison killed Chun-Li's parents on a Tuesday. What day did he kill Jury's parents on? I don't think that was ever established.
no.
He's a
Unless he
Tuesday
just does
type
that
of
on
dude.
Tuesdays.
Yeah, I was gonna say he does it on Tuesday.
Oh, it's Tuesday again. Who should I kill?
I gotta go find a parent to kill.
It's like Groundhog's Day for him. He's like, all right, get back to Tuesday. Like,
Yeah,
all right,
and
let's do this.
essentially, in that attack is also when Shuri lost one of her eyes too.
Yeah, steps.
Which is where she got the feng shui engine from Sin to
Yeah, which
that's put
we'll
into her
definitely
eye.
cover for hers. But yeah, feng shui inches. But no, essentially, Bison was only letting Seth keep the keys to the car, and when he was ready for it back, he came and took it back.
Pretty much. That's the best way to put it. I agree with that.
Yeah, he came in. It's like, yeah, I'm the boss again. I killed their family. I killed their family. Oh yeah, Rose. I gotta go deal with Rose again. That's right. So we actually forgot to bring up some of the stuff about Rose when we were talking about Alpha.
We'll
Oh,
get
you
to
mean the fact that Rose is like the
body
like
form.
good side of Bison? Like her
Yeah,
entire embodiment came from
Yeah.
Bison.
Essentially, yeah.
It's basically Bison had to purge the good in him to really
Like a
take control
projection.
of psycho power, and
Mhm.
she was the good that he expelled.
Yeah, and in this game, he
Yeah, Bison
essentially
can't go there.
takes back the power that he left with her, and that restores all of her memories and everything Bison had done when she was part of him.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, that's got to be a horrible nightmare to wake up from and realize it was a real nightmare.
That's some scary shit.
Yeah, isn't it?
Yeah. But gameplay wise, I played some great Bisons actually out there. I think Bison was an overall well balanced character in this. I didn't think there was anything wrong with him.
No, I don't think he's actually that different again. He's pretty similar to his previous incarnations, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking
Outside of the
characters.
Ultra.
Yeah, they're taking characters that have worked in all these different iterations and just sticking them in.
Yeah, you can definitely see the overwhelming emphasis that they placed on the Street Fighter 2 Turbo engine. Well, Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo engine. They definitely used that as a foundation to make this game.
Oh yeah.
So you can almost file him under the same conditions as Chun-Li and Guile. It's like, yeah, Bison comes in. He's the boss. He's killed you, and he's killed you, and he's killed you.
Well, he's
Same
Big Daddy
story.
Shadowloo. He's Mr. Big Daddy Shadowloo, like we all know.
Yeah, he pretty much is the reason so many competitors come out of nowhere to have to compete. Like, he's just caused so many problems for so many of the other characters.
Yeah, he's Mr. Everybody's Revenge.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on all that. Mr. Tides, what you got?
But it's Bison. He's still Bison. He's always going to be Bison. He's conquering the world because he's Shadowloo, and Psycho Power reigns supreme. What? There's not really much else. He's Bison. He's gotten boring at this point, people.
Well said.
That's why they added Seth. Like, they're trying to find something new that's not going to piss everybody off like they did in Street Fighter 3.
They added Seth.
So
they did
They
both.
brought Bison back right away.
Well, we're going to put Bison in, but let's add this new bad guy. See how it goes.
We'll get to Seth, but I thought Seth was pretty good. I thought Seth was pretty cool for the most part.
Yeah, I mean,
The fact that he had certain move sets, but you could see how it was also connected with 12 in a sense. I mean, with the whole lab, if you will, you know what I mean? And then Bison takes over and was like, "Oh, you were a puppet all along." You know what I mean?
Godly is asking about the tier list rank. I don't have that offhand. Do you?
I don't have it offhand either. We'd have to go look for it. Let me see. Street Fighter 4.
Well, I mean, Elena was top.
Tier list. Let's see.
Like, goes without saying.
What does he want to know? Where Bison stands on that?
I
tier
think
list?
he means Bison's. Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, he wasn't CBS 2 Bison. But
Let me show my screen.
I'm pretty sure he was still good.
Yeah. There we go. We got.
Yeah, he's number 16. So still a very solid character.
Yeah, he's like, out of 44 characters, I think that's pretty good. On the tier list. And this is as per Event Hubs, just so you know. But yeah, that's pretty cool.
Okay.
So overall, I think Bison's always been a big bad and continues to do it. Simple as that.
I don't know. Like BloodTide said, people get tired of him, but I don't know. I don't feel like it would be a Street Fighter game
Without
at
him?
this point without him.
You know
Well,
what?
we may be on a new frontier.
I was just
Oh,
going to
we
say, for
may-
Street Fighter 6, I don't know.
He
who the
may
boss
not be
character
in
is.
6. I know. He may not be in it, but it just won't feel the same to me without him.
Isn't there a story mode to play for 6?
I mean,
don't
not
know.
yet.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm sure there will be.
I'd like to see one. I hope they
Okay.
do. I like what they did with 5 with the story. We're going to cover 5 later on the next week, but I like what they did with that. They took that. Honestly, I feel like they took that out of Mortal Kombat's book. Like Mortal Kombat has been great with that. Like I got to give kudos and respect where it's due. Like what they did with like the Mortal Kombat story and all that. And shout out for anybody that's a Mortal Kombat fan. I'm pretty sure you know about Mortal Kombat 1, unless you're living under a rock. The next frontier, technically the next game. They're doing a whole reset, if you will.
Tangent.
Cool.
Sorry.
Sorry. I'll calm down. I got a little excited. My bad. Sorry, boss. Please don't hit me. Please don't hit me. You want me to advertise? I'll advertise right now. You want me to advertise? I'll advertise. I can advertise.
After in Bison.
I'll advertise. You want me to advertise? Can't leave it alone. Should we move on to the next character?
Yes, please.
All right. Is it Rufus or Rufus or Rufus? Right?
Rufus.
I think it's Rufus.
There we go. Okay.
This stupid character.
A lot of people liked him, but a lot of people hated him too.
Yeah,
It's-
I'm gonna tell you.
He was kind of a goober,
people
but he was
him.
fun. He was a really cool, like the way he played and everything about him was really interesting.
It was unique. I remember
He was not
Justin
very
Wong
like.
for a while.
Yeah, Justin Wong played the shit out of this character.
Especially in Vanilla, I think he was.
Well, like,
playing him heavily.
people picked up this character just because of what an oddball he was. That's why.
Yeah.
They certainly didn't pick him up for lore reasons.
He's not Birdie though. Like he's different from Birdie. I've got people out there in the chat saying he's like Birdie, but Rufus.
No, he's not.
He's completely different.
No,
He accomplished
people
about as much
are
as
thinking
Birdie
of
did.
people are thinking of Birdie from 5, where he was fat. Birdie was never
Yeah.
fat until 5. He was just solid brick muscle.
It was.
This guy
They gave him
is,
a pop belly in 5. That's what they did.
yeah.
Well, let's be fair here. Birdie has had some problems establishing what he actually is, because if you go back and look at him in Street Fighter 1, he looks nothing like he does in Alpha.
Yeah, I mean that's true.
Like, I'm pretty sure in Street Fighter 1, he's a white guy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, maybe.
yeah, that's true.
So-
They made him darker as it progressed.
He's pretty much never the same thing twice.
That was kind of funny actually.
But
Yeah, I didn't think about that actually. It's true.
as far as this character goes, Rufus, so his whole thing is joining the tournament to prove he's the #1 fighter in America, not Ken. That's his thing.
Yeah.
And they supposedly meet up and fight. I don't think they ever tell us who the winner is, but come on. It's Ken. We know who the winner is.
Yeah, I mean we know that Ken beat him and stuff like that. And that's what ended up happening.
Yeah. Like, if Ken could just get beat by some random nobody, then we'd have 40 of these Rufuses in the game.
Well, wasn't he fight style kung fu?
He's like Shaolin Kung Fu, yeah.
Yeah,
pretty much.
And he moved. I mean, it was a character design trope that they wanted to create, which was kind of like the kind of overweight guy that moved fast, right?
He's basically Kung Fu Panda.
He's Bob from Tekken.
Yeah, I would say more of a Bob from Tekken. I totally agree. I could see that.
Like, the fighting style is cool, but I'm pretty lukewarm on the character.
Yeah. No, but I could see what the reference for Bob. I like the funny reference of Kung Fu Panda. I like the animation that they had for him. Like, you would do moves, his belly would jiggle like up and down and stuff. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, they definitely added some wild physics with him. Let's leave it at that.
Yeah.
It was interesting. It was interesting.
That's a good time to move on.
Baraka?
Baraka?
So Hikari out there.
Baracho,
or is he?
He's like, well, Boraicho's fighting style was basically Shaolin Kung Fu. I mean,
there you go.
Yeah, so I think we can move on after Wild Physics.
All right, we can get to the best character of the game. My man Ryu.
Who dat?
Boring. Move on.
I know, it's just Abel again. Why do we have two Abels on this list?
Because he's able. He can actually do things like Ken cannot, and other characters cannot. My man produces stuff. He makes it happen. He is the reason why we even have Street Fighter to begin with. End of story.
He produces stuff, huh?
Ryu, hands down.
He produces a tattered outfit and a bindle.
Done. I don't have to say anything. If you don't know who this guy is, you've been living under a rock.
Then you've never played a fighting game.
Pretty much. Like, if you don't know who Ryu is, you do not know who he is.
Well, in essence, you can say, hey, that's a great thing that so many characters have been based off of him. But on the other hand, he's so generic that every generic character is based on this generic character.
Yes, but everybody's based on him. Everybody copied him. Let's leave it
at that. Which just means that there's a lot of characters out there that could be cool, but they decided not to be based on Ken instead.
Again, how many times are they been tweaking Ken and changing Ken, and they've kept Ryu pretty much the fundamentals and basics and vanilla, if you will, is the best way I would probably put it. And it's been working since. Now, later on, they have evolved certain characteristics about the character, but for the most part, just like all the main Street Fighters, he's pretty much remained the same.
Not the same. Like, he got the overhead, he got the Denjin, Hadouken,
things have
Donkey
changed.
Kick. They haven't.
The Donkey Kick.
Yeah, see, they have added to Ryu. He hasn't remained.
That became more of a norm now. Like, it's been carried over ever since.
Yeah, so like, even Mr. Generic there, he's had changes.
He's had some changes, but Mr. Generic is a good entryway, if you will, and that's why they keep him as the entryway, even in 6. Like, come on, first time they opened up the beta, you got Ryu, you got Luke. You got something that you used to, and then you got something that's new.
Yeah, now let's talk about the lore that we haven't covered yet. So he technically beats one of the sets because apparently there's 26 of them all of a sudden. And he's one of the people that destroys the Blazt project.
Yeah, but he does beat Seth.
One of the 26 sets.
That you later find out, but in vanilla, come on, like that
one of the 26 sets. And you know, Bison did it a lot easier than he did.
Well, Bison just
See, I've got you there. I have got you that you can't say nothing.
Listen, do you want me to advertise now or later? Like, you got to tell me when you want me to advertise. during
Blanca
the stream.
joke 744. Come on, it's about
Oh.
time. It's been 5 minutes.
I can always advertise when you want me to advertise, bro. You just tell me.
So no, seriously, like his whole thing is, hey, Ken's gonna join this tournament. I want to fight him again because I keep losing to him. I'm gonna join.
So advertise the business now.
Truth hurts, doesn't it?
You want me to advertise the business right now? Here we go. Okay, so if you're looking for a wax, a mani and petty, the utility man does it all.
You
Blanca
just can't stand to hear the truth about Ryu. Is that everybody is constantly saving him from another L.
Oh my god! Listen, you know what the thing about Ryu is? He even if he gets knocked down, he gets right back up.
I mean, as long as he still has a health bar, sure.
Well, even if he doesn't, he comes back. He's the
Gil.
protagonist. He is Street Fighter. Period. Done. Let's move on.
I mean, you say that, but when we come to Street Fighter 6, that's certainly not going to be the case. It certainly
Are you
was the case
kidding
in
me?
Street Fighter
Oh,
3.
no. Are you kidding me? He's evolved. He became like Goken in Street Fighter 6. And
He's
we'll
not
get
going to be the main person in Street Fighter 6.
Story-wise, we'll see. I mean, come on. The story's
Story-wise,
always
I
been
heavily doubt it.
the story
Ken is going
has
to be more
always
important than
been
Ryu.
Ryu. The story has always
Not in
been
3.
always.
Not in 3.
The story's always
No, it hasn't.
BloodTide, what's your take? Got a little quiet there.
He was probably waiting for Blanca Joke 744 to end.
Okay.
He just assumes you're still going on with it.
No. But we're getting to a
Sorry.
character.
No, I had to go
Okay.
to the restroom real quick. Yeah, I just had to go to the restroom.
So Blast's claim is that Ryu has always been the protagonist in every Street Fighter. Is that true?
No.
See?
Hell no.
Well,
See?
okay, hold on.
Oh, now he's going to backpedal.
First off, Luke is protagonist in 6. Alex was in 3. Like, I mean, that alone just stuffs all that.
Alex was okay. All right. Yes, it's true. But come on, if you're coming from the original Street
He's
Fighter,
a poster boy. That doesn't make him the protagonist.
I don't play Street Fighter. Okay,
Oh,
there
I
is no
don't play
Ryu.
Street Fighter.
I don't
Somebody
play Street Fighter. if there
Please
is
clip
no
him saying
Ryu.
that. I don't play Street
I
Fighter.
don't play Street Fighter unless there's a Ryu. That's it. Period.
I might not play Ryu, but meh.
Yeah, he doesn't even play Ryu anymore. He
Fuck
doesn't
you,
even play.
BloodTide. Fuck you, BloodTide. Go back to the bathroom. Fuck you. You know what?
I want to go look at him when I want
what?
to.
You know what? Screw you both. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Okay, I am gonna take my break, and I'm gonna leave you guys with a character that Steps wanted you guys to talk
And
about.
stare
I'm done.
and stare at a picture of Ryu while he pisses on it.
Oh shit! Oh god! Wow! Listen. I don't do Ryu dirty like that. Okay, I'm not going to do that. Anyway, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go ahead and push us to Sagat, who's the next character on the list, who got a scar from me. Let's leave it at that. I know Steps if she's still
Blah,
got a
blah,
scar
about this.
from
I'll be
Ryu
right back,
using
guys.
the power he's tried not to use the whole time,
Right,
Because-
yeah.
actually giving him more personality.
the one moment where you had a little bit of personality, he gave Sagat a scar. Got it.
And then he immediately felt bad about it. I'm going to go back to being boring. So, for anyone that actually likes Sagat, I feel kind of bad for what I'm about to have to do, but he might be one of the few characters that has more L's than Ryu.
Yeah, this guy is. Yeah, he's definitely loser central.
Like he loses to Ryu, he forfeits against Dan, he loses to Adon. I feel bad for Sagat.
The one L he had was when he like killed Dan's father, apparently.
Yeah, which happens off screen. Like we don't even see that. He's supposed to be the master of his fighting style, and Adon just comes in as his apprentice and beats him. Like that's his story in Street Fighter 4. He goes on this journey of redemption to come out a better person because he doesn't want to be part of Shadow Lu anymore, and he gets challenged by Adon and loses. It's a sad story. It really is. He does all that training just to get beat.
By the guy that he trained. Like,
yeah.
Go figure. He's Zeku. I mean,
yeah. I mean, if Zeku had more L's, yeah, that
I don't know. Apparently, well, we'll get to Zeku later, but
yeah. Okay, yeah. We don't want to get too far ahead. No, like if you go based on the gameplay of Sagat, he is often top tier. Like he's usually so high on the tier charts that there's no reason to pick Ryu or Ken over him. Yet lore-wise, he's anything but top tier. By all means, he should be one of the strongest characters in the series, but he can't get a win to save his life.
He just always ends up in the wrong place at the wrong time or something. I don't know.
So, yeah, he joins the tournament in Street Fighter 4 to have a match with Ryu, only this time it's not for revenge. He just wants to face him as a new person.
Yeah. He's trying to reinvent himself, but in a sense, like he's still got this old demon in a sense, like hanging over him, and he's trying to like go on that journey, just like Ryu, in a sense. He's essentially like, all right, well, this is working for him. I better try it.
Pretty much. And like he took so much after Ryu that he lost to Adon, like Ryu loses to Ken. So he probably should have stopped modeling himself after Ryu a little sooner. I guess Blast is done back there because we mentioned Ryu again.
Bro, it's like almost 2 a.m. I'm ready.
Okay, we're done with Sagat because he, like, gameplay-wise, again, he's kind of a holdover from Super Turbo. He didn't really get that much different outside of the new mechanics in the game.
He's still a badass, though. Like, he's still got a lot of, reasons why he's a big bad. But he did turn over a different leaf with regards to the
man has less wins than Balrog does.
I mean,
that kind of says something right there.
Yikes!
I don't know where's Steps. Didn't she want to talk about Sagat? Like
she probably didn't gone to bed. What are you talking about?
She'll tune into this later. I'm listening in the car. Like, what?
He's the only character with a loss to Dan. What more can you say?
Hold up. When did he lose to Dan?
He forfeited.
he
That's still a
forfeited
loss.
to Damn?
Yes.
In Street Fighter 4?
No, Alpha.
Okay. I forgot about that. I forgot about that. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. I'm gonna leave it at that. That's it. I ain't saying
Okay.
a word about it. That's it. We're just gonna
Next character.
let's move on. Yeah, let's. Seth is the
Hey,
next
there
character.
you go. You wanted to talk about Seth, the not boss,
A robot.
Well, yeah, that's what he's really.
number 15.
Technically, that's what he is. He's just a robot. It's
It's
interesting.
like biomechanical, whatever the fuck.
Right, but if you follow the whole thing with I felt like like when I played Seth and I saw Seth, some of it was like, especially after realizing that he was engineered by Shadowloo and all that. It kind of reminded me of the whole Street Fighter 3 lore with 12 and all that. That's kind of where my mindset went.
Okay, regarding that, I don't think that happens in 4. That's later on.
That is later on, but I feel like this was part of it, like the whole engineering lab type of scenario and all of that. And I want to bring up Q again from Street Fighter 3. I feel like that's all integrated, and we'll find out more about it hopefully later on. Maybe he is in 6. We don't know. Maybe they'll add something like that within 6. But it's interesting. Like, what I liked about Seth was when I first saw him, I was like, okay, he's the boss character. That's cool. But then I'm like, why is he the boss character? And it's like, oh, he's got this move and this move from this character and that character. And it's like, well, that's pretty cool, actually. And then you discover that he's pretty much downloading all the information from other fighters, like in the tournament and whatnot. I thought the concept and the idea was pretty cool.
Okay, you say downloading, but it's more like he was created that way.
No, because whenever he wins, like he's trying to, and like the whole design behind him is that little yin yang thing in his gut, like stores the information, and he can absorb information through it and everything else.
They do cover it a little bit. I think they cover a little bit more in the anime, and you discover that. Like,
well, and Street Fighter 5.
Yeah.
But,
well,
yeah.
that too, yeah. But go ahead.
I give him more credit if he didn't come out in a time where so many characters were doing that same thing. That's the only real problem with Seth.
I can see your point.
There were a lot of characters like that already. You know, Shang Tsung technically does that. We have Cell from
Shang Tsung warps into a
but he still uses other characters. Like, even Soul Calibur had a character that did that, which I unfortunately am blanking on the name at the moment. But
there's the Blade Master or whatever the fuck it was. Yeah.
Well, that's not who I was thinking of. Blade Master just uses their weapons. There's a character that actually mimics moves.
Well, Seth doesn't become female until Street Fighter 5, and that's like.
And that was because he was basically, his body was destroyed in 4, right? But his essence still lived, or his program essentially. And he told Jury to go find him another body, but he pissed Jury off, so Jury got him a female body.
The irony.
So his lore for this game, from what I recall, he's the 15th experiment of Bison for a replacement body. We kind of alluded to some of that last time when we were talking about 12 and Necro, but Seth is number 15. So he's the one that establishes SIN in this game, which is the Shadowloo Intimidation Network, which is the main focal point of this game. He establishes the Blazt Project, which is basically a way to fully develop Ki, if I recall, something like that. Fighting ability, keys, somewhere in there. And he's the one that starts off the tournament. He kind of takes after Bison in a sense where he wants to find Ryu. He wants to harness the Satsui no Haru.
Right, because
And
he just wants that power so that he can learn it for his own self, so he can use it for his own self. His own growth.
pretty much. And then Bison shows up, and multiple of the 26 Seths end up getting bodied because Seth is not that great in Street Fighter 4.
But wait, excuse you?
Seth is not that great lore-wise.
Oh,
No,
okay.
he's talking about lore.
Like,
yeah.
yeah,
I
not
was gonna say, wow, dude, this
gameplay-wise,
character's busted.
Yeah,
What do you do?
No,
He's
let
pretty badass.
let me establish right then. I mean lore, not gameplay.
Yeah.
He is very different gameplay-wise. Yeah, basically he does the whole Taskmaster thing. I'm going to take a move from you and a move from
Taskmaster. That's the.
that's who you're trying to
probably
think of?
Yeah, yeah.
the best way of looking at it. Yeah, he's playing Taskmaster. Absolutely. I don't disagree with that at all.
I can't even remember all the moves he gets. I think he gets the Shoryuken, if I recall.
The Shoryuken into a SPD.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's true.
Yes.
So yeah,
Which is pretty sick.
gameplay-wise, the character is insane. Lore-wise, the character is a
Very
punching
creative.
bag, essentially.
Doing a SRK in the SPD.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun to do. But yeah, I cannot think of a bigger contrast between lore and gameplay, except for maybe Sean and Double Impact.
And for those of you that don't understand what an SRK into SPD is, Shoryuken into a spinning pile driver.
No,
Because different I guess people in the audience. But yeah, no, that I thought was pretty creative, and that's kind of what I think that Seth, stood out for me. Like he has a lot of different creative moves.
yeah, very fun to play. Definitely. Very interestingly built character. Although, again, as I mentioned, the whole taking moves from multiple characters had been done a lot at that point. This was the first for Street Fighter, unless you count 12 morphing into people, which X-Copy wasn't good anyway.
Yeah, but that's more like the Mortal Kombat version of like Shang Tsung type thing.
Yeah, this is Seth actually still retaining everything he normally has, plus having other people's moves. Okay.
But also loved what they did with the melody. Loved the theme to the character of like the lab. When you're in there, you're fighting him. The whole final boss stage and everything, crumbling laboratory, I think was the actual stage. Like the melody to that stage was awesome.
Although I gotta say, like, his super where he bends over in the Voldo position and that spiral thing in his belt just makes the air current.
The little vortex,
vortex, yeah.
tornado.
Attack. Such a weird attack.
He literally does a headstand back bend and crosses his arms.
Yeah,
it's
it's
weird.
the Voldo position from Soul
Yeah, it
Calibur.
reminds me of Voldo from Soul Calibur. I agree. I always felt like
Even
that
has
too.
a little bit of that look too.
He does. I totally could see that utility.
Oh.
I did think his other super, if we're going to talk about, because they all had different, supers and ultras and stuff. There was one where it would suck in the character and then he would spit out the character flying straight at the screen. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah,
That was his good one.
Yeah, that was a good one, right? Like
Yeah.
that's how I felt.
Well,
I mean, that was
certainly
just the
better
one-
than the
the
other
one-
one.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the one that people typically used. It had better utility to actually link into combos and so on and so forth.
The utility man takes a bow. It's like
Yeah, he mentions
utility.
me
There you
again.
go. It's funny.
Okay. That does it for the not big bad of Street Fighter 4.
All right, Hikari. He says he's done. Well, bro, we're 3 hours in, 3 hours and a half more past. We ain't done. We still going, baby. We got till 6 a.m.
Well, two of us do. BloodTide's not staying that long.
No, he's not. He's not. Like well. Oh Jesus Christ!
We're gonna be quick on some of these characters because again, some of them don't have much story, so they won't take very long.
Vega always looking pretty. That's the next one on the list. He's always about his appearance.
Not me.
Well, he's always trying to look pretty. Oh yeah, well, yeah. I did say that. Oh damn, that's not how it's. I meant it as big as.
So tell me how you really feel, Blast.
Stop it, utility man. Stop it. Oh,
so, like I said earlier, Vega accomplishes more than Balrog technically. He joined Sin just to betray them immediately after because he was after the project data on the Blazt project.
Yeah.
That's.
I feel like ever since Sagat. Really
So you're telling me like it seems like everybody just like jumped ship from Shadowloo and went over to Sin just to fuck with him.
I mean, Balrog is still under Shadowloo, but he's just a hired hand, whereas Vega and Sagat kind of do their own thing.
I was just gonna say, so Vega, since Sagat left, Vega is basically the number 2.
Yeah, essentially. However, I don't believe Bison ordered him to do any of that stuff. I think he did it on his own. Because Vega, after Street Fighter 2, Vega goes back to bullfighting and becomes bored with it and wants to be a fighter again.
He's not following Shadowloo?
I don't recall there being any mention of Bison giving him any order to do what he's actually doing in the game.
He just got bored.
Really? I thought there was more to that, but okay.
I mean, I'm not saying there isn't, but let me see.
I myself don't remember, to be honest with you. It's been a while. It's been a while now.
Okay, yeah. So he was technically a free agent, and Sin tried to recruit him, for which he accepted, only, like I said, to betray them and steal the data.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm coming on in. Oh, hey, what you got there? That's pretty nice. Are you guys going on lunch? All right, man. I'll be right here.
Pretty much what happened.
Ninja. He might be Spanish, but he's still a ninja.
Well, yeah, he's definitely a ninja. So, yeah, I don't think that there's any deep connection to Shadowloo with him in this game.
Okay. Moveset wise, I mean, he's pretty much the same as well. Like, that's really.
Yeah, like Super Turbo, basically.
Yeah. I don't think anything's really kind of changed for him either. Let's see. How about we move on forward?
Okay.
Next one on the list.
Yes, the guy that would destroy El Fuerte in a wrestling match. Yeah.
I mean, look at him. His arm's bigger than El Fuerte. Like, he's got 2 El Fuertes to fight El Fuerte with. I'm just saying.
So,
his arm's bigger than him.
like, his lore makes no sense at all to me.
He's
whole
just
reason for joining the tournament is because kids thought his style of fighting was boring,
fake,
and inferior.
Oh yeah,
to martial arts.
Oh yeah, that's true. He wants to go improve. Well, that's why he says Russian wrestling is always number 1.
Like, you got a character that literally grabs someone, jumps into orbit, and pile drives them, and that's boring? I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Going into orbit.
And like to prove how great his fighting style is, after beating one of the Seth clones, he takes a picture of himself with the defeated Seth just to prove to the kids he's still cool.
He did. I remember that. He did do that.
Like, I don't know how you find this man boring. In fact, I think, if I recall, Street Fighter 4 was one of his strongest showings, wasn't it?
Oh, he was a monster. That's where Snake Eyes was born.
He was good. Yeah.
Yeah, you have a man that's constantly relegated to low and bottom tier, all of a sudden destroying most of the cast in the game.
Yeah, he was tough, actually. You're absolutely right. Zangief players were like the best ones, or one of the best ones out there.
Yeah, I mean, from that point, like, it was always the question of, if Zangief gets in on you, you usually lose. Now it's when Zangief gets in on you, you lose.
There's a reason Green Hand didn't exist in Street Fighter 5.
Yeah, it was abused.
Yeah. No, it was he just shimmied across the screen at the speed of light.
There you go.
Something that big was not meant to move that fast.
And here we are in 6, and he's got Drive Rush. So
Yeah, I'm actually very
people are terrified. Absolutely terrified of what this man's going to be. So
That's true. You'll drive rush right into SPD. You're oh man.
But they made adjustments to him, right? Because like in 4 and 5, okay, so you got his like gotcha move in 4, which is like his running bear grab, but up close. You know how it does like the double suplex. That puts you in like a vortex in 4, okay? Because he's just got so many. He's just sitting on top of you as you stand up. That's terrifying. It's Zangief, right? He's gonna SPD you. He's gonna do whatever the hell he wants. In 5, like it's like your heavies will put you right next to him. You got Oki, Kazemi, which is like pretty much is your mix up on wake up, right? So the problem is like in the newer ones, or the newer ones, 6, like all of his SPDs and stuff put you almost full screen. Doesn't matter. But that's to compensate for Drive Rush. So
Oh yeah.
Yeah, wait until he starts linking SPDs. Like, there may be a time where we see him combo 2 of those.
What?
where he what?
I'm joking.
Where he combos or SPD you, come down, smash you into the ground, pick you up off the ground, and SPD you again. Now that's like super material, right? That sounds great.
Well, I was just gonna say SPD into core of Earth. I couldn't understand. Go deeper into ground. Go, you do one SPD, you hit slam ground, then you fight from there. Go deeper into Earth, into its core. That is SPD to SPD. Да, хорошо.
But what part do you crush man's skull between thighs like Sparrow egg?
You crush skull first, then you crush ass next, and then legs as you go down. It is like
just because Zangief not bad guy doesn't mean Zangief bad guy.
That's right. That's right. He's not really bad. Just because he's bad guy, not really mean he's really bad guy.
I think that's the perfect way to leave off with Zangief.
Oh, that is definitely the perfect way to leave off with Zangief. That is how we finish.
Next,
we got Adon next.
Yeah.
Shadow.
Sagat's shadow that beats him. Right. How many people do you know actually lose to their own shadow? Yeah.
Well, he ever since he whatever with losing, he that's what he's been after. He's wanting to beat Sagat. But if I recall correctly, Sagat's heart or something was not in it. Like and then Adon knew or something, and then he wanted to go fight him again.
I don't remember
Wasn't it
that.
something like that? Wasn't it
No,
something
I
somewhere?
remember Adon joined the tournament specifically to fight Sagat, and Sagat joined the tournament specifically to fight Ryu, but ended up fighting Adon, and Adon won, thus becoming the master of that martial art.
It's been a while.
I don't remember
was
nothing
before?
about Sagat's part wasn't in it.
I don't know. I don't know if it was 4. I just remember something like that. Like Sagat did lose, but then he went back and fought him, and then Sagat won. But I forgot where.
Yeah, you were taking a bathroom break when we went through all of Sagat's L's, and there were a lot of them. This is another one.
Poor Sagat. That's all I got.
Oh, yeah, by all means, Sagat should not have lost anywhere near as many times as he has.
No.
So, Adon is very reminiscent of his Alpha counterpart, actually.
I think he's pretty badass.
He's pretty much identical outside of like the new invention of like the ultras, right?
Yeah.
Which kind of gave him some unique flavor. But outside of that, like he was pretty much Alpha Adon.
Yeah.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah, I think so. I remember we tried to do some combo videos with him. It was very difficult. Like there was not a lot of that we could do with him, from what I remember. It's just like 2-3 combos we got out of it. You know, like he's cool
Yeah.
to use, he's fun to use, but like combo potential wise, he's not a lot to do with.
And then, again, lore-wise, he's just there for Sagat. Like, he has no other reason for being here.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Let's move on to the next character. Cammy's on the list next.
Did they progress her story at all in this game? I don't even know.
Actually, they did.
I'm gonna take that.
Huh.
Go ahead.
They did, because she has the whole thing with DeCapra in this.
She
Okay.
does. Yeah, she does. You're right. And she, I mean, the whole thing with Alpha was that like she freed the other two. Oh, Junie and what was the other
Jury.
one?
Julie.
Sorry.
Julie.
Yeah, they all have such
We,
close names.
we got Julie in our brain
Julie.
now.
Well, because she actually has something to do with Jury in this game. She
She
actually
does.
saves Junie,
Which is wild.
from Jury, but not Julie. Just
How many J's? How many J's?
so. Yeah,
What do you need that to?
So, from what I understand, her mission in this game is to collect data on Bleece. However, when she finds the data, she realizes how dangerous it is and decides to destroy it. Now, before that happens, Vega had gotten a copy of it, and I think Chun-Li also has a copy of it. So Cammy destroys it, thinking that nobody has a copy of it. And C. Viper, who also wants the data, thinks that Cammy has destroyed it, preventing anyone from getting a copy of it. Thus, she's pissed off with Cammy. You follow all that? Me
How many
neither.
copies
I
there
just
were?
said it.
Well,
Like,
how
I
many
just said
copies
it.
were there?
I don't know.
Who,
Two,
you weren't
I know.
counting? BloodTide. Come on, you got me.
No, you got me.
5. You got me on 5. 5.
So yeah, she's trying to save the dolls, which are like the bison dolls that we mentioned in Street Fighter Alpha, and
Yep.
she manages to save Junie from Jury, which makes no sense because I love you, Cammy, but Jury would beat you easily. And she sort of saves DeCapra, although she has to leave her with Bison so that she doesn't die, which
We have-
doesn't make sense because why would Bison save her?
We have Capri on the list. We'll cover
Yeah.
Capri as well.
Cammy's story in
How
this
did we
is
not
so-
already go through her? Wait,
of
we're
the-
not doing this in alphabetical.
No,
we're
I
doing
had
this
an
in release
alphabetical,
order.
but then utility switched it up. It was like, bro, let me
Oy
add
vey.
more changes.
I thought we were almost done.
So
You were-
Seen
you're
Reed
gonna
and
be
Sagat.
burning in
I'm like,
hell
yeah,
with
we're
this
doing all
guy.
right, man. We're not doing bad. Fuck me.
So
There's
yeah, Cammy's
no
story is
escape.
pretty confusing. If you haven't noticed by me talking about it, even I don't fully understand it, and I researched it.
Okay. What's
Gameplay wise, she's another super turbo character. Like if you loved her there, you love her here. If you didn't love her there, you probably still love her here. Because I mean, look at her.
We got another 20. No. 21, 22, 23.
You still
23
counting?
23 characters to go, my man. We're halfway
Don't
there.
worry, it won't take as long as you think. I promise.
Mhm.
I've heard that before.
You can go ahead and go to the next one.
I've heard that one before.
You can go to the next.
Next one on the list is Cody.
Okay, here
I
we
should pull
go.
out sick already.
Like this one, we don't have to take too much time on because his story's kind of similar to Alpha.
Except he's in
he
jail.
Broke out of
Oh, wait, he
jail.
was in jail in Alpha.
Yeah, right. He's bored. He breaks out of jail to fight. There you go. That's Cody. Like he just wants to throw hands.
No, but he's moveless and everything was pretty cool. What you could do with him and stuff in the game, I thought that was awesome. I thought the character itself was really good.
He still has the knife on the ground. He's still Cody.
Yeah, he's still Cody. Like,
Again,
you know,
he's another alpha character that didn't change much outside of the ultras.
He's just the inmate.
And don't get me wrong, I like the character, but after seeing what Biism Cody does in Alpha 3, I wasn't impressed with 4.
No.
Like Biism Cody is dangerous.
Yeah.
What he does in Street Fighter 4 is fun, but it doesn't hit that level. Outside of that, I know that he does have a fight with Guy, but I don't believe they tell us who wins. And after their fight, Cody just decides to go back to jail.
I can't.
He just goes back to his cell. Like he's like, you know, I got the fights that I wanted. I'm going back to jail just because.
He doesn't become mayor until 5, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert. God.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, right.
I
We
don't know,
have
I just-
nothing to talk about next week. Thanks, Blast.
No problem. At least you guys got a sneak peek. No, because I wasn't sure, honestly. That's why I asked. It's been a while.
Yeah, he actually has a bigger part in 5. He doesn't have much story in this one. He's got a bigger part in 5.
Okay.
All right.
And yeah, we covered the whole thing. He had a lot of cool combo potential too. Like
Oh, he
It's
really
awesome.
does. Yeah, but again, like if you watch Biism Alpha Cody, you don't need to see Street Fighter 4 Cody.
No, the alpha ones were a lot better, but you can still do some pretty good stuff in 4, and he does have a lot of the same moves, which was pretty cool.
Well, yeah, like BloodTide said, he's basically Alpha Cody, but this time without Biism.
All right, moving on. Dan is next on the list. Mr. Thumbs Up himself. I'm gonna be right back. You guys wanna take this one? I'll be right back.
Sure, like
It's
hard.
Dan. He's a joke.
It's
I
hard
don't
not
even think
to like
he's
him.
just like, yeah, I mean, he's the most lovable character in Street Fighter history, but like, Jesus.
So obviously, like so many others, he joins the tournament to spread the word about his fighting style.
Own
It's like-
dojo.
yeah, Saikyu Ryu, I believe is how you say it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Psycho
Psycho.
Ryu.
It's Psycho. It's Psycho. But
Saikyu
yeah,
Ryu.
is it Ryu? Okay.
I think it's Ryu.
I thought it was like a Psycho Khan or something, but you're probably right.
Well, I think there's a couple different ways to say it, but
It
yeah,
might be.
He he has the best story in this game, bar none. The best story. His storyline is that he makes a commercial for people to apply to his dojo and doesn't list the address to the dojo, so no one shows up.
That's fantastic.
That's his story in 4. Like, it doesn't get better than that. And now our portrait changer is AFK. I don't have like a button that I can hit. However, one of the Street Fighter 4 versions of Dan, I think it was the 2012 Arcade Edition patch, was really good, if I recall correctly.
Oh, you mean where he was good?
Yes.
I do remember him being decent at one point. But yeah, that didn't last long. Because I'm pretty sure in Ultra he's like bottom of the tier list.
Yeah, well, I mean, they knew that they couldn't leave the joke character to be really good. It just wouldn't seem right.
Well,
Okay, I know they have made that mistake before, but it's funny to think about Dan beating anyone other than Sagat, which actually happened,
but he didn't fight him. It was just on a technicality.
But, a forfeit is still a win. And yeah, I just looked it up again. Yeah, the 2012 Arcade Edition patch Dan is supposedly his strongest version in any Street Fighter game up to that point.
Up to that point, yeah, okay.
Like, he's actually worthwhile to play in that.
In 4.
And what I said, the 2012 Arcade Edition patch.
Okay.
You can move on because Dan doesn't really have much else than what I mentioned.
Moving on to DJ.
Terrible character in this game. Literally, Dan and DJ are like the bottom 2 characters in the game. Like bottom 2, literally bottom 2.
Yeah, just DJ.
As far as like playability, I story wise, I don't know.
Yeah,
who's DJ,
bro?
Okay,
Dan is at the bottom of the list, and DJ is right behind him. So it's true.
What I just tell you.
of the tier list, it's true.
Yes, he just said that.
Oh, I'm looking at it now.
Okay,
like you didn't believe me? Like,
well, I got it in front of me, so I'm like, might as well look. That's all I'm saying.
DJ has a very compelling story. After Street Fighter 2, he decides to focus on his music. And then somewhere between Street Fighter 2 and now, he decides he's bored of focusing on his music. He wants to be a fighter again. There's his story.
Sweet. Okay, moving on.
What an epic comeback.
I think in DJ's ending, he beats one of the Seth clones, but I don't think that's canon.
Well, and how funny is that endings aren't canon, right? Like,
well, I mean, yeah, obviously some endings are canon, some aren't, but yeah, I haven't been able to find any official source that says his ending is canon.
That's just weird shit.
And he's super turbo again. Like, I don't think they really did a lot with him other than the new mechanics in Street Fighter 4.
Playability wise, he was pretty, like you said, he was pretty much the same.
I mean, other than the fact that he's extremely weak in comparison to most of the cast.
Okay.
Like, when you're down there with Dan and not 2012 Dan, you're pretty bad.
True. That is pretty bad. Enough to be bad that we move on to the next thing. But before we do, let's go to our commercial break. where we advertise utility men again.
You're just over there like biting off pieces of gum and chewing on it.
I got string cheese, bro. Midnight snack. What do you want? What do you want? Don't be jealous. Don't be jelly now. Don't be jelly. For all you know, BloodTide could be doing the same thing. We don't know.
He's not.
What are you talking about? I'm sitting drinking a beer.
Okay, you can move on.
better. My man got a beer. He's doing even better. All right. Next on the list is Dudley.
Doodly. Did he get his car back by at least? Oh wait,
Well,
he hasn't lost it yet.
Yeah, he hasn't lost it
He
yet.
hasn't lost it yet.
So why the fuck is he in this game?
The only
good
thing I
question.
could find at all is that he was sent an invitation to join the tournament. I could not find anything else regarding him being in this game. I think he was just put in it because he was popular.
He's a fan favorite. Yeah.
Yeah,
Pretty much.
But it was good to see him against Balrog. I think this was the only game that had both of them. Boxer versus boxer.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Were they not both in 5?
No, Dudley was not in 5.
it's not in 5.
Huh. I didn't know that.
So yeah, and honestly, like they played differently, and it was pretty cool to see them both going at it.
Well, yeah, because he's a boxer that jumps, and Balrog is a boxer that jumps. Huh.
Punches.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. What's a kick?
Well, either one of them is not kicking, but still.
I don't know. I'm not used to seeing boxers leap 20 feet in the air and do a shoryuken. Maybe anime boxers, but
I thought it was cool. His design and stuff. I mean, for the most part, they really just took what they had in 3 and threw it into this.
kind of did, yeah. I mean, it's kind of a shame he lost the parry, but focus attack. So
yeah, there's something. But it was cool, and he still had his. There was a lot of things with like the move where he sweeps the feet and stuff like that. Like, all of that's still there, which is pretty cool.
I will say, though, and if I'm remembering this correctly, I do remember being disappointed that they changed his voice in this.
Did they actually change the voice? It's not.
If I remember correctly, I think it's a different voice for him.
Why do I feel like it was the same? Okay, so when you hear "gutter trash," it's a different voice.
Yeah, I don't think it sounds the same, unless I'm misremembering.
I would go confirm, but since we have so many other characters to cover,
We still have a handful.
That's an understatement.
Okay.
But I think it was cool. I don't want, if there's something else you guys want to add on, let me know. But
I've never really been a fan of Dudley, but I know he's a popular character. I've always been more of a Balrog fan.
Okay. Tides? Anything?
I'd never played Dudley a whole lot at all in any game.
Okay.
Like I said, I didn't really know much about him in this one.
I
I didn't really know much about him, and yeah.
There's not much to know in 3 either. He gets his car stolen. He goes to get
I
it
was
back.
just going to ask, do you know if he still has his car in 4?
No, this is a prequel. This is before 3.
Oh, that's
3
true.
takes
That's
place
true.
later.
You're right. I forgot. Yeah, for some reason.
Now,
See, it's easy to get mixed up with that. I know that myself.
Street Fighter 6, then you can say, does he still have his car?
True.
Yeah,
Maybe
he
this is funny.
basically showed up to where Gil was and said, "Dude, where's my car?"
Oh, so he became John Wick. But before that, maybe this one is about a puppy or something. All right, never mind. Let's go to Fei Long.
Fei Long.
Last time we ever seen this character.
He's
Bruce Lee.
here. Like, you know how when
Is he still just a movie star in this one?
Yeah, when the last Smash
He's
Brothers came out and it was such a big thing, everyone is here. That's Fei Long. He's here.
Well,
Yeah,
he's
but-
got that Johnny Cage syndrome. My martial arts are real, damn it, and I'm here to prove it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they gave him like the loosest of reasons to be in this. Apparently, Sin attacks his crew and he
Oh,
joins.
wait, what?
You know, like
His
a real
movie
throwaway
crew?
Like his movie crew?
Is that what it
I
was?
don't
Like,
even
poor
know.
cameraman got his ass kicked by Sin?
And then all of a
Like
sudden,
the stuff that I read about his part in this game just said crew. It didn't say what. I assume his movie crew, but I have no idea.
wow. That's all I gotta say is wow.
It's the bare minimum reason to be in this game.
Okay. Okay. What am I gonna say?
Well,
What am I gonna say? Yeah, one thing
again,
I'm curious about is, you know, that movie they gave him in Alpha. Did he have it in this one? The one where he does that flying kick through the air. Do you guys remember?
Yeah, he's the chicken wing thing.
Yeah, he got that in this
Yeah,
one?
he has it in this. Yes.
yeah.
Okay, because I thought that was pretty cool.
It's like a kick rekka almost, where he does a little flip through the air and like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's in this game. It's in 4.
Okay.
Yeah, he's not. He's
It's actually
basically
really
another-
good in 4.
Is
He's
it?
another
Okay.
Super Turbo holdover. He's not really too different.
Yeah, I feel like for the most part they copy a little bit. Go through
Pretty
it.
much. Like they just went with what worked.
It's
What?
pretty cool. All right, let's go to the next character. Again.
Well, there you go, BloodTide.
Love
That's
this
one of your
guy.
characters.
Yeah,
he was
he's
like
spent a
my
lot of
favorite
time-
character in this game.
You made some combo videos with that too, for what I recall. It's been a good minute, but I remember you did that.
Yeah, I did some shit with him, but like, as far as story wise, to be honest, I don't even remember very much. I mean, this was his last appearance, so this was all about, you know, his last confrontation with Akuma.
You know, it's actually ironic that this is his last appearance.
So
Because-
I know this, some of the story. If you want me to,
Well, I was just gonna
Go
give
ahead.
details right there. So he joins the tournament to avenge Chun-Li's father. Like that's kind of it. However, throughout what?
yeah, that's usually the story for him. But go ahead.
Okay. So throughout the story of Street Fighter 4, he witnesses Goken's fight with Akuma and becomes inspired to continue fighting.
Yeah,
And
I
then you
remember.
never see him again.
No, but he's also sick in this. He's actually dying from cancer.
I know, but like the whole funny thing is that he was looking for one last match before he died. He went to Akuma and Akuma beat him and is like, "No, I'm not going to kill you because you're dying."
Yeah.
And he's like got no more purpose, and he comes back in the game. And then in this game, he finds purpose, and then he doesn't come back.
But ultimately, I believe Akuma does kill him.
Yeah,
I believe what
as far as
happens
we
is-
know, Akuma does kill him.
Right. So
Yeah,
ultimately-
according to like the little story modes in Street Fighter 5, Akuma kills him. Well, at least it very much alludes to that.
Yes. Like, he spared his life or whatever because he was sick, but then he proved himself, like he's still fighting, he's still whatever, and he was like, this would be how I want to go down and all of that. And then they end up fighting, and I don't remember if that was the comics or where it was exactly.
I thought it was the comics, but I could be wrong.
It could be the Udon ones, if I'm
It's kind of like what I said during the Alpha episode. Like, Akuma beats him. I don't want to live. I'm not going to kill you. Later on, he wants to live. Now I'll kill you. That's essentially what happened. Akuma
something-
just
it's-
being a jerk.
It's something like that. No, but Gen actually wanted that. It was something that he wanted, and he was kind of begging Akuma to do it, from what I recall.
In Alpha, yeah, like he wants
Well, not
one
just-
last fight before he dies, and that's when Akuma says, "No, I'm not going to kill you." And then later he finds inspiration to live, and that's when Akuma kills him.
I mean, that's something around the
Pretty
lines
twisted.
of what I recall too. Yeah, it was pretty twisted.
Like
I don't
it's Akuma, but it's pretty twisted.
Akuma's bad. Like, what do you want me to say?
No, I
But
think
yeah.
that pretty much says it all.
That does. Pretty much say that.
As far as gameplay goes, I don't play this character, so that'd be on BloodTide to really say.
Oh,
He probably had some of the most supers in the game because he had 2 supers for each stance. Or not supers. Well, okay, he had 2 supers and then 4 ultras.
yeah.
4 ultras?
Well,
Right. Yes. Yes.
was it 4 ultras or was it
Wow.
4 supers? Probably 4 supers.
No, it's 4 ultras because each stance had an ultra, and there's 2 ultras, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 4 ultras.
So, if I recall, his stances are kind of like what Yun and Yang try to do, right? With their fighting styles?
Yeah, but it plays way different.
Okay, I got you. You see, I've never played Gen before.
Yeah, he has 4 ultras. I looked it up on the web. Not that I don't trust him.
Thanks for verifying the fact that I've played this character.
You see BloodTide, I always look out for you.
You don't believe that he knows one of his mains, essentially.
No, I was just curious myself. Like, seriously, like
Okay.
4 ultras. Okay, well, I'm giving it to him. Like, yeah, respect. Okay, anything else you want to add on?
No, I mean, I covered his story.
Nah, there's not much to really talk about.
Okay, all right. Let's go to Guy, who's next on the list.
Love the character, but
Man,
again,
there's so much story and lore behind this character, but I don't know what his place is in this game.
He entered the tournament because of Ibuki, from what I recall. Like,
Because of what?
Ibuki. Like, she's
Oh.
No, that's not why he entered the tournament.
something like that. Like, he went after her because
He-
she wanted. Yeah, that's the whole thing. She's in his clan now, where they're related either or. I don't remember which specific.
Like, you're missing
But he
part
was-
of it, though.
There's probably more to it. I just don't remember all of it.
Well, yes, in a sense, he is after Ibuki, but I don't think that's why he joins the tournament.
Well,
He literally, okay, it was canon that he literally, to avoid fighting Ibuki, gave her like cookies or some shit. It was
something silly. Yeah.
Well,
because they are part of rival ninja clans.
From what I read, his reason for joining the tournament is because of Sen bringing all the weapons into Metro City and making it a worse place.
Oh. Okay.
Now, yeah,
well,
the Ibuki thing obviously happens. You see that in the intro, but there's more to it than that.
no, they're like, but I think they're also related, not just.
They're not. What? They're
that
part
they
of
were-
rival ninja clans.
Yeah, I don't think they're related. I don't believe that's canon.
Okay. For some reason, I thought that.
I mean, there's a good bit of lore behind Guy, but I don't think he really has much story in this game.
No. Well, there's a lot of lore behind Bushinryu, right?
Yeah,
Which
okay,
he's a
that's
pretty big part of.
Yes, he is.
Which they play more into the next game, Street Fighter V. And I already talked about the rest of it. Like, he has a fight with Cody. I don't think we know who wins. And he ends up saving Rose from M. Bison at the end.
Yes, he does, but that's in the Alpha series, if I recall correctly.
No. That's in Street Fighter 4.
It is.
Yeah, because
He did it also in Alpha, I think. Then.
Well, when we were talking about Bison's parts, Bison finds Rose, takes back the power from her, restores her memories of when she was part of Bison, and he's going to take her, and Guy shows up and rescues her.
Okay.
But
All right.
yeah, Guy, his whole thing with Street Fighter V is more expanded on in this game. Play style wise, I played him a little bit in this. I obviously played him a lot more than Alpha. I can't remember anything too vastly different than his Alpha counterparts.
Okay. Combo wise, I mean, he had a lot of cool stuff, but it was more like he pretty much played the same thing. I didn't feel like there was much of a difference. Yeah. BloodTide, do you have anything you want to add before we move on?
No, not Guy. The only time I really played Guy was in the Alpha series, which was mainly Alpha 1. I didn't even mess with him because, like, Alpha 1 had all the actual, like, chain combos, right? Everybody had his chain combos in that game were friggin' amazing. And then they added them to the other Alpha games and 4, and they made them all links, and they were really tight and hard to do. So I just kind of lost interest.
Okay. Next character on the list is Hakan. I mean,
He's
never really
considered one of the worst characters in the game, but I tell you what, Infiltration won him. I think it was an Evo one time with him. Brought him out last match and just took it.
It was all that oil, huh?
Well, it's just that nobody really knows the matchup because nobody freaking played the guy. Even though he's really cool, really interesting concept, he was just like frame data and everything about him was just bad.
Not to mention Turkish oil wrestling is a real thing.
Is it really?
It really is.
There is such a thing?
Yep.
Wow. Okay.
I don't suggest you go and watch it, but
hey, whatever you're into, right?
no. Like, just I'm not suggesting that you do so. Like, if you want to see two big dudes oil up and rub all over each other, that's your thing.
Wait, can I ask, is there a female version of that? Because that's not a story, right?
I would be suggesting that already. Okay. So I don't know if there is. There probably is, but I didn't get that far into the research.
Okay.
But that's not family entertainment, right? Like,
yeah. Like I got up to the point of research where it said it was a real thing, showing two oily guys, and then I was done with the research. I didn't want to read anymore. So there probably are women Turkish oil wrestlers, but I don't know.
As long as we're not putting it on stream, I think we're okay.
Lore-wise, he's basically Turkish E Honda. I'm joining to show that my style is superior, and he's rivals with E Honda. We know Steps. We know.
Oh, Steps is back. She missed Sagat though. She's saying it's 2:30 a.m.
Sagat. We're most of the way done. Believe it or not, we are most of the way done.
No, we're not. No, we're
yes,
not.
We are.
No,
yes, we are.
Not.
Oh, we are too. There's 44 characters. We're over halfway done.
We got 15 more to go.
But some of those are throwaway characters. Some of them are throwaway characters. So it's not even. Just move on. Move on.
Okay. Next on the list is Ibuki. Should I move on?
Throw away.
Throw away.
But her story in this game is it's nothing.
It really is.
No, her story is bad in this game.
She skipped school to join the tournament to find guys. That's it.
To find guys?
No, guys.
Oh, guys, boys.
Guys. Like it's a story that I respect, but it's not very deep.
So the village didn't have that many of a selection.
Apparently
she was going for those Turkish dudes. She wanted to see that oil.
Somehow I doubt that.
Hey, whatever, okay. Well, combo wise,
come on, you've watched several of these Street Fighters. Who's going to expect a Turkish oil wrestler to show up? Okay. So I don't think that's why she went. Nobody would expect that.
Good point. No, but she was pretty cool. I mean, for the most part, I think she plays just like Third Strike. I don't think there was any big significant differences.
I feel like she's a little stiffer in this game than Third Strike. She's a lot more fluid in Third Strike to me.
Yeah, you got me on that one. But but she still had her moves. She still had the same things. I feel like, yeah, obviously the game is different, so she'll feel different. But she had the same moves for the most part.
Yeah, I don't think she lost any of her moves. Of course, I can't remember if she still has all three of her supers. I know she's still got the projectile one. I know she's still got the grab one, I believe.
That's funny. Steps is like, I'm going back to watch Sagat. I'll see you in the future. I mean present.
So, yeah, Ibuki's a great, fun character, but she has very little story for this game.
Lore wise, yeah. But
Yeah.
playability, I mean, yeah,
There's
she
not
wasn't
much difference from Third Strike.
Yeah.
We pretty much covered her last week.
Unless there's something you want to add on, Mr. Tides. He got silent. He's probably in the bathroom. All right, let's move on.
No, she's
Ooh.
a bookie, and I'm going to sleep.
Ooh. He's a bookie. I'm going to sleep.
Oh, he's going to sleep before his favorite pops up.
Yeah, I was about to say your next one is your favorite.
Dude, I didn't like her in this game, to be very honest with you.
Wow.
She was too hard to play.
Are you kidding
Wow.
me? You played
Well,
with her.
because her like all her different moves and stuff required you to hold buttons, right? Like you did a quarter circle with a kick and you had to hold that button, right? When you released it, it did something else. And it just got weird, man. And each kick did something different.
Well, it is her first introduction into a fighting game after all. Like Jury, I think they were still figuring things out too, like her specials and supers and stuff were pretty cool though. I'll give it that.
And she had Feng Shui engine, which turned her into a fucking versus character.
True.
So yeah, essentially her eye that was given to her by Sen, the Feng Shui engine, made her a lot stronger. That is true.
Well, no, she became super quick, like a lot faster too. Like you were able to actually combo things into, like
she had magic series. They gave her magic series.
Yeah, they gave
and air combos. Like she literally turned into a Marvel character.
She did, and
I mean that's pretty fitting right there.
I liked it. Now,
well.
Story-wise, there's a lot.
So
I'll let you take it.
When we did Alpha, I had to disappoint everybody because I said I didn't like Rose. I know she's a fan favorite character. I didn't really like her. We did Street Fighter 3. I had to disappoint everybody because I didn't like Dudley. I know he's a fan favorite. Don't like him.
Wow.
This character I like, so I won't be disappointing y'all this time. I do like this character. I cannot play her at all, though.
I need to stop you for a sec. We got people in the chat. Steps is saying Sagat was too short. You guys need to talk more about Sagat. Wow.
What more do you want to hear? Like the man. Okay.
No ending the stream until you revisit Sagat and any characters you were short with. I don't know.
Okay. I'm going to make this real quick for him.
Okay, I'll go back.
He leaves Shadowloo.
No,
Shadowloo.
He said I'm leaving.
he has his whole redemption arc. He joins the tournament to find Ryu. He gets wrecked by Adon. There you go. That's Sagat in 4. There's really not much more there for him.
Okay, I'm back to Jury.
Okay.
Let's go back to Jury.
So, Jury.
Makoto's next, by the way, BloodTide.
I don't even know what side Jury is on anymore.
Well, they switched it. She was originally with Seth, and then all of a sudden she's with Bison.
Well,
she's kind of been doing her own thing after this.
But after that, she's doing.
She wants revenge on Bison for killing her
renegade.
Parents, so she joins Sin.
More like a loose cannon.
That Seth and Bison will kill each other, but then Bison pretty much bodies Seth, and Jury's like, you ended up being useless, and leaves Seth. And just, she's basically doing her whole thing. She's just crazy.
We took you literal stuff.
Basically it. Like, I know in the story it was like her job to get rid of all of the Shadowloo dolls, which she almost succeeded, if not for Cammy saving one of them.
Yay, Cammy.
But like the character is pretty mysterious. Like, you don't really know what's on her mind.
Yeah, you don't know much about her past, like, really.
Like, she was instant hit with fans, but yeah, we had to wait for her to be fleshed out more.
Well,
She's still not fleshed out that much.
She still isn't.
But-
yeah.
But the anime and everything pretty much covered a lot of her origins. You know, like her parents dying, you know, them taking her and doing what they did with the experiments and with the eye and everything. That was actually explained in one of the animations.
Well, yeah, and I think we covered that.
It was if I recall, it was the second one, not the Ties That Bond. There was another animation that came afterwards, if I recall correctly. Hey, the code always wins. What's going on, brother? Street Fighter 4 is the best Street Fighter. And then after that comes Street Fighter 3. Okay. Well, that's a good opinion.
Okay, I think we covered Jury pretty well.
Yeah, no, I think she's pretty cool overall.
Yeah.
I mean, BloodTide's
people
one
like
of
her.
BloodTide's favorite characters.
Well, obviously not in this one, but yeah.
Well, this is her origin too, so I don't know. BT, anything else you want to add on?
Nah, I didn't really play her much in this game.
Okay. How about Makoto, who's next on the list? How do you feel
Go
about
ahead, BloodTide. Go ahead.
I mean, I said at the beginning of this, I didn't play this game a whole lot, but the two main people I probably played was Gen and Makoto, right?
All right.
She was changed up a good bit in this game. I mean, just the way she feels, the way she moved and things like that. It was just kind of set to like
steps? No steps.
basically work for this game, right? So she got slowed down just a smidge. Like, you couldn't do like her dash punch directly into her choke grab anymore. There was, you got to be a little bit more trickier with it.
It's kind of like what I was saying with Ibuki. She feels stiffer in this game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But she was still cool. You had to like mix things up a little bit the way you did things. Like, you couldn't do, if you did the choke grab into the dash punch, you couldn't go straight into ultra. But what you could do is you could do it into super. And from super, because her super is basically her red, right? Just like her third super and third strike, right? You could cancel her dash punch into super and cancel her super into ultra. So yeah,
Okay.
it was kind of weird. I actually made a video of that shit, like, because Mike actually bought me this game. I don't know if he
Really?
remembers that.
Oh,
Yeah.
did you?
I don't.
Yeah.
But okay, that's cool.
But I remember I made a couple little videos I have on my YouTube. One was, again, it has Mike's name on it, or it has Blazt The Speakerz. and then I had one like of me just learning the game and me doing that in a match. I was like, and I did it on accident. It was just kind of like on the fly, and I just thought it was the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, Code always wins. We did cover a lot of the mechanics at the beginning of the stream for all different iterations of Street Fighter 4, just so you know. And yeah, I hear you on Jury being your character. It wasn't BloodTide.
Yeah, Jury's very popular.
Sorry
I always
about that. Let's
felt
go
like-
back to Makoto.
I always felt like Makoto should have been more popular than she was. I know she has her fans.
But
She has
she's
people-
another one that it's like,
I was just
it's
gonna
my
say, just
dojo.
like Ibuki. Oh no, but like
she's-
Ibuki, she's a little slower in this one. She doesn't feel the same way. Like,
well,
I said
everybody's
that.
slower in this game.
Yeah, but no, like, I had a lot of respect for Makoto, which I mentioned last week. Like, her father dies, leaving her the dojo. It's a failing dojo. She enters the tournament to try to make some money while taking down opponents. She's too late by the time she makes it to Seth. He's already been defeated. So she gets no money. So she has to go back home empty-handed. Like, I have a lot of respect for her.
The fact that she goes home broke.
Well, like again, like she
and you know what? That was okay. No, that's not true because 3 was after this. It was like this way we never seen her again, but technically 3 was after this. But
You good, Cody?
what her redemption arc? This was her dark side, right? Or her dark time, because in Third Strike she is kind of like her redemption arc, which is after this.
Yeah.
Where she gets all the students and everything else, and she rebuilds the dad's dojo, and
she does all right for herself, yeah. And I mean, if you want to mention, she's the true Shoto.
She really is.
Well, she is.
Practices actual Shotokan karate.
Yeah, they changed it for Ryu and Ken later on to be.
Yeah, none of those fireballs or jumping in the air with 40 flip kicks.
True. She's dashing forward with reverse punches. Come on, like that's pure Shotokan right there. Like I totally agree with you.
Much respect for Makoto.
Okay.
All right.
Anything else you guys want to add on?
Nah.
Okay. Moving forward, Rose, the good version of Bison. You want?
Well, the good intentions of Bison manifested into a human being.
Yeah, we kind of already went over.
Yeah, we really did talk about this. I don't think it changes much here.
Yeah, she comes back after having a vision about Bison's return. He finds her, takes the power back away from her that he left, restores her memories, and then she's saved by Guy. Just, for anyone that tuned in just for this segment, that's kind of a quick go over.
And playability wise, she pretty much plays just like her alpha version, just a little slower, like most characters.
See, I don't play this character, so I honestly cannot offer you much other than the lore.
Yeah, but from what I remember, at least she was pretty much the same. I don't have anything else to add on. It sounds like you guys don't either.
Not particularly.
Skimming through, Sakura is next.
She's looking for Ryu.
Is she still looking for more boys?
Ryu, I'd say.
She's looking for Ryu in this. I think the whole boy craze thing comes after this.
Yeah.
Even though I think that's still more of a Buki's thing, but yeah,
but they're like all buddy, right?
Yes, they are, but she's still wanting to find Ryu and learn from him at this point.
Okay.
We played a little bit of the 3DS 3D battle mode, and she was part of that. You could see some of the things she was doing at that time.
She was doing the little triple air, Rekka thing.
Yeah, did she have that in Alpha?
Yeah, she had that in Alpha. You talking about like the air?
Yeah.
That originated in Alpha. It originated in Alpha, yes.
Yeah, I don't play her either, obviously. So
I know that because Justin Wong, watching videos of him playing her in like Alpha 3, like whenever he does his custom combos with her, that's what he ends up with.
He had it? Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Okay, so I don't think that she's really that different from her Alpha counterpart. She's kind of like Adon in that way, I guess. I can't remember anything drastically new that they added to her, albeit, again, I don't play her, so...
Okay. Next one on the list is T-Hawk.
T-Hawk Syndrome.
Good.
So, let's see. Who looked menacingly at his village this time that he used to show up? Okay. So,
Bison.
T-Hawk is here apparently to make up for his past failures against Shadowloo.
And that's it?
Well,
all right.
Mostly. Mostly. So, he's also looking for his girlfriend, which he finds in his ending, but that's apparently not canon. So I think the only
That's what he said to his wife, right? That it's not canon.
Well, I think
I guess that's the case.
I think the only canon thing with him being is like why he's joining the tournament. Like the rest of his story in this game is non-canon as far as I know.
Okay. Playability wise, I mean, he's not like so good at great. Or, like he's at the bottom of the tier list. I just looked, but
I mean, he was at the bottom of the tier list in Super Turbo, like we went over.
Not much has changed. Okay, moving on.
Not that I know. Like again, I know that from what I recall, I think his girlfriend was supposed to be Julie, one of the dolls. But since his ending is not canon, I don't know how much of that is canon.
He wishes, but it wasn't there. Didn't he have like somebody he rescued? Wasn't it like a daughter or someone? Like I don't
remember that in this game.
Maybe it was a different game, but he was running with some female. I thought it was like a little girl. I don't think it was like a.
I can't say I recall that honestly.
I don't remember where am I getting that from?
Maybe that's Street Fighter 2.
Maybe. I don't remember, but I think we spent enough time even on him. There's not really much to cover.
Not a lot, no.
Mr. Tides, are you
I did know nothing about this character.
He's like,
I don't think anybody does, to be very fair.
Nothing. Okay. Well, here's a character that I think everyone will know something about. Evil Ryu.
Oh, yeah. Evil, not Ken.
Oh, my God.
So he's a what-if character, essentially.
He is a what-if character.
He has no lore. He's just a what-if character.
But the interesting thing was that he has a hole in his chest.
No, he has a butthole in his chest.
That's a bit different. That's a bit different.
If you look at it, it looks like an anus. Let's get a picture. Come on, get this picture out here and get a real picture up there. He's hiding it.
Well, yeah. I mean, it might be evil, but it's still Ryu, and Blast wants to protect him.
Listen. As long as he didn't have any beads coming out, I think he's okay.
Okay, have a good night, Steps. Don't worry again. We're almost done.
At this point, it became a little. Blast never sleeps. It's a known fact.
Again, like I said, because he's a what-if character, there's no established lore for him. Like, we've gone over the Satsui no Haru stuff with Akuma and Ryu, so there's no need to revisit that.
What's the official story about his bunghole?
Well, you'd have to ask BloodTide that one.
I know it too, but I forgot it.
No.
Do you remember why he has the hole in his chest?
No, I have no idea.
Does anyone know?
When I looked up this character, it's a what if character. I didn't look up any lore for him because it was a what if character.
Well, according to the manga, so the hole in Evil Ryu's chest in kanji, carved into his back in Super Street Fighter 4 Arcade Edition, could be a reference to a scene in the non-canon Ryu Final manga, in which Akuma punches through Ryu's chest in their final battle and almost kills him in battle.
Wait. In the same sentence, you said both manga and manga. Which one is it?
Manga would probably be the right answer.
Okay.
Mayanga?
Mayanga. A chimichanga manga. A chimichanga manga.
So he's a what-if character with some what-if lore.
How many more of these things we got? Because I got shit to do.
Y'all
Y'all killing me. This is
We're
like
on
5 hours,
Arcade
almost
I
5
got
hours.
work.
in.
I got work in the morning, but
we're on Arcade Edition right now. We really
we
are.
are. We're actually making good headway. We've
Yeah. So
Are we? Again,
Yeah.
I did say 5 hours. Did you hear me?
So gameplay wise, he's Ryu with a little bit of Akuma. You know, he's a little bit country, a little bit rock and roll.
A little bit
Well,
death metal.
that's always been the case. But they did give him that, and from what I recall, they never really addressed it in the actual game where he had the hole in his chest. But it's implied that it was Akuma that did it, and I think that's pretty cool. We could leave it at that. Combo wise, playability wise, yeah, he had a lot of
One of the best characters in the
pretty
game.
much, yeah,
Period.
he's pretty up there. Best way BloodTide put it, one of the best characters out there. Next character on the list,
He's Ryu with Akuma powers. So
pretty
I
much.
mean,
I don't think you guys want to add on anything else other than that.
no, that's pretty
No, you're
good.
good.
Yeah, here's another
Oni.
what if character. Like Oni is basically if Akuma went full Satsui no Haru, like 100%.
Yeah, that's the
Like
next
if he
evolution.
evolved. Yeah, like you said, the next evolution. Best way to put it.
Yeah, so there's no
the-
lore to the character.
The sickest thing about it, though, about this character, raging demon in the air. That's that's the thing I want to leave it with.
That's
Like,
right.
doing
You
a raging
can do
demon
that.
there.
I forgot all about that. That's disgusting.
That was disgusting. Like the fact that you could do demon in the air like that. Like, come on.
Yeah, I mean, he's mostly Akuma move wise, though.
No, he's not.
He's not.
No, he's not.
more- If
Okay.
anything, I think he's
No,
more
no.
in a sense.
No, he has like dash punches and shit. It's really
Yeah.
weird.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I
He's kind of
have
like
not
Goken in
played
that
this
sense.
character.
He's
No.
different.
He is
He-
totally a very unique style character. He's got like Genjuro cross ups and shit that look like they're gonna hit in the front, but he goes through you and they hit you from behind and shit. It's really, really weird.
Best way I could put it is if you were to merge Akuma and Goken together. That's what you would get. That's my opinion.
Kinda.
I think playability, style wise, I think that's where they got that idea and concept, and they were like, "Ooh, what if we did this?"
Huh. Yeah,
That's what I think
wish
happened.
I wish I had looked this up, but again, it was another character that has no lore, so I didn't really research him.
Well, his lore was, from what I recall, that he just evolved from
Well,
Akuma's.
see, I mean,
Like, that's
the
a
lore
cool
that he
next
got.
form.
The best
Yeah.
lore he
What if
got
character?
was in oh god, what was that game? Asura's Wrath when they had the Street
Yes.
Fighter.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, yeah, no, he
Yes,
does
yes.
have that.
He did. It's like I said. He or even BloodTide said it actually first. He said he evolved.
Yeah.
He went from
Okay.
Akuma to that form. Oni actually, I believe, from Japanese definition means
It means demon.
Demon.
Yeah.
It means
So like he became a full-fledged demon.
pretty much. Yeah, see, like I just assumed, and that's my fault, that he would play like Akuma, so I didn't look it up. That's totally on me.
No, he plays different. No, it's cool. You're good. You had a lot that you looked up, and you're the one that really out of the group keeps this going with all the lore and all the story. Like you do a lot of your homework.
Okay.
So we appreciate you, Mr. Utility Man. All right. Anything else you guys want to add on?
I think y'all
No,
covered
there's
it.
nothing to really talk about.
Demon in the air. That's how I'm going to leave it. All right. Yang.
Yeah,
Yang
Demon
is
in the
next.
air. Where's Welcome to Die to appreciate the Demon in the
Oh,
air?
he would love the hell out of that. I'm pretty sure.
You can almost lump Yang and Yun together because we went over their fighting styles last week, and their lore in this is just they're following Chun-Li because she might lead them to a good opponent to fight.
She's cute.
Well, no, like
Birdie.
they're looking for somebody
Birdie.
to fight.
Girl, you party. You're gonna attract all the bad guys. We're gonna defend them. We're gonna fight them off, and it'll be good. And you're gonna like us for it.
Yeah, and I don't think they play very different. Again, outside of the different mechanics and the fact that BloodTide said everybody's kind of overall slower in this game. I know Yun is really good in this game, but he was really good in Street Fighter 3 as well.
Yeah.
Was Yoon good in this game?
Yes.
I don't have much to say anything about
Okay.
Yang.
I'll
Let's go
take
to
your word for it.
Let's go to Yun. Yun is on the list too. So
Again, the older brother. Actually, Blast, you still have that tier list, right?
I do. Let me look at it.
Where was Yun at? Because I'm pretty sure he was very good in this game.
I thought he wasn't.
Oh wow,
Right.
Yun is number one.
Yeah, see?
Yun is number one. Then the second
Well,
player.
now I know that's bullshit.
second one
Now
is-
I know it's. You need to find another tier list because that one's wrong.
Bro, that's on Event Hubs. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
No, I'm just telling you.
said, I definitely
Because
remember
Elena is the best character in this game, hands down.
Well, we are
not as per.
Okay. Well, you're looking at the wrong tier list. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
What are you looking at?
I'm not looking at anything. I'm just telling you whatever the hell you're looking at is wrong.
Well, I'm looking at Ultra Street Fighter 4 on Event Hubs.
Oh, look, he's back on the group fucking voting.
She's number 11.
Oh, fuck, that's a joke.
I'm just saying, bro.
Because the problem is with those, dude, they're done over the entirety of the game, right? And in the very beginning, people didn't realize what was going on with her.
Okay.
By the end of the game, it was pretty much unanimous that the character was broken, absolutely busted.
Well, we'll get to you.
All right. Well, I looked it up on Reddit just now, and this is a topic from 2022. A lot of people still place Yun as number one, but most in the top four.
I don't know, Mr. Tides. You got to get with the times. Tides needs to get with the times. Okay.
It's to the point where people were complaining that she ruined the game. Like,
that bad? Really? Well, okay. Well,
yeah.
hold off, because Elena's coming up. She's like almost there. Like, we got one more character and then Elena. I mean, I could skip it and we could do the Elena first. But...
Granted, I mean, a lot of these tier lists are just people's opinions, but a lot of people are putting Yun pretty far up there.
Yeah, I'm not saying he was bad, but I'm just saying he's not better than Elena. I promise you.
Well, I mean, I don't know that. I don't know the game well enough to definitively say he's better than Elena, but I definitely remember him being pretty close to the top.
Okay.
Yeah. I couldn't remember if he was good in this game or not. When you said that, I was like, oh, okay, I'll take your word for it. Then when Mike went, yeah, he's number one, I laughed. I was like, what?
But
You
he
lost
is.
your damn mind.
I do.
Why would I make it up?
Putting him as number one on the tier lists. So I don't know.
I'm not making it up. He's number one as per.
Which again, like, he was very good in Third Strike. Like, you might see more Ken and Chun-Li, but he's up there.
Yeah, he is.
What, Third Strike? No,
Yeah.
Third Strike is Chun-Li and Yun are the top two characters in the game.
Well, Yun kind of carries over to this game as far as I recall.
Apparently so. Now, anything else you want to add on for Yun?
No, I think that's
I
it.
guess Yang got skipped over, and everybody's always.
Well,
that's what happened in 3. Like everybody wants to do
but
it.
like Yun and Yang kind of go hand in hand story wise. So
does
to
Yin
talk
and
about
Yang.
one of them story wise, you're talking about both of them. Like, Yun's the older brother, Yang's the younger brother, but their stories always seem to intertwine with each other. So there's no need to really separate them when you're talking about
Active.
lore. And welcome, Active. Gameplay wise, we kind of covered them both last week, I thought. And
So do we all agree that Justin was like one of the definitive people that played this game?
Well, hold up. Active said Yun is number one in Arcade Edition, and Yelena was in Ultra.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Well, yeah. I don't. Didn't
that
Elena?
was basically hand in hand.
Elena
what
came
you
out
were
in
saying.
Ultra.
yeah, Elena came out in Ultra.
Speaking of which, Active, I did send you a DM, bro.
Which makes me wonder if he's looking at a wrong tier.
Let me know what you
No,
want
see,
that Street
I
Fighter
looked
6
up
comic.
Ultra.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, Active. I sent you that DM, bro. Whenever you get a chance, get back to me. I'll ship you out that comic book, bro.
Like, it was literally like pretty unanimous that Elena and Evil Ryu ran Ultra. Like those were the top 2 characters in Ultra.
Well, Evil Ryu is number 2 on the list on Ultra.
Like I don't know. Like I'm looking at Justin's fucking tier list for this game, and it's Elena, Evil Ryu, Akuma, DiCaprio, Seth, Fei Long, Ibuki, Relento, Sea Viper, Abel, Yoon.
Sounds pretty much whatever. Yoon is just number 1 on the event hubs. That's everything else lines up according to
again, it's really down to preference, because I do see some people put Yun first. I see some people put him 7th or 8th. So it's just down to preference, really.
Zangief is in 12th. Like that's wild to me, right? Out of 44 characters, Akuma's in 12th.
We did talk about that.
I believe that leads us to the last 5 characters.
All right. DiCaprio is next.
I have no idea.
Well, she's basically
She's another doll.
Well, she's another doll, but if you're gonna go with story and lore wise, she is a copy of Cammy, except
she's a clone. Yeah,
she's a clone of Cammy, but she does have some. There was something that happened to her.
She has psycho power.
Well, she has psycho power, and so she apparently she wants to find Cammy to destroy Cammy. Her ultimate goals are to beat up on Cammy because she hates her, because in her mind she is her or something along the like. I'm trying to remember the story. Like she goes after Cammy because she wants to be the strongest or whatever. Like she's the reason why. Like, oh my god, how am I? I'm trying to remember the whole thing.
There can be only one. It's
The
Highlander.
confusion that you're having right now is the same confusion I had trying to look up her story. So I fully get you.
No, but she's after her. She's after Cammy. But I'm trying to remember if it was because Bison sent her and programmed her, or if it was because she was jealous of Cammy. And I feel like she was jealous of Cammy, and she was, she wants to get rid of her because she wants she wants to be the doll, if you will, for Bison, or whatever the case is.
The funny thing is, I think they covered the story of DiCaprio more and better in 5 than they did in 4 in the actual game she was in.
But they also covered her in so the guys that did the Street Fighter Assassin's Fist also did another interpretation for Street Fighter 5, or like the in between 4 and 5, and they had this whole thing with DiCaprio in it, if I recall correctly. And that was also where they stopped DiCaprio or whatever, and they rescued her and converted her over to be normal. Now I don't know how much of that is actual true lore and where it carries over into the game. If I recall correctly, it was Cammy or something that actually ends up beating her and then getting her out of the whole being controlled by Shadaloo, rescues her, and then kind of rehabilitates her or something along those lines.
Well, see, now that's where I get confused.
And do you want to know who helped her?
Who?
Jury.
Was it Jury? I don't remember. But that was in what, 5, or is that in 4?
That's 5 story, like the actual like full blown like story mode in 5. It's in there.
Okay.
See, that's kind of where I get confused, because in Alpha, M. Bison mentions the deterioration of the dolls, which is what's happening to DiCaprio. So after she loses the fight to Cammy, Cammy leaves her with M. Bison to supposedly save her, I guess, which why would he? And this is just where I get completely confused.
Yeah, the 5 has like tons of dolls. It goes into a lot of shit about the dolls. There's actually non-playable dolls that are full-blown characters in 5 too.
No, but Tom, you said that you're confused whether or not she gets rescued?
No, I'm confused about the whole leaving her with Bison to save her life. Like, why would he? Like, why?
What do you mean by leaving Bison? Like,
Okay, the doll's deterioration, which Bison mentions in Street Fighter Alpha,
Yeah.
that's happening to DiCaprio.
Okay.
Now, after she fights Cammy and loses, she takes her mask off to reveal like she's horribly scarred,
Yeah.
and that's why she's like so rage induced over Cammy. And then Bison appears.
I need to stop you right there. I think she's also that's part of it. The other part is that Cammy was Bison's favorite, and
Well,
Bison.
see, that's what I said. I was confused about this character.
No, that was from what I recall. It was also because Bison's favorite was initially Cammy and Killer B, and this one is jealous of that factor, and that's why she wants to be the one to gain that, Bison's attention, if you will.
Okay, well then, what's the whole
That's
thing
her
about
drive.
the deterioration and Bison taking her back?
That's a good question. I actually
that's where it completely goes off the rails for me. I don't get it.
Oh, well, hold up. I think she fails at it. And because she fails at it, it ends up turning out to be like, yeah, I think that's what the case is. By the way, I'm not sure when the stream's about to get to 5 hours.
We're almost done.
I'm not sure what the limitation is. If we end up, the stream
we
ends up
have 4 more characters.
we will have to recreate a new stream really quickly. I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's past 5 hours, but just in case.
Well, we got 4 more people. We're almost
we're on the last minute, so if that happens, just letting you guys know.
Okay.
But I don't have anything else for DiCaprio unless you guys want to.
I don't either. This character just confuses.
Playability wise, I found her cool because she had like some, Shadaloo, like psycho power, if you will, which I thought was pretty cool. So she doesn't she's not like a clone of Cammy per se, from what I recall.
No, she does play a little differently. Yeah,
she does, which I thought was pretty cool. But other than that, I don't really have anything else to add on for DiCaprio.
Okay.
So we can move on to the next characters.
Okay.
If we do get disconnected within the next 5 seconds, I will create a new one. So let's see. It's now 5 hours. And it's still going. Cool. All right.
Okay.
So here we go. Next character.
One word. Healing. Okay, you can move on.
That's true. Elena did have the healing factor.
I hate this. I went on a long rant about this during Street Fighter 3. I don't really need to do it again. Just I hate the healing. I hate
it's a lot worse in this game.
It's a lot worse in this game. I hate that move.
Now, why did you add on?
Okay, I'll tell you before you bring that up. So, her reason for joining the tournament, from what I can find, was that there was a disturbance in the forces of nature.
There's a disturbance in the force.
So,
she's a Jedi.
Reason,
and she uses Jedi healing.
There you go.
And
moving on.
She makes a lot of friends along the way.
I just want to let you guys know something.
I mean, dress like that, I'm sure she did.
Okay, but that's going to lead into the picture that I had. If you want to go ahead and show that,
I will in a minute. Off topic. I just want you guys to know I drank a gallon of water throughout this whole stream. I'm flushing myself out. All right, I'm showing the thing.
So one of the friends she made along the way was Akuma.
Oh my god!
He looks very
happy.
uninterested.
He let her take a picture with him. That there kind of means he was okay with it because he could have killed her.
It looks like a boyfriend-girlfriend type of situation.
So I mean,
that's fucking adorable. That's gonna be my new my new Windows wallpaper.
Akuma's not just going to let you take a selfie with him unless he's okay with it. She must be awfully charming.
He looks pretty
She
miserable.
must have some real strong ties to nature, because at the core of it all, Akuma is kind of still into that shit, you know.
Well, his thing is, I guess, he couldn't really beat her because she's got that healing. So,
Oh my gosh.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
I'm sure she could probably just heal through 10
Just
raging
heal.
demons.
Just heal through the demon.
While
My
he's
gosh.
doing it, right?
Like, this character, like, and I know it's gonna sound like it. I have no personal problems with this character, but
Well-
I hate her moves. I hate her hitboxes, and overall, I hate healing.
Healing. Well, there's a reason why she's number one, I guess. Anyways, I don't have anything else I want to add on to this.
Like, it
Yes, you
feels
guys
like almost every attack she does is some kind of trick shot. Like, am I gonna overhead? Am I gonna sweep low? You never know.
Okay.
It all looks the same until it hits you.
Almost the same until it hits you. It really does.
I can see that.
Yeah, if you somehow luck out and guess everything 100% correct, yeah, she just backs off and heals everything you just did and just wins by time.
Healing.
Absolutely busted. Absolutely
Busted.
busted.
You know what else is busted? Her appearance.
Well,
Just-
she is
Well-
one of absolutely, like, especially in this age of Street Fighter, being able to combo out of an overhead was not really a thing, and she could do it, and that was just more bust on top of the busted.
Yeah, more bust on top of the busted bust. Yes.
I need a bathroom break, but I will move on to
We
the
have
next
3 to go and you need a bathroom break?
I can't hold it, boss. I'm sorry.
Then put up the next character and go.
I'm taking a go. All right, I'm gonna give you guys Hugo. I'll be right back.
Nice.
I'm a number 1.
Try.
So, he's another E Honda type character. He joins the tournament to show off his strength.
I big boy. I have little girl.
Like, he does wrestling moves, so I like him by default. I love wrestling.
He kind of does wrestling moves.
I mean, he really does. He does a
He has a
backbreaker,
clothesline.
does
He has a
the
backbreaker.
slam. Yeah, those are wrestling moves.
Then he's got, like, just the over the top wrestling moves, right?
Hammer Mountain. Yeah.
Hammer Mountain.
I mean, he
No,
has
like,
his
the whole I'm gonna grab you, jump 500 feet in the air in a spin. It's not quite a spinning pile driver. It's more like a
Not quite.
spinning suplex.
It still looks as devastating. Like, he just comes down, landing on you full force with his entire body.
Or he'll jump up into the air, catch you, grab you, throw you to the ground, do 300 somersaults, and then belly splash you.
And then
But
he
he's
does
pretty agile for a 900-pound guy.
yes. And then he'll just like slowly run at you, grab you by the head, and slam you into the side of the screen. Like, I mean, he's got some holdovers from Final Fight for sure, and I'm glad they brought this character in the game. Like, I mentioned the past 2 episodes, I seem to flock to the Final Fight characters. I don't know why that is. I just like their movesets.
And his head is obviously too heavy because the standing animations, you can look and it's just wobbling back and forth because he's struggling to keep that thing up.
Pretty much. He's like in that Zangief class. Like, everybody else is coming up to his chest at best, and he's just going to eat you.
Like it was funny enough in Third Strike watching him and Alex like
I love
bump
that
chests
too.
because like Alex is like bumping his belly at best.
Yeah, doing the whole Hulk Hogan, Andre the Giant stare down. I love that. And Hugo just pushes him away. It's great. It's a great throwback. I'm glad they did that. It just more reinforces the fact that I love wrestling type characters in these games. And welcome back, Blast. You missed all of you.
Like I'm really curious if this character was supposed to be an homage to Andre, because he does have kind of that
for
that
sure.
same, giantism face. You know what I mean? And
He just even looks like him. Like, I mean,
he
they
kind
gave
of
him
talks
certain-
like him if you think about it. Like if you think,
in a way.
like his mannerisms, the way like Andre actually spoke, and the deepest of voices.
Sad that he passed away.
Yeah.
Respect is what I gotta say to the man. But that's still a good character. I got a question for you though, you tell me, man. Why did you put the last?
No! Don't spoil that.
Why did you make the order that way? Is what
I will get to that. We got 2 characters left. I'll get to that.
Yeah, because I would think the other one.
I know. I'll get to that.
Okay.
I think we're done with Hugo again. He doesn't have a ton of story in this, and we covered his moveset pretty well.
Okay. Well, I missed out on that. I won't include anything. I'm thinking that's good. So we're moving on to the next one.
There's only one that I know of that's missing. I don't know who the other one is. Oh yeah, I do.
The other
Right.
one is.
Don't spoil him. Just go to the next one.
Next one is Rolento.
Yep, that's
Okay.
the one that I saw at the gate that was
Why
missing.
not the other?
No. Let's address Rolento first.
Okay, go ahead.
So Rolento is in this game because he's interested in the police project, and he wants to gain data to use for his own personal army.
Right, it's all about his
But he
army.
fails.
He does fail. We know that, but okay.
He's another Final Fight character. Like, I've always been intrigued by this character's
Oh,
gameplay
I know
style.
who the last one is.
I love his gameplay
You
style,
can't miss
but
that
I never
detail.
learned
Don't
it.
say it because he asked for us not to. Okay.
Like the man hangs you. He flings grenades all over the screen.
Oh,
He
he's,
has that little-
He
definitely-
throws
little-
daggers.
Yeah,
He's got fun little Rekka staff stuff.
I love the Rekka staff. That looks like one of the funnest things to beat people up with.
with the
The character
spinning,
just
spinning
looks
stick.
fun.
Mm-hmm. But story-wise, all he wants to do is just
Yeah, story-wise, he's just
take over the
kinda
world,
there.
control
Like,
things with his army.
There will probably be more for him in Street Fighter 6 with the whole Metro City thing, but
You
yeah, for
think?
4, he doesn't have much.
That's
Okay.
true that you say that.
Yeah.
If they don't put him in 6, there's that.
You're- I
Story
predict
wise,
that you're going to see
yeah,
a lot
he's
of the
gonna
Final
be a-
Fight characters in 6.
well, I mean, it takes place in Metro City. There better be a lot of Final Fight characters.
Okay.
Okay, I don't really have much else to say about Rolento. Just a really
Why now did you not do the other? Why Rolento first?
We'll
should I
get
go
to
to the
that.
other?
Go ahead and move to the last character.
Very well. Poison.
Okay, Blast, would you like to address this character?
Why did you make Poison last?
Okay, I'll tell you why I made Poison last. Because the last few episodes, we've ended on a character that we didn't really have a lot to say, and I was afraid that would happen if we ended on Rolento, which we didn't have a lot to say about Rolento. I
If
thought
we
we
left
might
it
have more to say about
alphabetical,
Poison.
if we left
What?
it alphabetical, I think we would have ended on Young.
No. Well, yes, if we left it alphabetical. But the way I was doing it by release order, and we had Yun last week. Why would we do that again? I just thought Poison would be a more interesting character to end with.
BloodTide, your thoughts?
Yeah, this dude's awesome.
Oh my god! Well, thank you so much for not only addressing the elephant in the room, but constructing that billboard pointing to the elephant.
Nicely done.
Now do you see why I left Poison for last?
Yes, I figured as much, but
I
still,
love Rolento, but there just wasn't much to say about him.
especially because the way the previous conversations we had in the FightersEvo Council discussions with Street Fighter 6, that was pretty funny too. This kind of makes sense to me now.
So, Poison joins the tournament looking for talent, and along the way becomes Hugo's manager. That's the story.
Yeah, that's
She is Hugo's manager.
She's Hugo's manager.
Which is kind of
We all know.
strange. They would make Poison playable and then later on not playable, just a manager, just a sideline.
I mean, she's playable in 5.
Yeah, I know, but that's weird to go from
And
playable.
She
to just
upgraded from the little slapper there to an actual whip.
slapper. I guess that's
True.
one way of putting it. Yeah, she did get the whip. Obviously
the whip.
not in this game, but
In the next
that
one.
kind of makes her have something in common with Sean there, because he went from playable to background character for Ryu in Marvel vs. Capcom, and then
Yeah.
never again. But obviously Poison's going to be in Street Fighter 6, right? I mean, it's
I don't
Metroid
know.
City.
We don't know.
Maybe.
Like, come on now, it's Metro City. They got to have a big Mad Gear emphasis.
I think eventually, you know what I
Well,
think is going to happen?
Uh,
If we speculate on Street Fighter 6 now, I mean, and they have the whole
Okay.
Mad Gear thing,
Yeah,
I can imagine them bringing
Mad
every-
Gear is a big part of Street Fighter 6. They've got like
Yeah.
the little Mad Gear henchman and everything. The guy that's
That's-
supposed to be the head of Mad Gear that had like the black guy with the long blonde braids is in there. He's not a
Right.
playable character, but he's in like the story mode stuff and everything.
Okay,
I
so
feel like they'll have a whole thing before Final Fight, like a big.
yeah, that's what I said. I think we're going to see a lot of Final Fight characters in 6.
Yeah.
So, did anybody actually play Poison?
Yes, and I actually liked her better in 4 than I do 5, honestly.
Okay, well
Really?
then you can
Really,
talk about
I
her
didn't know
play.
that. Okay. Yeah.
She had an
lovely.
actual projectile. She had some, yeah. She had a Rekka with the little whatever that thing
Slapper?
is. Slapper. I just want to call it a slapper.
The slapper.
That's a great name for it.
She had a fireball. She had a little Rekka with the slapper. She had like an actual like DP style motion. It was more like a I think Terry Bogart, right?
Okay.
You know, like
Which-
the up kick.
Yeah. The
Oh,
one that comes.
okay, yeah.
Oh, that.
whatever you
Yeah,
call
yeah,
it.
that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember now. I was thinking about the other one.
Oh, yeah, Rising Tackle.
Rising tackle. Yeah, it's
Rising
very much a
tackle,
rising
yeah.
tackle. You could cancel the Rekka into a thing where she like kind of jumped over and wrapped her legs around your head and like into a throw. Like,
Okay.
if I remember right, she was at one point in time she was actually considered pretty good in 4.
She's already more interesting to talk about than Rolento.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Rolento. But Poison was a new character in this. You weren't.
yeah. She was one of the 4 that got added in Ultra.
5.
Was it 5?
I think it's 5 because I think Arcade.
It was her.
9.
It was her, DiCapri, Hugo, Elena. I'm pretty sure that was it.
Rolento.
No, in Ultra?
Yeah,
Oh, he was added in Ultra? Oh, okay.
yeah. That's the
whole
order
thing.
that I had them on. I had them on release order.
The whole thing.
Oh, okay.
The whole freaking thing throughout the stream.
Yeah, he drank that entire thing ever since Poison came up.
No, since the beginning of the stream.
Yeah, so that way he has an excuse why he's sweating.
No, this is why I've been going to the bathroom so many times. Flushing myself out. Giving myself breaks. Anyways.
But
why
yeah,
can't
going
you do
going from this game to the next one, like she's a completely different character. Like I liked her. I actually liked her playstyle better in this.
Utility, why didn't you make Rolenta go first and then have Hugo and then Poison together, back to back?
I didn't think of it.
Because the two go hand in hand. That's why I was.
I just straight up didn't think of it.
Okay.
I ordered them by release, and I got down and saw Rolento was the last one, and I just happened to think, okay, we're not going to have a ton to talk about with him, but we probably will with Poison since she was brand new. So I just swapped them. I didn't really think about putting her next to Hugo, but that would have made sense.
That would have. That's why I was thinking, like, why didn't you do that? But it's cool.
Yeah, totally didn't think of it. That would have been
worry.
great.
Don't worry.
She really has a projectile?
Yeah, she had a projectile.
What's her projectile?
It was literally like a pink wave.
Yeah, I remember the pink wave. They gave a version of that in 5, but it was not the same.
No, she doesn't have that at all.
She has something though.
No, she
Should
doesn't.
I ask where the pink wave comes from?
It's just her whipping that slapper.
Okay, so it's an air current.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Normally that would make no sense at all, but this is Street Fighter, so yeah, okay.
That ain't much different than a sonic boom, right?
No, it's really not. Okay, so I think we've covered Street Fighter 4 pretty well.
We did. I couldn't find anything on the projectile.
Like 5+ hours.
Yeah, 5 hours and 20 minutes is probably what we're going to end it with, I think.
Yeah, and just think, if it wasn't for all your Blanca jokes, we would have been done before 5 hours hit.
No, we probably got 20 minutes on those jokes. I'd say 5 hours probably, which we can probably end with if you'd like, since you mentioned it. No, that's cool. Don't worry. I got nothing but love.
Yeah, and
overall,
power tools in the background, apparently.
Street Fighter 4 brought the series back to life. The Street Fighter series. And I felt like it was good. It's a crucial part of Street Fighter history, this one.
Well, yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for Street Fighter 4, we wouldn't have 5 and 6.
Correct. Like, it would have ended with 3, which is what...
Well, I guess you could also say that for Street Fighter 1, but, no one will sing that game's praises.
Steps did earlier.
Steps was joking.
Look, she said Street Fighter 1
that's a joke.
Street Fighter. I have it on stream.
That's a joke.
Hey, it's written. It's a fact.
Hey, Tom, go look in the console real quick.
Yeah. Something you guys want to add on before we kill it?
Oh, no.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. The projectile. I mean, I can probably save it and upload it if you want. It's low quality, but
yeah, no, they're small.
I mean, I might as well just share my screen.
Oh, so she specifically does that bending down motion to do her projectile.
Well, because it starts up top. It starts up top, and she just whips it down to the ground, and it creates the.
Well, let me say that.
So she whips it good, is what you're saying.
She whips it real good.
Definitely not intentional, I'm sure.
Whips it real good. Gotta whip it.
Whip it.
Whip it real good. There you go.
That's not even the one I was talking about.
There you go. There you go.
That's not even the one I was talking about.
No, it's not. I know.
You had a 50-50 shot and you picked wrong.
Well, this one is the picture that would have probably came out best. But I can upload the other one.
Right now, Arbitas would eat you alive for being so bad with 50-50.
Hold on. Since you want it, I'll make it happen.
I was just saying that's not the one I was talking about.
Okay, there you go. Just it looks really bad when it's like
100% not intentional, I'm sure. Capcom had no ulterior motives at all when they
something to look forward to next week. There you go.
You want to do that? We're going to do this. We're going to do it. If we do it, we're going to do it right. Somebody said that.
My
I don't know who.
gosh.
Somebody said that. If we're going to do it, we're going to do it right. So we might as well do it right. I'm not sticking her in the corner. I'm putting her right.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, BloodTide, what are you looking at over there?
Different pictures.
That's not what he means.
Utility man got me on that one. He knows. All right.
All right. Let's get the hell out of here.
So yeah, join us for Street Fighter V next weekend.
Nicely put. Thanks everybody for your time, and wish everybody a good night. My God, almost 4 a.m. We'll be feeling like $1 million when I wake up. Have a good night, everybody. Thanks for
See you
tuning in.
later.
There you go.